We are live now. Thank you.
I have a question. All the talks are in recording?
Yes, Dr. Rak.
Okay. So how will run is there any time after each lecture for question and answer or something like that?
Yeah, so after every session, there will be a question and answer. Or probably if you have any question for the current presenter, you can ask them immediately after their presentation gets over. Or if you want to have the question answer round at the end, you can do that as well.
For this session, we have 3 invited lecture, 20 minutes each, and four oral presentation, 10 minutes each.
And they will be all recorded one, yeah?
Yes,
or
sir.
live?
Live, yeah. Few of them are recorded and few of them will be live.
Okay.
Dr.
And
Mahmood?
we don't need to present because I have not received anything about the presenter, but we need to present each time just the presenter and their topic. Yeah.
Sir, we have sent you the program schedule and evaluation sheets also. Let me.
In which email, Shimanto, can you tell him? Dr. Mamoon, I have just mamoon.hawk@ih.org .au.
No, lh.org.au. Don't use that because I don't work there anymore.
So please.
But I was getting the other email, which was the right one, which was MAMOON_Y2K.
Can you write it in chat box, please?
Yep. You got it?
No, still not.
It says that my message went through to Nitu. Are you Nitu?
No. I'm Anupama, Dr. Anupama.
Ma'am, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
You send me a message, then I can reply. Yeah, definitely. How are you? Good?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And please delete the other one because I don't work there anymore. The lh.org.au. Because I don't work there anymore, so this emails will not be.
Check mail, I have sent the evaluation forms, and according to that, you have to give evaluation numbers to all the speakers, okay?
Okay. If I receive it, otherwise I'll send you an email. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Bangladesh. Welcome to the 21st Asia Oceania Congress of Medical Physics, 20 Dhaka, Bangladesh. And today we are welcome all of you to the parallel session 6A, radiobiology and radio protection. And we have our distinguished chair as Professor Dr. Kaji Manjur Kader, currently working as a senior consultant and Head of Oncology, Medical Physics, Delta Hospitals, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Professor Manju Kader did MBBS, DCM, DMRT, MSc, FACP, FRCP, began his oncology career in 1994 and working as senior consultant and head of oncology and medical physics at Delta Hospital since 2nd April 2016 to till date, after retirement from government service. His oncology training included his clinical oncology and radiotherapy, and he got fellowship from IAEA from Tata Memorial Hospital and on radiation oncology. After that, he also obtained training on advanced radiotherapy from Clinicum Hospital, Darmstadt, Germany. WHO fellowship training in Thailand, National Cancer Institute and National Cancer Center in Singapore. He has more than 65 publications and 4 research work. On the other hand, we have our honorable co-chair as Dr. Mamun Haq, former senior scientist, medical physicist, Sydney, Australia. Dr. Mamun Haq received MSc Nuclear Physics from Dhaka University in 1975, PhD in Nuclear Physics at the University Zu Cologne, Germany in 1985. Postdoctoral researcher. He was a postdoctoral researcher since 1986 to 1996 in nuclear physics at the INFN, Italy. Early research interests were in gamma spectroscopy, nuclear trace element analysis, and radiobiology, radiotherapy in heavy ion. Between 1997 to 2019, he was employed as senior medical physicist in Sydney, Australia. He was involved in teaching to medical physics and medical radiation sciences students at University of Sydney since 2006 to 2014. Presently, he is involved casually in education and consultancy activities, both nationally and internationally, at University of Verona, Italy, and University of Valencia, Spain. He is fluent in English, Bangla, German, and Italian language. He has 50 scientific papers, contribution in conference proceedings, book chapters, and scientific reports. He is also a member of ACPSEM, ESGRO, ARPS, and DGMP. He has interest in nuclear and radiation physics, cosmology, and radiation protection. That's all about introducing our chair and co-chair. We are very honored to have them with us. And I would like to request our chair and co-chair to start the session and conduct the session smoothly. Thank you, sir. We're glad to have you with us.
Hello. Good day, everyone. Dr. Kader will start introducing the first speaker. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Dr. Kader?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe you can start the session. Yeah.
Yeah.
With the first speaker, and then I will follow the second, and then we'll go on like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Can we have the recordings, please? Tech team.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the 21st Asia Oceania Congress of Medical Physics. My name is Dr. Martin Ebert. I'm a research physicist at the Charles Gardner Hospital in Western Australia, and at the University of Western Australia. It's my pleasure today to talk to you on remembering the importance of biology in radiotherapy. So here's our side of the world. I guess the majority of you are now up here in Dhaka, listening to this presentation. And I'm down here in Perth, in Western Australia, so only a couple of time zones away. I'm very disappointed that I can't be there in person, so I would really like to visit the amazing country of Bangladesh, but unfortunately travel restrictions are in place that prevents me from doing that. But given we're not too distant neighbours on the Indian Ocean rim, I'm hopeful that sometime in the not too distant future, I can get to Bangladesh. So why this particular topic? Why is this of interest? Well, radiotherapy was founded on the concepts of radiobiology, particularly those of radiation dose and its effect, and the effect of dose fractionation. And those concepts have underpinned radiotherapy for many decades now. But certainly since the advent of the linear accelerator, the emphasis has been on the technology associated with treatment. And we now have limited manufacturers, limited numbers of manufacturers with limited solutions for delivering treatment. And really what we've actually done is reduce the pool of treatments available and that we can draw on to optimize therapies. If you consider prostate cancer brachytherapy, for example. So brachytherapy has been shown to be very effective, particularly in higher risk prostate cancer patients with localized disease. But brachytherapy does tend to be a complex process. It requires resources. It isn't so easy to deliver. But we've shown even recently in a trial in Australia called RADAR that in high-risk patients, the use of brachytherapy is highly effective. It can even have a systemic effect in reducing distant progression. So I think it's likely that radiotherapy practice has evolved in line with technology and its ease of use, and has evolved to a local minimum. And we have to think, well, how can we get out of that local minimum and start looking at other ways we can improve treatment? So in this talk, I want to look at the current physics view of tumour biology, of tumour radiobiology, and compare and contrast that with the perspective from biology now, which is a different perspective on this problem. And then I want to look at one particular example, and that is the interaction of radiotherapy and immunotherapy that we're studying here, and how revisiting biology may allow us to generate an alternative radiotherapy approach. So the current physical view of tumour biology, in my opinion, is fairly simplistic, and it sort of relates to this image on the right here of a sphere made up of independent voxels. And they're adjacent to each other, but they behave independently. And if we want to treat this tumour, this voxelized tumour with radiation, what we need to know is what's happening locally at the voxel level. The response of the whole tumour is parallel. It depends entirely on the response of those individual voxels. The local response of a voxel is only dependent on local conditions, and the dose volume histogram and time are enough to predict the outcome of a treatment. In this case, radiation is considered essentially as a clonogenic cell killing agent. If we know where the cells are and we can deliver enough dose to them, we can inactivate them and treat the patient. So in that case, the emphasis is on where is the target. So geometrically, where is it and can we target it? That sort of puts me in mind of one of my favorite paintings by Kandinsky called Circles in a Circle. And in this case, we have a patient filled with various parts of anatomy. And this black circle here may represent the tumour, in this case, that's been targeted by two beams. And the emphasis there is on making sure we cover that target and avoid as much else that's around it as possible. That's a fairly simplistic view. Let's just contrast that with the current view for biology that's evolved over the last few decades. And that is that a tumor is a highly variable environment full of interactions that are all required to sustain a cancer and enable it to grow and progress. There are multiple cell types. There are interactions between all of these cells, and they offer multiple pathways that can be targets for various treatments. There are multiple mechanisms by which this cancer might respond to those treatments. In this biological view, radiation isn't any longer just a clonogenic cell killing agent. It can become an agent to modify that microenvironment, to initiate response, to facilitate the action of other drugs and other agents in this environment, and to actually modify the tumor cell population. So modify even the molecular nature of the tumor cell population. So no longer are we just interested in where is the target. We may now be interested also in what the target actually is and when that is a target. So space and time and the nature of the target become the new variables in optimizing our treatment. And so that very simple Kandinsky painting now may be much better represented by this modern painting from the Bangladeshi artist Kasai Salahuddin Ahmed called Sheer Chaos. And it certainly looks like sheer chaos, but this is a largely variable interactive environment with lots of different processes going on. And all of these can represent targets for therapy. So now I just want to focus on one particular example where a review of the underlying radiobiology might help us to improve treatment in ways we wouldn't otherwise pursue. And so that's the role of immunotherapy and its combination with radiation. So immunotherapy resulted in the awarding of the 2018 Nobel Prize to two very enterprising scientists. And the concept of immunotherapy is to target one of the specific hallmarks of cancer, and that is its ability to avoid immune destruction. So it's a drug-based therapy which uses very specific antibodies, which are very, very expensive. And even though immunotherapy is becoming quite popular worldwide, the cost of drugs is not decreasing very rapidly, which is a shame because the treatment is very effective, but only in a small cohort of patients, maybe 20 to 30% of patients in any tumor group. And it's also a fairly toxic treatment. So there are various toxicities that can result from immunotherapy. But we want it to be effective in all patients. If we're going to be using this expensive treatment, how can we make it more effective in a larger proportion of the population? So immunotherapy is exploiting this weakness that allows cancer cells to hide from the immune system. So on the left here, we have the innate activation of immunity. And this is what keeps cancer out of our bodies most of the time. So often we have cancer cells formed, and then there are cells called dendritic cells, which will identify them and identify a marker on that cell's surface. And it'll communicate that marker to the T cells that are the immune effectors. So a naive T cell will become activated once it's presented with this marker. And then when it comes across a tumor cell, it can identify it and launch an immune attack to kill that tumor cell. And that's what normally happens. But some tumor cells have evolved the ability to block that process. And the way they do it is through a thing called a checkpoint. So when the T cell comes across the tumor cell has this checkpoint that basically tells the T cell, well, there's nothing to see here. You might as well go on somewhere else. So what these drugs do in immunotherapy is they inhibit that process, and that's why they're called checkpoint inhibitors. So they can basically turn that switch off, and now the T cell can come along identify the tumour cell, and the tumour cell can no longer hide, and an immune response can be activated. But that doesn't always work. And one of the reasons it's hypothesized that this doesn't always work is that the T cells often have difficulty infiltrating that tumour microenvironment. And one of the reasons that could be is the very chaotic nature of the blood vessel supply to tumours, which could even lead to regions of hypoxia. So not just T cells have trouble infiltrating, even oxygen has trouble infiltrating. So what we wanted to do was look at these combinations of infiltration and vessels to see, can we modulate this microenvironment with radiation therapy as a way of conditioning these tumours for immunotherapy. So we know from a lot of past research by many groups internationally that variable fractionation radiotherapy has variable impacts on endothelial cells forming blood vessels. So at high doses per fraction, that tends to be an ablative effect, and the endothelial cells are killed off, and that destroys blood vessels. At lower doses per fraction, the radiation will actually disrupt the antigenic process and enable blood vessels to grow more regularly, and they can actually normalize the vasculature in a tumor and enable reoxygenation. So we wanted to know if this effect could be capitalized on to make immunotherapy work better. So we started with a mesothelioma model in mice. And the reason we're using mesothelioma is because we have very well characterized mesothelioma cell lines here in Perth, because Western Australia has the highest incidence of mesothelioma in the world. So it's quite well studied here. We also had access to a small animal image-guided radiotherapy system from PXI known as the XRAD. So the XRAD has a 225 kb X-ray source at the top of a gantry, and that gantry can rotate around in a single plane. And vertically opposite that beam is an amorphous silicon detector that can be used to generate cone beam CTs. So these CTs can be taken to a treatment planning system for a Monte Carlo-based dose calculation of dose to tissue. So here you can see on the right an axial slice through a mouse with a subcutaneous tumour and two oblique beams irradiating that tumour to give a nice homogeneous dose distribution and a lot of sparing elsewhere in the body. So next we designed an experiment that would allow us to compare the impact of fractionation and then track the changes in blood vessels and oxygenation with time. So we took a series of mice, they were inoculated, and then approximately 10 days later commenced radiotherapy at either 2 Gray fractions or 6 Gray fractions, and variable numbers of fractions. And then they were allowed to progress for up to 30 days. And during that time, we were performing ultrasound measurements every 2 days. And that was either a photoacoustic ultrasound to assess the distribution of oxygenation throughout the tissue, or a power Doppler ultrasound to assess the vasculature and the proportion of vasculature within that tumour volume. At the end of that time, mice were euthanized and tissue taken for immunohistochemistry. And we looked at various things, including blood vessels and the presence of lymphocytes of various types. And we're currently also now looking at hypoxia using pymanidazole staining. So here's a result from the paradoppler for vasculature. So on the horizontal axis, we have the days from inoculation and radiotherapy finished around about day 15. And then on the vertical axis, we have the percentage of vasculature in the tumour volume. For the control group receiving no dose, you can see there's very little vasculature, very poorly vascularized tumours, and that those values don't change. But as we start adding fractionated therapy, we get increases in vasculature, peaking for this 2 gray by 5 fraction group, with that vasculature dropping off after a few days as angiogenesis takes back over. And for the 6 gray group, we got a similar effect in 2 fractions, but of course at 6 gray, it's a much more toxic treatment. With the oxygenation with photoacoustic imaging, we see also again for the control group, very little change for a very poorly oxygenated tumour, a very hypoxic volume. And the 2 gray by 5 fraction group, we get a rapid increase in oxygenation, which again rapidly drops off as the tumour becomes hypoxic again. And similar effects at the higher dose per fraction end. Looking at the immunohistochemistry, in this case CD31, which is a marker for blood vessels. Down the bottom row here, we can see the stain images. On the left is the control group, and you have, basically what you see is large and long, large diameter vessels in red. And that's typical of chaotic vasculature. 2 gray by 5 fractions, we see that those vessels are much smaller and shorter, and that's a sign of vessel normalization, similar for the 2 gray by 6. In this plot on the left, we have the length of the cells, and on the right, we have the diameter. And you can see, again, that 2 gray by 5 fraction in blue there. What we're hoping here is to see these numbers go down, which they do. So for the 2 gray by 5 fraction, the length becomes the shortest and the diameters become the lowest. So that means that this schedule, which is still quite low dose, is a good candidate for conditioning this environment. So we basically have shown that we can use this low dose fractionation to increase blood flow in the volume, to achieve vasculature normalization and achieve oxygen saturation. And the hope is that that would correlate with an increase in T-cell infiltration into the tumour as well. And those results are still being analysed, but here's just a sample from those. Here on the left is a control slide showing the vessels now in green and the helper T cells, the CD4 pluses, in pink. And you can see, again, large, long vessels with not many T cells. This is 2 gray by 5 fractions, and now the vessels are smaller, and we have a large infiltration of T cells into this volume, which is exactly what we were hoping to see. So now we have experiments underway to combine this fractionation approach with immunotherapy using 2 agents, anti-PD-L1 and anti-CTLA-4, and those experiments are now ongoing. So basically what we've been doing is revisiting the radiobiology to see if we could use radiotherapy in a different way to the conventional approach. So now we're no longer just looking at radiation as a cell-killing agent, we're looking at it as an agent to modify the microenvironment and to make that environment more susceptible to the impacts of drugs, in this case, immunotherapy. So this is an alternative way to use radiotherapy, and we're really hopeful that sometime in the near future, we can translate this to early phase trials. So in summary, the conventional physical view would be, where is the target and how do we target it as well as possible? Whereas now we're looking more at, well, what is the target exactly? And when is that target going to be available to us? A much more rich, complex landscape from which to optimize our treatments. I really appreciate your time in listening to this presentation. I want to thank the Congress organisers for inviting me to present. Especially thank Dr. Mohammed Akhtar Razaman, who I've had a close relationship with over the last few years, which has led to this invitation. Thank you, Akhtar. I thank Dr. Nataka Sukaverska at the University of Sydney, who I've spoken with on this topic many times, and our team here at UWA in the Immunoradiotherapy Group, who have provided the results I've shown you today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Martin. Maybe I can present the next speaker, who is Pradeep Deb from Australia, and the topic of his talk is misconception of radiation, what can be done.
Hello, everyone. In this talk, I'll discuss about some misconceptions of radiation and what can be done. I am Pradeep Dev, working in medical radiations, RMIT University, Australia. So in social media, these type of publicity are very common nowadays. Some people deliberately spreading fear about non-ionizing radiations, and there is no evidence yet, but people believe it very quickly without reasoning it with scientific facts. All of you are familiar with 5G network. Many countries around the world are using it since 2019, and it is growing. But there are groups of people who are misinterpreting the effects of non-ionizing radiations in human health. So they claim to believe in science, but they don't trust in scientific facts. 5G network uses millimeter waves of greater than 24.25 gigahertz. So that's the frequency, and we know that our radio frequency is between 0 and up to 300 gigahertz. Those are non-ionizing radiations. Their energy is very less, it's 0.0001 electron volt. And that is like almost 31,000 times lower than the visible light. Blue light energy is about 3.1 electron volt. But still, as you see here, we don't fear of light, but we have got fear of non-ionizing radiations. Somebody is spreading it. So some group did not stop there. They have started spreading conspiracy theory, like say 5G is spreading coronavirus. So people, a few celebrities with millions of fans doing it, like say Carrie Hilton. So here is an example of a Facebook group, if you look at here. So that's the Stuff 5G Australia groups, who have got like the thousands of members and followers. They're spreading this misconception about 5G network, leading with the coronavirus. So the misconception circulated as this 5G network is responsible for COVID-19. So if you look at this one, so this is a very good publication that was published in November 2020 based on that. So this one, as you see here, within few months. So how this spread happens in social media. So these misconceptions led to fear. And because of that fear and misconception, there were attacks on telecommunication workers, and hundreds of mobile towers were set on fire. People are not convinced yet. So government of many countries had to make public statements to give the facts. There is no link between 5G and COVID-19. 5G does not cause COVID-19. It does not spread it, nor does it increase the severity of COVID-19 or make people susceptible to COVID-19. So the scientific evidence shows that the wireless communications, including 5G, do not weaken people's immune system and do not place us at higher risk of getting viruses such as COVID-19. So this is an example of the Australian government statement. So we have got statement from World Health Organization that clearly stated that 5G mobile networks do not spread COVID-19, but a lot of people that do not trust these facts. Instead, they believe pseudoscience. So what kind of pseudoscience? Here is an example. Look at that. These people, some people are making money using people's misconceptions about radiation. This is just one example of thousands out there. These people are claiming that this pendant that protect 5G electromagnetic frequency, and this one, and thousands of these are already sold, and people are reviewing as like a kind of 5-star rating. So Australian Associated Press, they contacted us for fact check about it, and we explained the fact clearly. They published the article explaining the science behind it, busting the myth, because this one can absorb just a small portion of electromagnetic waves that's coming to it, because electromagnetic waves are absorbed by anything. And if you want to absorb the whole thing, you need to wear the whole like a body gown made of this one. So, but still their business is growing, no matter how much science you put in it. And then there are, like we have seen, the similar misconceptions are there about nuclear energies for a long time. So there are continuous anti-nuclear movements around the world. So it has been claimed that the nuclear power plants add the most annual radiation dose per person, but that is not true. If you look at only 0.005% dose comes from nuclear power plants. So 200 times less than that the dose for a flight from Dhaka to New York. So people will get more dose than if they eat a banana in every year. So because banana has got like more radioactive material. So can nuclear reactor explode like a nuclear bomb? No, it is not possible. It is impossible because their technology are different. So nuclear plants are not safe, people say, but it is one of the safest and safer than many industries. And they say like huge nuclear waste will be happening. There are 96% can be recycled, and only 1% of the nuclear fuel are long-lived. These can be shielded effectively, and it has been. So the fact is, nuclear power in the world are actually growing. So there are 440 or more nuclear power reactors provide about 10% of the world's electricity. And it is the second largest source of carbon, like the low carbon power, about 29% of the total in 2018. So there are more than 220 research reactors in over 50 countries. Those are producing medical and industrial isotopes and training and then research. So these medical radioisotopes are saving millions of lives every year. So those are coming from nuclear reactors. So if we look at the prospective nuclear power capacity by 2050, IAES report shows that nuclear power potential will remain high, increase by 42% in 2030, by 83% in 2040, and by more than 100%, 123% in 2050. There will be significant growth in Northern America, Latin America, Eastern Europe, and Asia. So if we look at that, the nuclear energy is the key for low carbon future. We are talking about the controlling global warming and clean energy. So nuclear energy is, if you look at here, is one of the lowest carbon emitting. So if you look at that, how much the gram carbon dioxide are emitted per kilowatt hour, 820 from coal. And then if you look at the natural gas, that's 490. But from nuclear, it's just only 12. And if you compare that one with the windmill, etc., and so you can see that they're very close. So we need to, for our green energy, clean energy, we need to, in future, we need to depend on the nuclear power stations. So any misconception that leads to radiophobia, because the misunderstanding about radiation facts. So people have tendency to misunderstand the radiation fact, but they believe fantasy more than facts. They believe that this can be happening because like the kind of super men can be produced by a side effect of radiation, they believe that these Spider-Man can be because of this excessive radiation induced. And also they believe in like a kind of Hulk superpower, because these are cartoon and these are actually the fantasies. But people, somehow, they are more prone for fantasy compared to the facts. So if you look at the facts, can we really avoid radiation? Can we avoid radiation? We know we can't. Long before the emergence of life, the radioactivity and radiation existed on Earth. Radiation is an important aspect of our daily life. We interact with radiation from several sources, both natural and man-made. If you look at here, huge amount, about 1.7, this is in Australian specs, about 1.7 millisieverts per year per person are added as a background radiation. Those are actually coming from medical radiation, the uses of radiation in medicine. Those uses of radiation in medicine, they are actually saving people's life. So you have got about like 0.6 millisieverts coming from outside, and then there are radon, that's basically from our Earth. There are cosmic, just only 0.3. But look at here, 0.2 millisieverts and 0.1 millisieverts are coming from inside our body. And if there are about atmospheric wave testing and etc., that is like less than 0.0005%. So if we look at those, the tendency of using medical radiation, these are continuously growing. If you look at the trend in annual number of medical images that happen, more than 3 billion medical imaging are done. So this is in millions, so that 3 billion are done every year using ionizing radiation. So hence, there are about like the frequency of diagnostic imaging. So that's about 488 per 1,000, almost like 1 in 2% are having at least one diagnostic image in every year. So if you look at that, the trend in the annual effective dose are increasing. Say from here in 1988, it was 0.35, and then now it's 0.62, and even now in 2021, it is grown. We haven't got a very report from UNSCARE survey report, but very soon we will get one. So the annual average effective dose per person are increasing. United Nations Scientific Committee that on the effects of atomic radiations, that's the UNSCARE, the annual report shows that. We can see that a global scenario from those reports. So it is true that we cannot avoid radiation and man-made radiations, including the medical uses are aiding, certainly, yes, like the certain amount of doses every year. And if you look at the medical imaging, so you can see that there are CT scanning, there are nuclear medicine, radiograph, interventional. So a major portion of those, the total dose added into the background is actually coming from the CT scanning. CT scanning gives higher dose. So if we look at that, if you look at the comparative, the effective dose from different types of activities, like we can see the maximum dose are coming from here, the medical diagnostic and nuclear medicine images. So maximum, if you look at for just one type of work or examination, about like say 20 millisieverts. So that's like in general, the maximum. So is this dose definitely producing health risk? And if it is, how much? So let us see the fact, the established fact about it. So these are the radiation risk estimation. And from there, if you look at these, the well-established risk estimation chart, there is no evidence that of human health effect up to 10 millisieverts. So there are activities, most of the diagnostic imaging are actually done and their dose is less than 10 millisieverts and no evidence of human health effects at that range. There are some plausible health effects above 10 millisieverts. So above 100 millisieverts, if you go, so there are some scientific evidence of increased cancer risk. So here is the thing. When it is a cancer risk, we are alarmed And for higher dose, like say for radiation therapy, when it is 1,000 millisieverts or like a kind of 1 sievert, that can cause problem. We know those are deterministic effect. If we increase the dose, the effect gradually increase. But we are more concerned about the risk of cancer. So we generalize the risk without looking at the dose level. So which causes misconception, and hence we get radiation phobia. So what do we do? The ICRP has, based on data collected, estimated that an adult receiving an effective dose of 1,000 millisievert or 1 sievert will have an additional lifetime risk of radiation-induced cancer, 1 in 20,000. So if 20,000 people getting 1 sievert is a huge dose. Only radiation therapy can get that, nothing else. So in 1 in 20,000, one may have some cancer. So this is stochastic effect because we don't know exactly who will have that. So CT had with a dose of about 22 microsievert, that 2200 microsievert, that is about 2.2 millisieverts. A risk is about 1 in 9,000 of developing fatal cancer. So like the thallium-201, that's for cardiac, that can be increase the dose, increase the risk is 1 in 1,000. So that means if the real risk is 1 in 1,000, the extra dose actually increase that 1 of that 1 in 1,000. So it is not like making 2 into 1,000. It is a percentage. Without any radiation, the average expectation of dying from cancer is about 25%, 1 in 4. So how do we interpret that risk? That is very important. So here is a very important paper article published in Lancet in 2012, and that's showing that the CT scan in childhood can increase the leukemia and brain tumors. How? If we look at the facts, so 74 of 178,000 patients were diagnosed with leukemia. Remember, these patients were scanned, CT scan, because they already had some kind of symptom. So 74 out of them had developed leukemia later. So that's the relative risk, exposed versus not exposed, is 3.18. So if we convert this one, like the information, if you're saying it's a like 3-time increase, that's scientifically true. But how much that actually increase? It is like, say, percentage is just 4 in 10,000. And same happened for the brain tumors, 135 of 176,000 patients are diagnosed of brain tumor. And there are, like the expectation relative risk is 2.82. So the percentage is like the only 0.076%. So that is 7 in 10,000. So it's like huge. So risk interpretation is very important. So if we interpret the risk like this, if we say cancer fears prompt call for the cut hospital CT scan radiation level, or if you're saying like the New York Times says we are giving ourselves cancer, that is bits spread phobia. So the misconception about radiation therapy patients also very important because we are using the radiation therapy. So there are surveys, very recent survey that was like the Novak and their group, they just complete lack of knowledge in radiotherapy patients. It's about 41%. So they believe that they will become radioactive. The patients believe that radiation will be excreted in their urine or stool. They feared pain. They feared infection from radiation. And also they feared that they will lose their memory. So there are like another paper actually just said, and then the evidence is still there. They're saying like the patient believe radiation will cause premature menopause, but that is not true. So this is among the patient. So let us see what about the professionals. So there are misconceptions in the profession as well. Very recent review paper that published this year. Among the fluoroscopic guided interventional radiologists, they found that They believe it can cause infertility. They believe that the pregnant worker, if they do it, it causes miscarriage. It can cause birth defect. It can cause childhood cancer. But that is not true. There is no evidence of it, but the professional radiologists are believing it. So we have done a few studies among our students and also nurses. So here is one example I can just show you here. Statement was given to our students. So if an apple is exposed to radiation from a gamma emitting radioactive source, and then the source is removed to leave the apple on its own, the apple will become radioactive source. About 32% believe that, and about 40% they did not have any idea. So you see that almost half of our students at the first year basic students, they believe they had misconception about radiation. But after they have been given education, they have rectified, they have corrected their misconception. So we have done another study with the nurses in a very tertiary hospital here in Melbourne. And we have found that a lot of nurses that don't have the necessary radiation knowledge. So if you look at here, so nuclear medicine staff, they have got just nurses, they have got about 60% correct knowledge, but there are some other as well. So you can look at that paper we had published in 2016. So interpretation can cause panic. I can show you an example here. So this is a good paper published in 2011 after Fukushima. This one claiming that the Pacific bluefin tuna transported Fukushima-driven radionuclides across the entire North Pacific Ocean. So what happened? What was the founding? The founding was the cesium-134 was there. That is about 4 becquerel per kilogram. So you see that 4 becquerel, that is just only 4 disintegration per kilogram of tuna. Cesium-137 was just 6.3 becquerel per kilogram. So people were panicked. People say, no, we are getting radioactivity. But to get a health effect from there, correct interpretation would be someone would need to eat about 2.5 to 4 tons of tuna in a year to get a dose that exceeds the health limit. So correct interpretation is very, very important for us. So what are the responsibility of professional bodies? Nobel laureate Rosalind Yalow wrote in a paper in 1989 that the medical physicists are contributing to radiation phobia. How? By not being actively engaged in educating the public and the politician about radiation. It is still applicable to us. Professional bodies should take more programs for public awareness of radiation. They should be more active in media and establish reliable source of knowledge, maybe website and etc., easily accessible by public. They should take educational program for school and college students to inform the facts about radiation. And they should defend the science against all pseudoscience. With that, I thank you very much. I thank you, the committee, for inviting me in this conference. I thank the technical team, and I thank you all for listening.
Hello, sir. Our lecture has been shown. If you have any comments, you can put. I would like to pay the attention of our honorable chair and co-chair. Sir, our recorded lecture has been shown. If you have any comments on the lecture, you can send.
Thank you so much. So I like to comment on first lecture by Professor Martin Ebert. He has very nicely narrated the importance of biology in radiotherapy. And here he also mentioned very new things for radiation therapy. And here he has emphasized the angiogenesis, tumor angiogenesis, and immunity, and there is need for oxygen saturation. So it is a very good message, and it is a very scientific lecture from him. Thank you so much. And about second speaker regarding misconceptions of radiation, and that is radiophobia. So we have also misconception of radiation in our country, in our patient, and we have. But if we take knowledge about radiation, so this misconception will be away from us. So from mobile and from reactor, so these are the things which, if you know, we have no fear of radiation therapy. But patients, regarding patients also, we should give education. We should give counseling to them before radiotherapy and after radiotherapy, and what things done during radiation treatment. So very important, and I do salute them for such type of topics in this situation and on AOCMP scientific sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I would like to request our co-chair to introduce our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Professor Franco Milano from Italy. And the topic of his talk is dose limit and constraints in radiation shielding planning of a MV radiotherapy facility.
Sir, we are regret to inform you that he is unable to attend today due to time difference. Can we move to our next speaker, please?
So there is no recorded speech of this, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So should we go on to the next one?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Professor Kadir, you'll introduce?
Yes. Proceed on.
Okay. The next speaker is from Sri Lanka, Thangaraja Amalraj, and the topic of his talk is computed tomography, dose reference values, labels for head, chest, and abdomen regions. And this is a nationwide survey report. Please welcome Mr. Amalraj.
Hello.
Yes. Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Amalraj.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Please move on.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Amal Raj from Sri Lanka, the PhD student. My topic is establishment of national diagnostic reference level for computed tomography procedures in Sri Lanka. First of all, I am doing the introduction part. In radiology, CT is superior to other imaging modalities. Its radiation dose is relatively higher, and which results in a significant increased risk of carcinogenicity. Therefore, establishing diagnostic reference levels, DRL, is essential in optimization of radiation protection. DRL is defined as a form of investigation level aid in identifying abnormality, high or low radiation dose used to a particular radiological examination, which cannot be justified based on the image quality requirements. Then IAEA and the ICRP had published guidelines to follow the DRL process. According to the ICRP, DRL should initially be established for the examination, which utilize high dose such as CT. Therefore, awareness of typical dose level allow CT users private healthcare institutions were nearly having 44 active CT machines. 228,869 CT scanners using 16 machines in 2019. This number is growing steadily, and the whole country statistics will be considerable higher than this value. However, this accounts for the approximately 10 CT scans per 1,000 populations, whereas in Greece and the United States countries, which the higher rates of CT scans, the rate was 30 times higher than Sri Lanka. Although CT scans were less frequent than other imaging modalities such as X-ray, they contribute to the significant portion of the population's collective radiation dose from all medical X-ray examinations. Thus, establishing a DRL would necessarily ensure the patient radiation safety in the regard. However, to the present data, no attempts were made to establish NDRL for the country. Therefore, the primary aim of our study is to provide sufficient data to establish NDRL for CT procedures of Sri Lanka. Then method and materials. Sri Lanka is a developing South Asian region country. It has around 22 million of populations. There are about 1,196 public and 141 private healthcare institutions having approximately 63 CT facilities. About 25% of the CT units were operating from Western province of Sri Lanka due to higher population density within the country. The ethical clearance given by Institute of Biology, Sri Lanka, and the government hospital approval given from Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka. This is the flow chart of the study design. We got the permission from government MOH and the ethical clearance from university. We initially started with 30 hospital with some exclusion criteria. The hospital not given, some hospital not given the permission to do the procedures. Then finally, we established the IDRL with 23 hospitals. The data collection and the validation. We took brain, neck, and the data contribution between the center were varied due to the availability of the CT facilities in each province and the population density. The collected data that did not meet the requirement standard with misrecommend information and the extreme value were excluded before analyzing the data. Static analysis. We took this study and used Minitab and the origin prosophreas. The mean, median, and third quartile of the distribution were used to describe the samples. The median of the CTDI and the DLP distribution for facilities was given as the typical value for head, chest, and abdominal procedures. The third quartile of the distribution of individual typical value were considered as the NDRL for above procedures. When the data are sparse, the third quartile of the pool data distribution was considered as the NDRL. The results of that study were compared with NDRL of the other countries published last 10 years. The first pie chart showing by the manufacturer and the model of the scanner in Sri Lanka, more than 50% having the Canon CT scanners. The second pie chart showing procedure type, mostly 30% is brain scan and 18% of abdomen and 10% of chest scans. Results. According to the ICRP publication 135 on DRL, at least we need 30 to 50% of the total facilities of the country should be included during the initial survey. Only 26 hospitals expressed their interest to participate in the present survey. This accounts around 42% of the country's total CT facilities. The total number of data collected for 22 procedures with 5,666 data, authors decided to analyze the data only if the total count for procedure from a single institution is more than 10. Data belongs to one institution and 5 CT procedures were excluded due to not meeting above this criteria. After filtering outliers for each examination, another 560 data were excluded. Extreme value were removed before data analysis to standardize the data, since no attempt was made to restrict the data collection from patients with a certain weight range. Total of 4,943 data from 25 institutions and 17 procedures were eligible for final evaluation. More than half of the survived CT scanners were in 16 slices made by Canon. This plot showing the DLP and the CTDA value for head in 25 hospitals. You can see the red line. Above the red line, there are few hospitals having the higher CTDA DLP value for head procedures. Likewise, this is the chest. Some hospitals have extreme value for the CTDA and the DLP. And this is the chest, also showing few hospital higher value than the normal range. This is the international comparison for head, that CE mean contrast study for the head. The rest of the studies are non-contrast chest. This is the chest. The normal range CTDA is less than 8 milligray. Some hospital, some countries having higher value than the normal value. This is abdomen. From this chart, wide variation was seen in the typical practice between CT center for similar procedures. This observation highlights the requirement of continuing review of scanning techniques in order to ensure optimized patient radiation protection. In IDRL, have 20% institution exclude the NDRL of CT head. Nearly 40 to 26% IDRLs exceed the NDRL of non-contrast chest and non-contrast abdomen. Overall, NDRLs for HCT is higher than of most of the compare country while chest and abdominal NDRS are comparable. The observed both dose distribution indicate the dose optimization statistics for Sri Lanka should be implemented immediately. These are the reference. And from December 7, we got the publication from the Journal of Radiological Protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amararaj. Is there any question for Dr. Raj? If there is none, then I have myself a question.
Yes.
You have compared, you said that you have compared your results with the international standards or something like that.
Yes, sir.
And you said that your results are a little bit higher or something like that.
Yes.
What sort of radiation safety impact that will have on the patient or the staff?
Yeah, it is commonly affect from the patients because of the higher KV and MA and the rotation time issues. So we need to optimize the radiation through automatic modulation MA, and we have to use as low as possible with the low KV technique.
Thank you, Dr. Amararaj.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Kadir, you present the next speaker.
Yes.
Should I go on?
Yes.
Our next speaker, I think he's already on the line, from Iran, Dr. Mohammad Amin. And the topic of his lecture is gadolinium oxide in polyamide substrate, a new composite for protection against nuclear neutron radiation. Welcome, Mr. Amin.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Husseini. The topic of this presentation is about gadolinium oxide in polyamide substrate as a new composite for protection against neutron radiation. So this is the outline of my presentation. First, I will talk about the ionizing radiation and the role of polymeric composite for protection against the radiation. Then I will talk about the reason for choosing gadolinium oxide and polyamide. After that, I will talk about the methods and about the synthesis, characterizations, and radiation measurement, and finally, results and conclusion. So whenever we are talking about the ionizing radiation, we should consider that the working with radiation is like a double side of the coin. In one hand, we can see the applications, such as in medicine, in space, in nuclear power plant. And unfortunately, other side of the coin is coming with different defects, such as erythema, radiation injury, and even genetic effects. So here also we show the three main strategies to overcome this challenge, as a limiting time, increasing distance, and using observance between the individuals and the sources of radiations that should consider for this strategy. So this is the definition of polymeric composites. As you can see here, polymeric composites consist of two parts: polymer matrix that you can see here in the photo, and also the filler, which can be reinforced inside the matrix, and finally we can see a new compound which is called polymeric composites. So the reason that we choose gadolinium is shown here, as you can see in the graphs. Gadolinium has a high neutron capture and is known as very famous element in the world. And also here we show the powder of gadolinium oxide. And in another hand, DA6 as the matrix of this study is shown here, and you can see the granulate of nylon 6 in the photo. So in the method, first I will talk about the synthesis, several different compounds of gadolinium microoxide powder as a filler with different weight percent in polyamide 6 have been applied for synthesis. The synthesis done in the melt mixing method in a twin screw extruder that in the figure you can see. Also after that, the products are fabricated by these two instrumentation that called hot and cold press for molding of the products. After that, several characterization methods applied on the composites such as SEM that you can see here. Also the XRD tools for the phase detection and very important analysis which are possible by these two tests. After that, the products go to other stage of radiation measurement. You can see here a dedicated neutron radiation channel of miniature neutron source reactor of Isfahan, which are used for radiation of materials and measurements. As you may know, these type of reactors are very safe and can be useful for studies and also using in the hospital environment. For the result here, first we show the XRD pattern of gadolinium oxide that you can see here in the left side. Also in the right side, you can see the EDS of the powder, which can tell us about the quality of the materials which are used with the, of course, high quality in this study. Here also I show you the SEM image of the composites and the pure powder which are shown here with the different weight percentage of gadolinium, as you can see here. It's almost there is a symmetric distribution on the filler of in the matrix, and the uniformity was well seen up to 30% of the filler in the results. Here I show you the XRD for different compounds that as you can see here, by increasing the filler weight percent, there is a higher tendency for crystallization by decreasing the amorph area. Finally, I can show you here the results of the radiation measurement. As you can see, by increasing the thickness of the composites, you can see here more absorption of thermal neutron. This can tell us that the composites are well able to absorb thermal neutrons. And in conclusion, this experimental study showed that polyamide 6 gadolinium composites are well able to absorb thermal neutrons and show structurally acceptable properties. And here you can see also the references. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Amin. Is there any question? You can also send your question in form of chat to Dr. Amin. We have enough time left, so yeah, any question? So I have a question, Dr. Amin. So you're using gadolinium oxide and it is much more on reactor shielding or something like that. So much more be used in the nuclear reactor, either research or power reactor or something like that. Compared to other material that is used, I mean, in terms of absorption coefficient and other things, how this thing is better than the others?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear my sound?
Yes.
Thank you for your question. You asked about the reason of choosing this material?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Again, as you may know, gadolinium is the famous element with the highest, I can probably say that, with the highest cross section for absorption of neutral thermal neutron, even more than boron, as the famous in the world. But gadolinium, if you look at the references, you will see that has a very high absorption for the thermal neutron. And in other hand, we show that whenever we using this filler in the matrix, such as PA6, can be more useful because high biocompatibility and also with the cheaper price, we expected that this type of materials can be more useful. I should also tell you that we are in the primary stage, as because there are not a lot of references, and I can tell you also at the moment, the main result of this study are under publication. But in any case, polymeric composite should be considered for the next. As you may know, also in the medicine, because before we were imagining that neutron is not important in the medical application, but today we know that for many reasons, such as pollution from linear accelerators during the radiotherapy, can be a source of neutron. Also for the other application like a BNCT, like a neutron therapy, and also even for production of medical radioisotope protection against neutron should be considered seriously for future. So this composite, I think, is an emerging material for future. So we decided to present this work at this valid event in your country, and I am very happy that I could present that at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Amin.
Thank you too. Any question?
Any other question? Okay, let's proceed to the next speaker. Our next speaker is from Japan, Dr. Maki Kurimoto, and the topic of our lecture is on the effect of high dose rate irradiation on cell survival, simple investigation with non-cancer and cancer cells. Welcome, Dr. Kurimoto.
Thank In this study, we have nothing to declare. The high dose rate irradiation (HDR) contributes to advantage in radiation therapy by shortening the treatment time and reducing the positional uncertainty of the target due to body motion. It is widely known that dose rate-related cell survival. However, our knowledge of such dose rate effect is limited, mainly because of the lack of an experimental system using culture cells. Previous research used 300 mU per minute to 2000 mU per minute. A549 cells exposed to different doses of radiation show no statistical difference in their surviving fraction. However, it had not been examined at the dose rate over 2,400 mU per minute. There are many types of cells that have not been studied. So the purpose of this study is to establish the HDR method for culture cells with a linear accelerator and verify its effect on cell in a high dose rate field. The equipment used is shown on the slide. We use KAKI1 as cancer cells and HEC293FT as non-cancer cells. We incubated both cells in 37 degrees, CO2 of 5%, and used different culture medium for each cell. This slide shows about the cells. KAKI1 is human kidney carcinoma clear cell line. HEC293FT in human embryonic kidney cells. The cell is immortalized by large T antigen. So the cell grows indefinitely. Those pictures are the cells that we are growing. The slide shows the measurement condition. We used a phantom of silicon to consider scattered radiation for HDR toward culture cells. To increase the dose rate in a clinical lanyard, the distance close from the epicenter to the source. When it's close to 30 cm from the epicenter to the source, dose rate is 45.46 gray per minute. The irradiation conditions are shown on the slide. Those were 2 gray at 10 megavolt of FFF. Field size is 20 cm times 20 cm at center. We use 4 types of dose rate. The irradiation group is called the control group. The dose rate was described in gray per minute when the cell was placed close to the source from the epicenter. As a result, the maximum dose rate was 45.46 gray per minute when the source was 30 cm closer. We use colony formation assay and CCK8 assay to measurement relative survival cells. First, I will discuss the colony formation assay. Colony formation assay utilizes the proliferative ability of single cells to grow into colonies, and by counting the colonies, cytotoxicity can be quantitatively evaluated. We count the number of colonies for 10 days after irradiation, and the survival rate calculated. The survival rate calculated as the number of colonies at each condition divided by the number of colonies at the control. CCK8 assay is a cell counting method by optical density. By adding reagent, coloring reaction occurs. We analyze the proliferation of all cells in a plate using a 96 well plate. The OD at 4050 nanometer was measured with a microplate reader for each day after irradiation. The higher the OD, the higher the cell survival rate. The assay was repeated 3 to 6 well per condition. The slides show result of colony formation assay. The graph expresses response characteristic for change dose rate. The left group of graph shows relative survival rate of KAKI1. The right group of graph shows it HEC293FT. From left to right bar graph shows survival rate of control 3.83 gray per minute, 23.01 gray per minute, 31.85 gray per minute, and 45.46 gray per minute. Vertical axis is relative survival rate. First, I will discuss results of KAKI1. We could not experiment of KAKI1 only once, and never that with a dose rate of 31.85 gray per minute. KAKI1 likely have a lower cell survival rate at higher dose rate. Next, I will discuss results of HEC293FT. We experiment of HEC293FT 3 times and show average. HEC293FT likely have higher cell survival rate at higher dose rate, 31.85 gray per minute and 45.46 gray per minute, significantly improve the survival rate compared to 23.01 gray per minute. This slide shows result of CCK8 assay. The left graph shows OD of KAKI1. The right graph shows it of HEC293FT. Horizontal axis is regressed days after irradiation. Vertical axis is optical density. Optical density expresses cell survival rate. KAKI1 is higher the dose rate, the lower the survival rate. The result was similar to the colony formation assay. In HEC293FT, the higher the dose rate, the higher the survival rate, contrary to KAKI1. However, we could not experiment only once each both cells. The slides show discussion. The difference in survival rate were observed depending on the dose rate in both non-cancer and cancer cells. HEC293FT likely have higher cell survival rate at higher dose rate. We could observe effect of protect non-cancer cells. Limitation of this study, the number of times experiment is limited. HEC293FT colonies is easy to detach. The cell counter is more accurate, uncertainty in counting the colonies. For all of these reasons, seems high variability of result and need to reduce uncertainty. We have established the method for isolated culture cells and irradiation via linear accelerator. Using the developed experiment platform, changing in survival rate were observed at clinically available dose rate. In future study, I repeat the same experiment to verify the trend, examine in other normal cells, study in normal tissue and tumor mice. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kurimoto. Any questions? I think we have time. Dr. Kadir, you have any comments?
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Maki Kurimoto, for your nice presentation on the effect of high dose radiation on cell survival. So I think this will help us for our clinical purpose after the fulfill result. And this is actually very informative study. And I wish you success. Thank you so much.
I have a question, and Dr. Kurimoto, actually there are two questions, so I'll ask one after another. Have you done any mutation induction study on the non-cancer cells? Because that is quite important in terms of radiation protection or something like that. Or have any plan to do the mutation induction study? You answer the question first, or should I ask the second one? Dr. Kurimoto?
Sorry. Could you?
Should I repeat my question?
Sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear.
Should I repeat my question again, or you have heard it?
Sorry.
I think we have some technical issues. Maybe we'll come back to this later on after the next topic. Yeah.
Topic. Next, we used HK2.
Sorry, Dr. Kurimoto. I think we have some technical difficulties. Yeah. Let's move to the next one. Yeah.
Sir, we have the co-author of this lecture. I think he would like to say something. Dr. Hayashi.
Dr. Hayashi? He has some comments?
Yes, sir. As he is a co-author of the Maki Kurimoto presentation, he would like to add something. Dr. Hayashi, I am requesting you to be a panelist and say from your end.
Dr. Hayashi, you want to make some comment, or you'd like to answer the questions?
Sorry, I haven't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I'm out of office now. So it's simple answer. There's no mutation from normal cells. So that is demonstrative cells from experimental study now.
Nothing. And this study was done mainly using brachytherapy, right?
No brachytherapy. That's
also high dose
simulation of the high dose. Yes, exactly.
Also external radiation, yeah, like
yes,
like a hypofractionated dose or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. FFF beams.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, noisy now.
No, thank you, Dr. Hayashi.
Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you. Let's move to the next topic. Yeah. This is from Dr. Sri Lanka, and I think the first name is Duminda Satrasinghe, and the topic of his talk is Influence of the Average Adult Definition on International DRL, Comparison and Optimization. Welcome, Dr. Satya Singh.
Good day for all of you. I'm Duminder Satya Singh, the main author and the presenting author of this research presentation. And I'm from University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. And this my research is based on the influence of the average adult definition on international DRL comparison and optimization. So we'll move on to the research. I would like to give you some brief introduction into the DRL. And in this lower border of this slide, you can see this is typical blood glucose level chart. And you know that this red color area is not good. That means you're having hyperglycemia. And this yellow color area, the green color area is good. You have the excellent control. So too much towards the yellow green color is also not good, and too much towards the red color is not good. You have to have this green color area, which is the optimum level. So the same as for the radiation too has a reference level. That means this chart, this graph is based on the research that we had done in Sri Lanka related to CT, and we collected just CT dose for different CT centers, and these are the distributions. So we got the third quartile as the national DRL, and see these hospitals are well below the national DRL, while these hospital 8, 10, and 12 are more above the national DRL. So these hospitals we decided required immediate optimization. So this diagnostic reference level is nothing but it's investigation level, which can be used in aiding optimization of radiological procedures. So you can identify high of exposures and you can do the optimization. So it is very important part in compared to the radiation protection. So after this national DRL, okay, now we know our institutions are bad. So how do we know that our national DRL is also good? The thing is that we have to do the international comparison. That is the standard recommended way. That means this is our national value 7.4, and we compare with the other countries' values. And see, only this Korean, it is very compatible with our value, but other countries see those are higher compared to our value. So can we be happy from this side? Yes, it seems like our values is low. So, but there are some things we should consider in the DRL process. Those are, this DRL is defined per standard patient or a phantom, and for a specific institution, local area, or a country, and for a given radiological procedure. Out of three considerations of the definition, these two are very important: the standard patient and specific country. That means these countries have defined their DRL for their standard patient. That means they gave their doses to suit their standard patient, not to suit for other country. And so is the standard patients are same in all countries. So here is a graphical illustration, or art illustration done by Nikolai Lamb after considering the different measurements published for different countries. This is the USA standard adult patient, and this is the Japan standard adult, and this is the Netherlands standard adult, and this is the France. So see, there are typically visual differences between them. So we give the doses to suit them. So USA, they have 84 kilogram average adult, and for Sri Lanka, we have 58. So if you can compare with USA and Sri Lanka, you might think that your values are lower. Definitely your values will be lower compared to USA, because USA had given their value to suit them. So we had two questions: whether this will affect the comparison and the determination of the optimization requirement. So this is basically what we have done. We had a limited sample size. Since this is a preliminary study, we had 255 patients, and we collected their dose area product measurements for these X-ray projections. And we categorized these patients into two groups, Group A and Group B. And Group A 48 to 68 kilogram, that means 58 average adult, and 60 to 80 kilogram, that means 70 kilogram average adult. So within these two groups, we calculate the medians or the institutional DRL, we call it as institutional DRL, and we compare with the other countries' values. And also, since Sri Lanka doesn't have any national DRL, and also we compare the means of these two groups to see whether those are different. So this is a part of the finding. So obviously the group A values for differ group A and group B. The group B had the higher values. So the percentage differences were these. And within these means, we found that chest PA is having a significant difference. So these two groups, the average dose is significantly differ in chest PA. And also this is the institutional DRL. The group A has the 58 and group B has the 70. And UK, we compare with the UK national value, so it is 70. So when compared to the group A, for an example, in number spine AP, or for an example, abdomen supine, when compared with the group A and UK, we think that, okay, our values are even lower with the UK value, so we can be happy. But that is not the real case. If you can see here in group B, with the 70 average adult, our doses are higher. That means we are giving higher doses for 70 kilogram average adult. And also for this one, lumbar spine AP, this is the 58 kilogram average adult dose, and we compare with the UK, we can be happy, yes, a little bit more, but not that much bad. But if we really consider the 70 kilogram average adult group, it is way beyond the UK 70 kilogram person. So that means our values are higher. So by that means, here, if we compare with the group A, we can be happy that our values are low compared to the UK. But if we compare with the group B, that means 70 kilogram average data, same as the UK average data, our values are somewhat large. So based on that, we came into conclusion that the different average adult population resulted in different DRL value. So this might lead to excess or inadequate optimization. Excess optimization would lead to degrading image quality, and inadequate optimization would lead to increasing radiation dose. So either is not good. So we recommend comparing the DRL between the same average adult population when doing optimization. To confirm these findings, we need large scale studies. So we are planning to move forward with those. Okay, thank you. And you can ask any questions if you have.
Thank you, Dr. Satrasinghe. Any question? I think we have a few minutes of time before the session close. Any question for Dr. Satrasinghe or any comment? Dr. Kadir?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Satrasinghe, for your nice study. So here you have categorized group A and group B with weight of the patient or others parameters. As because there is some racial variation also found in such type of sequences. So only weight or others parameters.
We consider only weight, sir.
Okay.
To define the average error. That's how the international recommendations are to define the average error. We could have even take the BMI, but for the comparison purpose, we only took the weight.
Okay, thank you so much for your nice thought. So I think this will be helpful if we put down in also racial or regional basis, like we Asian people, our physical structure and nutritional value. So thank you so much for your nice study.
Thank you also.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for the excellent talks and invited speaker. And few of them I met personally. Martin is a very close friend of mine. We are colleagues almost. and Pradeep I have not met yet in Australia. I have a general comment. Often we forget one thing. We underestimate radiobiology. But if we consider that radiobiology has a very important aspect, when you talk about this survival fraction that is related to radiotherapy, and when you talk about the mutation induction that is related with the radiation protection. So whatever we do in radiotherapy or radiation protection, it is nothing else but the application of radiobiology. So radiotherapy and radiation protection are applied radiobiology. So in that sense. So that naturally, so that is my general comment. And if there are no questions, then I thank all the speakers on behalf of me and Dr. Kader, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time and support to our Congress. We are glad to have all the speakers and chair co-chair with us. It makes the session very interactive and fruitful. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for the thanks to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahmood Aihab, for such type of brilliant accompany with me today. And thank you to the organizer of this AOCMP organization. And most regards to the all speakers for their nice presentation, especially on radiobiology and misconception of radiation. We know on radiobiology basis for radiotherapy treatment, tissue control probability and normal tissue complication probability. If these two things we give emphasis, then we can apply the quality radiotherapy. Thank you so much, my colleague, Dr. Mahmood Elham, and to the organizer of this such type of very good and informative session. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes.
As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates.
Cancer touches us all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Hello, Michaela.
Hello, good morning, Professor.
Hello, good morning.
9 minutes left. We will start the session then.
Okay. Do we have all the speakers present? I can see Michaela and Nayana.
Yes, not present all the speakers. I hope
Okay.
all are there with Johnson.
Yeah. Will Anupama be joining us soon?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Will you be introducing the chairs, please?
Yes, after 9 minutes.
So you are introducing the chairs, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you keep introduction to chairs very short? There is no need to read the whole bio or anything.
Launching a new era.
Okay, okay.
So I'm very happy if you just
Beamscan,
tell
the new
2
water
sentences
fountain.
about me and that's enough.
Automated, wireless, fast.
Do we know how many people are in Hall A to watch the presentation?
ETW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
Yes, ma'am. I'm informing you in short.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom, lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond theory classes, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery. In this, in the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research, CER, is dedicated to the research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading.
Anupama,
Spending time with friends in a
can
lovely
we stop
green
that video
environment
so that we can
was
have a
really
chat with everyone? For us, we don't have to have it in our room.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like you're driving.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
too much traffic jam today. About 2
Yeah,
hours
that's
in the
okay.
road.
You will be okay to start on time, yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I can see that we have the few first speakers already online, and hopefully the other people will join us as well. Can I confirm that you received the recordings from most of the speakers? I will be presenting live.
Yeah.
Who is doing Chair? Who is doing IT for us?
Yes, I'm Mamdullah Shimanto. On behalf of AOCMP Organizing Committee, I will assist you in that.
Okay.
And we have received the recording from Narayana, Dr. Narayana, Professor Chai, and Nicola Deloro, and Jivendra and Shushma, but you and Ms. Jannatul Shoma will present live.
Okay. And this is now a private room, yes? We are not in the main hall.
No, this is not private room. We are in the main hall. It's live broadcasting.
So people can listen our conversation now, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So
Within 3 minutes, we'll start the sessions, okay?
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Nayana.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So we are very happy that you are here.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Yes.
It would have been nice if we could come in person and do it there, but one day maybe.
Anupama, in the interest of time, whoever introduces us, I only want them to read 1 or 2 sentences about the chairs. Because if they read all this slide, we will lose another 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay. No problem. So you can, you can. I can write for you. I can read for you. No problems. Okay.
I will introduce the chair.
Okay.
Chair in short.
Okay, just very short intro because we are pressed for time. And I believe I can share the screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Manto, please, after 2 minutes, you will start. You write please tell in very short.
Chai has joined us.
Yes.
And okay, I'll be monitoring my time, Anupama, but feel free to shut me up after 13 minutes so that there is time for questions.
Yes. Sure.
Yeah. And we have another speaker at the end of the session, yes?
Yes. No. At the she will not join, okay? Okay. No, then it's okay. So you will have a 10 to 10, 15.
Yeah, I have 15, so usually that means 12 plus 3, so that there is 12 minutes talk and 3 minutes question time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on from where you are. Welcome to the 21st Asia-Oceania Congress of Medical Physics, AOCMP 2021. And welcome to the Mini Symposium Session 3, which is titled by Women for Women, Connecting Women Health Science for the Benefit of Women in the AFUM region. And we are glad to have Professor Eva Bejar as the chair of our session. She is a professor in medical radiation, University of South Australia, as well as director of Center for Translational Cancer Research, University of South Australia Cancer Research Institute. On the other hand, we have a co-chair as Professor Dr. Hasin Anupama Azhari. She is the chairperson of AOCMP 2021, as well as the Secretary General of Asia-Oceania Federation of Organization for Medical Physics, AFUM. She is also the director and professor at Center for Biomedical Science and Engineering at United International University. So further, without any delay, I would like to request our honorable chair and co-chair to conduct this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction.
So I would like to request Professor Eva Bejar.
Okay. We have lost Anupama a bit. Can I please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
We can see you.
Excellent, wonderful. So I will start right away. I would like to talk about the biggest challenges that result from... Anupama, can I please continue?
Yeah, sure. Please continue.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic on the work from home in biomedical fields. This is a result of the worldwide qualitative survey analysis. We know that COVID-19 has generated a new work environment, and many people to this day continue working from home. We as a group of women developed a survey last year that was distributed worldwide to assess the gender impact of the pandemic. The organizations that are involved are AOCMP, International Union for Physical and Engineering Sciences in Medicine, their women group, IFMB, which is the International Federation of Medical and Biological Engineering, their women group, and IOMP, International Organization for Medical Physics, again, the women subcommittee. The survey was developed by the members of the committee, and subject to the ethics approval, it was distributed worldwide. We used IBM SPSS software to analyze the quantitative data received, and in vivo software was used for qualitative analysis. I presented quantitative results last year at another meeting. So in this particular topic presentation, I would like to only talk about the answers received to the question, what has been the most challenging during the lockdown for you and your family? So for this question, qualitative research framework was followed. We have developed a code book by reviewing all raw responses, the data, and list of key themes was developed. The data analysis was done using in vivo software, and we used an approach that's called the narrative synthesis. Overall, we have got 921 participants responding to the survey overall, but this particular question on challenges in the COVID pandemic, we received 646 responses, 62% of which were females. Mostly younger generation responded, where the age group between the 30 to 44 ages represented 50% of the respondents. Only about 70% of respondents had access to a home office, and 45% of respondents had no children. For those who had children, most common number of children was 2, about 30%. In regards to ethnicity, 50% of the respondents were from North America, Europe, Australia. However, this was closely followed by Asian countries because we have split them up in East Asian, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and Southeast Asian countries. As I mentioned, we are a young population. Most of the people were well married, but 18% of respondents were single, and a large number of population, because of perhaps of those younger respondents, did not have any children at the time of the survey. So I'll start with the findings immediately. So what were the most problems facing your immediate family commitments? The number one reason was the school needs of children, concerns about space, tight commitments of parents to support schooling. And if you had children of different ages, even how to provide schooling for different school requirements. There was a lack of support from schools, and sometimes parents felt guilty that they were not doing enough to support their children. Childcare responsibilities were an issue to combine with the large employment workloads. Emotional needs of children were also an issue because of the loss of social interaction, as well as psychological and physical outlets supporting well-being. This also resulted to some unhealthy adjustments to lifestyle, such as extended work hours, working evenings and weekends to maximize children time, balancing young children and work, people working from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and so on. Primarily males also reported financial worries, and some have lost jobs. In the broader family content and social, the biggest challenge was the loss of social interaction, inability to visit family and friends and have social experiences. Also, there was a problem with supporting family members who were struggling with lockdown, and we were concerned about their welfare. In regards to the home environment, the biggest problem reported was the balance of time and demands. Balancing everything, ensuring the kids are happy, keeping the house clean, continuing to run the business. Domestic duties increased because everyone was at home, so there was more cooking, more cleaning, and so on. And there was lots of impediment on the boundaries of your own personal space. You seeing too much of each other, being together all the time. So people struggled to adapt to the new environment. And also there was stress of not being allowed to do things outside. Working from home environment. Time issues were the biggest concern for trying to work from home, trying to find time to fit everything in, feeling that the day is too long, working too much, not knowing when to stop. Many people had constant work disruptions that impacted concentration. It was hard to find quiet time because other family members could be disruptive. Finding adequate workspace was also an issue. Having the whole family working and schooling from home, so finding suitable space for everybody was a challenge. And in some families, there were frictions about whose work was more important to prioritize available space. In regards to productivity, employer expectations for output did not change despite the new working environment. However, reduced productivity could have been expected due to the ability to concentrate, distractions, being forced to do household duties and looking after kids. So massive adaptations were needed to manage workload, otherwise productivity decreased. And some people were impacted in a major way because things like lab work had to stop completely. So research might have been impacted. Communicating when working from home, many people reported connectivity issues, either no internet or slow internet speed, getting access to VPNs, access to files at work, needing to communicate via phone, and so on. And this resulted in some considerable cultural changes. No direct contact with colleagues and students means that a whole category of spontaneous communication, including questions, incidental comments, relationship building, this all disappeared, was limited and distant. So this has engendered fear and distrust. Of course, many of us reported concerns about getting infected by COVID-19. People were very mindful of public policies, and there seems to be lots of differences across countries. People reported uncertainty about the future, uncertainty about whether to believe health officials and the media. Mental health, stress, symptoms of anxiety and depression, exhaustion and burnout were reported as an impact of working from home on the well-being. Physical health was also an issue because people had more difficulties looking after themselves and were unable to exercise. And new physical health issues emerged. For example, due to OHS, I have developed wrist pain from my less ergonomic home office setup. When we look at the females versus males, females mostly reported domestic burden, caring for children, missing social interactions, and in regards to well-being, mental health. Productivity of work from home was reported lower, and the ability to concentrate was a concern. On the other hand, males reported more financial concerns, maintaining effective work practices with limitations to worksite contact, loss of professional interactions, and when it came to well-being, it was primarily lack of exercise. Actually, more males reported that they had no challenges, nothing has changed, and some even became more productive because they didn't have to spend time commuting. In regards to relationship status, singles problems were related to care responsibility of other family members who were unwell, but they were substantially more likely to report social isolation as the biggest issue related to mental health. People living in partnership also had care responsibility for family members requiring visit and reported limitations on travel and social events. Once again, they reported mental health as the biggest concern related to well-being. Married couples primarily reported home environment and care for children, and their biggest concern was about not getting COVID and spreading the disease within the family. So in conclusion, we have seen discrepant outcomes among genders due to working from home. Females were overall more affected professionally, socially, and personally. Mental stress and feeling of inadequate work efficiency in women was often caused by employers' expectation and lack of flexibility regarding working hours. The global pandemic, on the other hand, was also a major stimulus for communication technological development. There were lots of challenges at the beginning due to lack of preparedness, limited access to dedicated home office, and lack of previous experiences. However, efficiencies grew with time. On the other hand, blurring of borders between professional and personal lives remained. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Anupama, do I have time for a question?
No, it's everything is okay. 10:13. You maintain your time exactly. Excellent. And this is a very, very nice topics for us. That's what we are facing in COVID-19, and she shows very clearly what's happening in the men and women according to gender balance. So should we go to the questions, or should we will go all the lectures and we'll take the questions? I think it will be good.
That's very perfect. So we can do all the questions. So I will stop
yes. Yeah, please stop share. So we have now next speaker, Dr. Narayana Prarange. His speech is on point of care ultrasound, a feasible solution to reduce inequities in antenatal care in low resource settings. So I think she has the video. So, okay, please start. Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Professor Eva Bezak and Professor Anupama for inviting me to present in this August gathering. Over the next few minutes, about 12 minutes or so, I will be discussing point of care ultrasound in context of maternal and newborn mortality. And we can look at how it could be one feasible solution to reduce inequities in antenatal care, especially in low resource settings. More than 800 women die every day worldwide, which, if you think about it, is like 2 Boeing 747 passenger jets full of women crashing every day. But it still doesn't make news, sadly. If you look at the maternal mortality statistics, the blue lines here, the purple lines are data from 2000, and the next bar is from 2010, and the other orange one is from 2017. So thankfully, we can say that maternal mortality, these numbers are per 100,000 deaths. So you can say that it is reducing, but it is still very high. because more than 295,000 women die every year with, in childbirth, pregnancy-related complications. Of these, Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia make up most of these, about 86% of maternal deaths worldwide. Sub-Saharan Africa alone, there are more than 196,000 maternal deaths every year. And Southern Asia, 58,000 deaths per year. And these are data from 2019. Sadly, over 80% could be prevented through timely interventions, which have been proven to be effective and affordable. On the same token, we can look at it positively and we think, okay, we can make a difference in over 80% of these deaths, and perhaps we could prevent them. If you thought these statistics were horrendous, look at newborn mortality statistics. 7,700 newborns still die every day. Of these, there is an additional 7,300 stillbirths every day globally. In 2019, there were 2.4 million newborn deaths. Of these, 1/3 died on the first day of life, or as soon as they were born, and 3/4 died within the first week of life. This is horrendous. The death rate has slowly reduced. So it was 2.8 million in 2013, yet it is appallingly high. It is alarmingly high. Now, people have looked at what actually leads to these sort of, deaths, which could be prevented. And a three stages of delay model has been proposed. The first thing is the delay in decision to seek care. And we have to, this is in context with low socioeconomic status, and the status of women in these settings. So because decisions are made on their behalf by somebody else, perhaps, or even, their own, where women put themselves last and they put everything else is prioritized before them. So there is already a delay in seeking antenatal care. Then once they decide they need to have this care, there is a delay in reaching the facilities. And this could be, again, several reasons: extreme poverty, isolation, living in geographically inaccessible locations. For example, in Papua New Guinea, most of it is mountainous terrain, and even landing of a helicopter is really not possible in some of these cases. Or, for example, I worked in a rural, remote area in India, and the only way the women could come was they had to access a ferry because there was a river in between. They had to cross a mountain, walk long distances, and reach. So there are many factors so that they can't even reach the health facility. And the third delay is when they do reach the primary healthcare center, there is a lack of facility, lack of equipment, lack of trained professionals. So it's really difficult. So even if they do manage to get there, they still don't get the quality of care needed and they can die. The good thing is that with ultrasound, point of care ultrasound is now becoming so much more accessible. We do get portable equipment, which are reasonably low priced. And WHO has worked with, several companies to come up with cost-effective models as well for developing countries. And we can train health professionals in rural and remote areas where these facilities would not exist. And so this is one of my trainees. I trained in Ende, Rumah Sakit Ende in remote Indonesia from the island of Flores. So to look at how ultrasound can help, we need to look at what are the causes of maternal mortality worldwide. So as you can see here, hemorrhage is a big part of it. 27%. And then hypertensive disorders can lead to maternal deaths if they're not managed on time. And then, miscarriages, abortions, there are so many other causes. How will ultrasound help? So ultrasound can identify the cause of hemorrhage. You can predict there might be hemorrhage. For example, if there is a low-lying placenta, then you can assume that if the placenta is still very low or very close to the internal os or cervix, when the woman goes into labor, she's going to bleed. So we can put things in place or, help triage better. Postpartum, there can be bits of placenta remaining. If she delivered, we can identify that and it can be managed, or even ectopic pregnancy for that matter. So a lot of causes that can lead to hemorrhage can be picked up with ultrasound, and it can be preempted beforehand, before the woman goes into catastrophic bleeding. In labor, you can, again, multiple pregnancies can be predicted earlier on, even as early as first trimester. We can look at abnormal fetal presentation. So if there is a breech presentation, you can have some planning beforehand. Fetal weight estimation can help, and obstructed labor and things, because if there is a very large baby with diabetes, for example, in the mother, gestational diabetes, that might lead to shoulder, being obstructed and obstructed labor and so on. So that can be preempted. So ultrasound can help identify causes beforehand, and these things can be trained even in a low-risk setting, and they do not require fancy equipment or high-end tertiary imaging departments with high-resolution machines. Then perinatal asphyxia, which is another big cause of death of the babies. Accurate pregnancy dating can help identify growth and gestational age, and we can identify growth restriction, we can evaluate fetal well-being, and even assess amniotic fluid volume. So identify signs that the baby is getting distressed in utero, and so that then it can be delivered appropriately and early, rather than letting it suffer in a hostile intrauterine environment. And newborn ultrasound, therefore, also has an impact on newborn mortality and morbidity as well. And this here is a lovely Teresita, who was a midwife who came to my training workshops in Papua New Guinea. And I had the privilege of scanning her when she was pregnant. This is her little boy, Nathaniel. So she is very passionate, and with a lot of fundraising, we were able to manage to give her an ultrasound equipment, and she now goes and tries and looks after women in remote provincial, remote parts of the closer to Port Moresby. She works at Suzumamas in Port Moresby, which looks after mums and babies. So looking again at the different causes of newborn mortality. Now in this picture, you can see on the right-hand side is neonatal deaths, and on the left-hand side are the causes for deaths between 1 to 59 months. And again, major causes were preterm birth, birth asphyxia, infections, and birth defects. And ultrasound has an impact here as well. So like I said earlier, gestational age assessment is very critical, because it will then help us time the delivery, if in case it's a post-dated pregnancy, or even if the baby is not growing well enough. We can identify growth restriction or large babies with which can happen with gestational diabetes, and then those babies get compromised in utero as well. Cervical length measurements can help in predicting if the pregnancy is at risk of going into labor precipitously. Of course, cervix is a very dynamic organ, but if you see a short cervix, then things can be done. So for example, a stitch can be put in. Then point of care ultrasound can also, we can teach people to identify major congenital anomalies such as maybe anencephaly, where the skull has not developed well. So the baby will be born with all the brain floating in the amniotic fluid. And this can be identified as early as 12 weeks. So in first trimester of pregnancy, we can identify multiple pregnancies which are known to be high-risk pregnancies. And also, as I mentioned earlier, fetal position, because for example, if you've got a malposition and the womb they're trying to deliver her vaginally, that can lead to maternal and baby death as well. So as we have seen, point of care ultrasound is very useful in identifying high-risk pregnancies and also directing them to deliver in a hospital setting, and it can enable identifying problems so that they can be transferred at an appropriate time, not when it is too late. And it can also be used in managing and following up obstetric complications as well. And a lot of these can be done in a point of care bedside manner. And this is one of my trainees in one of my workshops. She is a GP in Whyalla, which is part of South Australia. So as we have seen, given all these various causes of death in mums and babies, point of care ultrasound can have a positive impact on 49%, in maternal mortality. So that is, we will be saving 150,000 lives every year globally if we are able to implement ultrasound setting and training in low-risk settings, in low-resource settings. And same thing with neonatal, as you can see, preterm complications, intrapartum complications, and major anomalies. Ultrasound has an impact on 69% of the newborn population. So potentially we could be saving another 1.2 million babies every year, which is huge if you consider the actual cost of the point of care ultrasound equipment itself. However, and these are some pictures from some of my workshops. So I have been training people in point of care ultrasound for many years now, for more than 25 years now. And these are all, from, so this one left here was in remote Indonesia. This is a mom from Papua New Guinea. This is from Ghana. This is from a workshop in Ghana, both of these workshops. This is again Papua New Guinea, and these are trainees from Papua New Guinea as well. So I have been training people and mentoring trainers in more than 15 countries so far. And at the moment we are a group from Kenya. Kenya has approached us, and I'm also working with clinicians from Cambodia, as well as a group here to train up people in Namibia. So that's the work planned. Having said that, there are many challenges, because one thing is, machines in low resource settings, they're not always safe. Machines go missing. If you have the machine, you may not have electricity, so you need battery backups, generators. If machines break down, then you may not have service contracts available, so the broken machines never get repaired. And the most important part is, of course, health professional training is important, and we need to have a QA to make sure that the training is safe and they are safe to practice and they're not causing more harm. And all of this needs to be integrated in healthcare systems. So this is a big task. The World Health Organization has now come up with goals to end preventable maternal mortality, and they want to address inequities in access as well as in quality of care for mums, babies, and universal health coverage, address all causes of maternal mortality, and mainly to strengthen health systems and ensure accountability to improve quality of care and equity. Health is a fundamental right, and we need to look at this problem through the human rights angle. So moms and babies need to be prioritized. The Millennium Development Goals led to Sustainable Development Goals. And in 2016, they were launched, and the United Nations hope to achieve a lot of things, of which gender equality is one of the, one of the main goals, and having access to good health is a matter of gender equality, and it's about building healthy communities and healthy cities and access and reducing inequality. So it addresses a lot of sustainable development goals as well. And the aim for all of this is to reduce maternal mortality morbidity by 2030. I think, and this has been summed up very, very well by Professor Mahmoud Fatala, who is the past president of International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics. And he has said, and it resonates so well with me, women are not dying because of diseases we cannot treat. They are dying because societies have yet to make the decision that their lives are worth saving. So we need to work together as, professional organizations, clinicians, work with communities, and, community leaders and industry vendors to make sure that every woman, every baby, every girl is prioritized, has access to health, because every mom and every baby counts, and point of care ultrasound can save lives. It can be a feasible solution in a low resource setting. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Noyana. Eva, can you tell something?
Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce next speaker, which is Associate Professor Chai Hong from Malaysia, from the Taylor's University, who will change a topic a bit, because she will talk about medical physicists and entrepreneurship. Over to you, Chai Hong.
She will be, maybe Chai, you were in live, huh? In live presentations.
Yes, ma'am. She will be in live.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Eva and Anupama. I will share my screen now. I've actually done a recording, so I think I will just play from here. Hello, everyone. My name is Chai Hong from Malaysia. Can you hear first of the sound? I'd like to thank the AOCMP organizer, as well as the organizer of this symposium,
January
Professor
2017
and Professor Hassin
October 2020 were selected. So each patient will perform a two-plan, coplanar partial arch with total arch angle of 230 degrees to 240 degrees. And
sorry, Eva, do you hear me?
I can hear you. Is there some, do we have an interference from another presentation?
Yeah, I can also hear that.
Me too, what is happening? Shimanto?
Madam, maybe Dr. Chai's screen, he have opened multiple video and we are listening the multiple sound.
I see. Okay, I'll try and share again.
Okay.
Meta platforms, or formerly. Probably I start from here. Sorry, I just start from beginning.
Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Chai Hong from Malaysia. Can you hear clearly? First of all, I'd like to thank the AOCMP organizer, as well as the organizer of this symposium, Professor Eva Bezak and Professor Hassin Anupama, for giving me this opportunity to my talk. The topics that I would like to share today is women entrepreneurships in medical physics. I'll start with this popular quote from Sheryl Sandberg. Sheryl is the current COO of Meta Platforms, or formerly known as Facebook. She is a very powerful woman and she is a billionaire herself. In fact, she was named the top 100 most influential persons in the world in 2012 by Time 100. And in 2014, Cheryl funded a campaign known as Ban Bossy, which is a television and social media campaign to discourage the word bossy from general use due to its perceived harmful effects on young girls. Cheryl said, "I want every little girl who's told she's bossy to be told instead she has leadership skills." According to Cheryl, while men are continually applauded for being ambitious and powerful and successful, women who display these same traits often pay a social penalty or told that they are too aggressive. In another word, too bossy. Gender bias is not new, but more often the biases are engendered by the women themselves, primarily due to the lack of confidence and the culture of self-sacrificing for family or the loved ones. Well, today I'm not going to discuss about gender biases. In fact, I would like to share my very brief experience as a very beginner in entrepreneurship. I'm very pleased to announce that on 9 September 2020, last year, me and my partner, who is also my mentor, has founded a company named IOMET Sandrian Berhad. IOMET stands for Intelligent Operative Medical Devices. It started as a university spin-off, but finally, with the university's permission, we have registered the company as a private company in Malaysia. This is our company slogan. It's a very simple slogan: simpler, better, every day, where we design, develop, and manufacture niche medical devices to enhance the performance of the everyday common medical procedures, focusing on better outcomes and comfort for our patients and physicians. We hold on to our company philosophy where the devices may be small, but their impacts can be huge. I'll just show you briefly what our company products are. These are some examples. These are very small devices. They are designed and can be used to solve the existing healthcare problems. These devices are not currently in the market yet because we are still undergoing multiple certification process such as the ISO certification and medical device registration. As I mentioned, we do not use or we do not have heavy machineries. These are the facilities that we currently have in our rented office. Basically, we're using additive manufacturing or 3D printing technologies to design and customize some innovative medical devices used to solve some existing healthcare problems. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we took the opportunity to venture into the UVC disinfection technology. We imported the UVC lamps from Poland, and currently we have marketed these 4 systems via our company. HeliProtect, which is a total room disinfection using UVC technology. HeliPort is a portable UVC disinfection system. HeliFlow for air disinfections, and HeliPrecise, which is our proprietary software for simulation and dose calculations. And I have to mention that we stand firm on our company principle, which is to give back to the society. We aim to utilize about 10% of our annual profit to support charitable activities in our community. For example, this year, we have donated a UVC disinfection system to a CT scanner room of a hospital where I was working before. The room is designated to scan COVID-19 patients. We even designed a portable handheld UVC disinfection system to disinfect the inner gantry of the CT scanner. And we also sponsored one of the events, Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering Seminar, organized by a local hospitals in October this year. Well, at the personal level, you may ask me, what's the motivation for me to jump from an academic staff to the business world? Well, I won't say that I jumped from one career to another. I'm still doing teaching at the moment. I'm still holding my full-time position in the university. I'm still doing the research that I was doing before. But with the permission from the university, I now got the opportunities to commercialize my research product, which exactly fulfilling the target outcome of the entrepreneurship programs in most universities. So what are the differences between university and the business world? This is by Vedovello in 1998. He categorized it to different aspects. In terms of R&D, in university, we are basically doing mostly basic research and curiosity oriented. Whereas in business, still running R&D, but mostly are applied research and experimental based. The basic rationale behind university is advanced knowledge, whereas behind business is always about profit and increased efficiency. Characteristics in university is idea-centered, whereas in business is more practical and product-centered. The framework, university implement open framework. In business is closed and confidential. Evaluations in the university are done by peers, and in business is done purely or solely by the boss. Schedule university is open-ended, whereas in business is very tight and usually is predetermined. You have a target to hit. Recognition in university is scientific honors, is based on scientific honors, whereas in business world is reviewed by your salary increment. And this is where I would consider my current positions. I consider myself as an academic entrepreneur, where my task is to connect the academic responsibilities with entrepreneurship. And hopefully by doing so, I can encourage more researchers in the universities to commercialize their products so that it can benefit more people in the society. So what exactly is entrepreneurship? It's basically building something from nothing. And in entrepreneurship, the initial steps is the most important, planning. And you must have a very strong foundation and very practical business plan. Once you have the plan, the next action is just do it. And you have to do it fast. And you have to do it again and do it again and do it again until you reach your goals. There is nowhere for you to give up halfway after you begin. And why we enter into entrepreneurship? There could be three reasons. Either you want to build something just for your own interest, like myself, or you really want to earn the profits, or some people, they cannot be the employees, they must call the shots, or they must be the boss themselves. But one constant thing in entrepreneurship is finding ideas and continuously finding ideas to sustain a business. And after I've been through the journey and after I read up a lot about entrepreneurship, I now can really understand the importance behind entrepreneurship. It's not just about money. They play a very important role in the society, such as to stimulate demands in wider economy, to nurture creativity, productivity, and innovation, create more job opportunities, to develop community, the ripple effect, to make social change, or to enhance the standard of living, promote research and development, and political and economic integrations of outsiders. And what are the challenges? It's everything. It's from financing to team building, human resource, being visionary, dealing with the unknowns, loneliness, decision making, rule making, and basically you have to do everything by your own alone. Any barriers? Of course, there are a lot. It could be environmental barriers or personal barriers. Environmental barriers such as non-availability of raw materials, lack of skilled labor, lack of good machinery, lack of infrastructures, lack of funds, or other environmental barriers, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. While most of the environmental barriers are out of our control, but personal barriers are mostly within our capability to change. For example, unwilling to invest money, lack of confidence, lack of motivations, lack of patience, and inability to dream. So let's discuss about women versus men entrepreneurs. Are there any difference? Okay. Women entrepreneurs, women can be a superwoman. We can play multiple, we can hold multiple roles. Okay, as a mother, as a spouse, daughter, your own or personal health management, societal expectation duties, risk-taking innovator, creative employer. And you are entrepreneur yourself, but you still have to do housekeeping or sometimes caretaker of dependents. What about men? In my personal opinions, there is no difference. Men is also a son and a father themselves. They are also holding all these responsibilities, nothing less than a woman. This is an interesting findings from a survey done in London among women and men entrepreneurs. Balancing work and home life is not solely a female issue and also has an impact on the male entrepreneurs. The impact on male entrepreneurs is often overlooked. Female entrepreneurs usually encounter the biological bind. This is one area where women remain particularly disadvantaged. The biological bind includes, for example, our monthly menstrues, which could be quite mentally and physically disturbing, as well as the nature of being a woman who are more caring, I would say, and more emotionally attached to people compared to men. How to be successful as a woman in business? These are some tips given by the Women in Business Foundation, which I do agree a lot. I'll read it slow here. I hope you can understand each message behind. First, set goal. Believe in yourself. Avoid negative people. Stop fearing failures. Initiate on your own. Don't rely on anyone else. Grow your network and use your time effectively. And what are the skills needed to be an entrepreneur? There are many skills that you need to excel in to run a successful business. But in my own opinion, these are the 3 fundamental personalities that you must have to be success. Patience, and perseverance. And I would add another 3 characteristics: be honest, sincere, and faithful in everything you do at all times. Most people will only see your success, but most people don't see the hard work or the failures that you have actually dedicated in. This is so-called the iceberg illusion. And more than 50% of small enterprises fail in the very first year, and more than 95% small startups fail within the first 5 years. And in theory, we know there are a lot of training courses, hands-on courses, even the university programs to teach us how to do a startup. But in reality, I would say the process is like this, and it could be worse than what you can imagine. After all, I realized success is simply a matter of luck. Ask any failure. Some people might disagree with this quote, but it has been proven very true in the business world. But I will add another condition, which is luck occurs when preparation meets opportunity. And the priority matrix, also called the Eisenhower matrix. I know about this matrix since many years ago, But now I'm really practicing it. I'm using it every day for every task that I do. Because all of us has a I like this quote a lot from Oprah Winfrey. Don't worry about being successful, but work towards being significant, and the success will naturally follow. We can apply this in the business world. Don't worry about making money, but work towards making a difference, and the success will naturally follow. And finally, this is my own philosophy. Every day I'm reminding myself, life is short. Live with patience, kindness, and sincerity. And don't be afraid, just follow your heart. Your heart will lead you the way. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Chai. This is a very good one because everybody here, the young generation, they will got stimulation for their entrepreneurship. So Eva, so you can now run the 3 sessions, okay, for the students?
So,
yes.
Yeah. So in the next part of the session, rather than having senior speakers, we have decided to give opportunity to female PhD students who will be talking about how they managed conducting their research and PhD during these difficult times of pandemic. And it is my pleasure to introduce actually my own PhD student to begin with, Michaela Delora, who will give tips how to successfully complete a PhD in the time of the pandemic. Thank you. Hopefully they can play a video.
Yes.
Thank you for that introduction and to the organisers for the invitation to present my experience of my PhD thus far. So I'll start off with a little bit about me. My name is Michaela Deloro and my postgraduate journey really began in 2018. I completed my bachelor degree at University of South Australia with first class honours in 2017. So since this time, early 2018, I was working clinically as a radiation therapist at the New Royal Adelaide Hospital in South Australia, and that was at full-time capacity. My love for research led me to then pursue a PhD, and since this time I've been working part-time clinically. My PhD surrounds modelling the long-term side effects of paediatric cancer following proton therapy. So a little bit more about my project. My PhD looks at modelling normal tissue complication probability and second primary cancer following proton therapy for paediatric brain cancer. Brain cancer comprises of up to 15% of cancers amongst Australian children. And although uncommon, these long-term side effects from treatments such as radiation therapy pose a large impact on our health systems. Excessive radiation of healthy tissues in paediatric patients can lead to the development of these side effects. So it is for this reason that proton therapy is considered the optimal radiation therapy treatment for paediatric cranial malignancies based on the advantageous physical properties compared to conventional photon radiotherapy. As there's no proton therapy currently operational in Australia, I actually travelled overseas for a month to undertake part of proton therapy training at St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. This is in 2019, prior to the COVID pandemic. So this provided me with some experience working with teams at distances. However, nothing really prepared me for what hit next with the COVID-19 pandemic. So as you may all be aware, in Australia, we had statewide lockdowns, and with that came its own set of challenges. In a time where face-to-face conferences and meetings were not feasible, I had to quickly adapt and keep in touch with everyone using various methods such as Zoom, email, etc. It was important to not only check in with my supervisors, but also keep up with all of my peers. So I found the most important and most effective way was on a Monday morning to keep myself accountable. I would email my supervisor with a list of tasks that I anticipated to complete within the next week. This also helped me communicate timelines, conferences, abstract submissions, and journal publications. So completing my PhD during the pandemic was not what I had anticipated at all. I was required to adjust both my expectations and quickly needed to navigate all of these lockdowns as well as setbacks in my modelling, all whilst working from home. So I quickly had to adapt. Previously, I was working in a share office and I had to put into place goal setting and perseverance techniques. It was really important to communicate with my supervisors, as I've already mentioned, at this time, as they are only so psychic. My go-to techniques during this period of time included starting by breaking up my tasks into smaller parts. So for example, if I was writing a publication, I'd start with a list or a plan to prioritize my ideas, documenting them. And this helped me keep on track, as well as left a document for my own reference. And adjusting and working from home was difficult, but it was definitely manageable. It just meant that I had to set up a space and work as ergonomically as possible. And I also found it was much easier to continue once you'd already begun. So the hardest bit was setting up my mindset. This is not sponsored, but I found that Evernote, the program, was my saving grace, as well as other regularly recommended academic programs such as EndNote for referencing. I use these programs such as Evernote to keep timelines, meeting notes, and reminders for grant applications. So it kept me organized and on task. It was then important to reevaluate these regularly with the team and reprioritize my goals as other things came into the mix. So I started having weekly meetings with my team just to go over where everything was. So it's not all bad. The best things about my PhD, there were a lot of winners amongst the chaos. So working consistently and making a habit of this made that it wasn't so much a choice, but it was a consistent working pace. So I was able to achieve a number of grant applications during this time, which I may not have if I was working in the office, because I had some more time up my sleeve, not traveling into work each day. So I was actually awarded a Channel 7 Children's Research Grant earlier this year. And so that was a great success. I allowed myself time to procrastinate and not feel guilty about it because we are in a pandemic. And I felt like this was the best way to curb those moments when you're feeling very unsettled. I had to adapt when it came to building collaborations and taking opportunities. I pushed the limit a little bit. So even though we're allowed to virtually attend these meetings, it's quite difficult to meet with people. So I tended to reach out with questions via email after the presentations so that I kept up a bit of communication, as well as using other programs such as LinkedIn. I also took some extra courses, which was amazing, a fantastic opportunity because I had some of the time on my sleeve, and these were very, very interesting. I found it very important, and I loved the team building exercises. And of course, I was drinking a lot of coffees and having a lot of coffee Zoom dates. So I have a couple of final key points to this presentation. The first is to find a great mentor or role model, not just in a professional sense. You'll rely on this person a lot and they will literally be a rock throughout the process. I found that attitude is the biggest asset. And so if you think positively, stay focused and look after yourself and those around you, you set yourself up for success. I found that leading by example and not being afraid to fail also worked in my favor, and taking risks as well. So emailing professionals if you have any questions or if you want any clarification, they're often very happy to help an enthusiastic early career researcher. And of course, invest in your team, be a friend, check in with everyone, see if they want to get a virtual coffee, if that's possible. In a time where we're so disconnected, it's more important than ever to invest in your colleagues and your friendships. Thanks for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Michaela. Hassin, are you happy for me to will you introduce the next speaker?
Yes, sure. So our next speaker is Zibendro Wickramasinghe from Sri Lanka. She is also a student. Difficulties encountered in his postgraduate work. Please start he sent also the video, so please we can enjoy her video.
I'm Jayendra Vikramasinghe from Sri Lanka. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Asia-Oceania Congress of Medical Physics for giving me this opportunity to voice my concerns and the difficulties that I had to encounter while conducting my postgraduate research work during the COVID era. As I said, I'm from Sri Lanka and I'm a PhD candidate. I have registered at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. I also work as a junior lecturer at the Department of Nuclear Science, Faculty of Science, University of Colombo. My research focus is on natural radioprotectors, where we look for plant-based radioprotectors as a solution to prevent the side effects that cancer patients show or manifest when they go through radiotherapy course. So basically, this research contains two phases. The initial phase is concerned with the plant extracts, finding the medicinal plants and doing the initial assays on plant extracts. And then the patient-related assays, where we take cancer patients, we recruit them, we take patient samples and do the cell cultures, and we conduct the assays based on these cell cultures. So basically, we have lab work and the field-based work simultaneously going on throughout the research. So I had started my research work in 2017 when the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020. In Sri Lanka, we had the island-wide lockdown. It started in March 2020. With that, the research students in our research laboratories faced a lot of issues. Mainly, what I had to face in my research, I was denied access to hospitals and cell culture facilities were closed, and our procurements, they were stopped in mid-process. And there were so many financial barriers with our grants and funding. And there were a lot of administrative issues as well, because I simultaneously worked as a junior lecturer at the university. So each one of these issues had to be dealt with in a different manner. First of all, I had lost more than 6 months of work because permission was denied to enter the hospitals or the universities for cell culture facilities. But my supervisors worked through with that and got me special permission to enter these facilities. And we started work immediately for cell culturing, recruiting the patients and going for keeping the aseptic conditions from the scratch because the cell culture facilities were closed for some time. And even the irradiation facilities, we had to take special permission to enter. And so somehow we started work, and the work is now going on after many months of course. Then when the work started, we had to face another issue with the procurement, because the chemicals that were being used were limited, and we were going to order a new set of chemicals, and there were so many consumables that we needed and new instruments we had ordered previously, but the process didn't went through. Processes were not completed. So what we did was collaborate between laboratories and the faculties within research groups to exchange the chemicals that we each had, and we tried to complete the essays and the experiments that all the research groups were conducting simultaneously. It was a bit of a challenge for us to mold, change, and optimize our experiments. But with the help of research groups and with lab colleagues, I think we all understood how to work in difficult situations like this. And then came the administrative issues, because at first the online system was not adapted very well. So we had to, the university was concerned with our progress report, especially me, because I was a junior lecturer at the university. So there were progress review meetings to attend and reports to be sent. But eventually the whole university adapted the online system, and we were able to sort out our issues in administrative level. But the other issue I had to face was the university wanted me to complete my postgraduate degree in 2021, in this year, within this year. But because I lost more than 1 year of lab work, there was no way that I could finish, that I could submit my thesis within this year. So I had to appeal. The university asking for an extension, which was initially rejected. But then again, I had to explain my situation in detail about cell culture work and everything. And the second appeal has been sent to the university, and it's been processing right now. And I hope the university would grant me the extension that I so badly need right now in this situation. With all this research work going on and working through these difficulties, one of the main issues that we had to face, I would think, is the lockdown, the island-wide lockdown, where only the essential workers were allowed to go out into the public, into the hospitals and places. So even if we got the special permission to go out in a lockdown period, there were so many other issues like transport and the financial barriers that we had to encounter. And along with that, at first, when we started the working from home system, being a junior lecturer and a research student and a family person, working in a home where a lot of people dwell, a lot of people worked, children going to online school, and my family members also trying to work from home. It was really difficult to balance everything. And so at first, my research group started doing all the online work, like we had to develop a database, and we completed that during that time, and we started writing our thesis and review papers and everything. But one of the main things that I learned within this lockdown was how to balance everything. And when I felt that it was not going well, I reached out to my friends in online based Zoom meetings and everything. These friends and lab mates who were going through the same issues like I did, together we could come up with solutions, and even the exchange of knowledge, even the exchange of ideas where online systems were helpful in balancing and dealing with all these issues that we had to encounter. Apart from that, I even joined a book club where I revived my passion for reading, which actually helped me to focus more in a situation like this. So as overall, I think we have specifically our research group got a lot of help from especially from my supervisors, Professor Ujagama, Professor Disanayake, Professor Veerasuri, and Professor Gunasekara. They have been through us within this 2 years, helping us a lot, and our funding agency providing with necessary grants, even with the economic risks, and especially the staff at the Department of Nuclear Science for being patient with me while I sort all my issues and helping me to sort these issues. And last but not least, all my lab colleagues and friends who being there for me and helping me to get through this difficult time. And now I think we have sort of revived new normal situations, and we are trying to finish research and postgraduate degrees. These are some of my lab colleagues and university friends. We are all trying to come back to the new normal, because we know that living via a pandemic is not easy, but it's not something that's impossible to do. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I hope you stay safe.
Okay, let's cut.
Yeah, let's cut, please. We are running short of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eva, please call the next speaker.
It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is from our hosting nation in Bangladesh. Her name is Janatul Soma, and she will be talking about her experience of completing MSc thesis work during COVID pandemic. Over to you, Janatul. My apologies.
Yeah, please
play the video.
Share screen. Share screen.
Soma, you're presenting live, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is Janatul present? Yes, I can see her there. Can you share the screen, please?
Hello, everyone.
Yes.
Jannat, please share a screen.
Okay. And can you please keep to 10 minutes? Because I think we will have to cut short the next speaker.
Hello, everyone. Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and all the speaker. Good afternoon. I feel honored to be a part of this session. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present my topic. I am Jannatul Firdausi Shoma from the Department of Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering, Savar, Dhaka, Bangladesh. My topic is experience of completing MSc thesis work during COVID pandemic. Now, coronavirus is a group of RNA virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. It is responsible for the 2019 and to present pandemic, and the other is also known as the coronavirus, MERS coronavirus, and SARS coronavirus. In the early 2020, after December 2019 outbreak in China, the WHO identified SARS-CoV-2 as a new type of coronavirus. The outbreak quickly spread around the world, and the first coronavirus was found in the China In January 2020, more than 6,000 cases have been reported in the China, and the symptoms of the coronavirus are cough, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing. In the most several cases, infection can cause pneumonia, severe acute respiratory syndrome, kidney failure, and even death. And according to WHO, in the open air space, then enclosed space is safer for the widespread coronavirus, and proximal distance and shorter time period communication with others and other keeps save us from the widespread from coronavirus. And how can we avoid the coronavirus? We can avoid the crowded place with many people nearby, and close contact setting, especially where people have close range conversation, and conflict and enclosed spaces with poor ventilation. In the next slide, we can see that in my area, internet connection is disturbing.
Anupama, should we proceed with the last speaker then, if the presentation cannot be run?
Hello.
Perhaps we should proceed with the next speaker.
Okay.
Our last speaker in this session is Sushma from India, who will be talking on the effect on research in vivo dose measurements of breast cancer radiotherapy with various treatment plans. I apologize for the disruption with the previous speaker, but we are running late, and because her internet is dropping out, we just cannot accommodate that for the time being. Beware that there is a session starting immediately as we stop. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Myself is Sushma. I'm working as a medical physicist in KMIO Bangalore. Today, I'm going to present on the effect of research in vivo dose measurement of breast cancer radiotherapy with various treatment plans. The main content of the presentation are as follows: introduction, aim, material, methods, results, discussion, and conclusion. Introduction. Breast cancer is an uncommon and prevalent cancer in women. During radiotherapy treatment with high energy photon beams, a small fraction of delivered dose is absorbed a few centimeters away from the irradiated field. Increase of radiation-induced secondary cancer risk associated with these new technologies, mainly in the contralateral breast and lungs, were potential concern. In vivo dosimetry for radiotherapy patients is required to ensure that the dosage supplied to the patient conforms to the prescribed dose as predicted by the treatment planning system. The aim of the study was, the purpose of the study is to evaluate the point dose in PTV and peripheral doses for 4 treatment techniques of breast cancer radiotherapy with 2 energies. The importance of low dose in left whole breast cancer caused by radiation treatment, the point dose of the critical organs which were not subjected to radiation treatment in breast cancer radiotherapy was measured. The material and methods used for the study are as follows. That is, the first, the Rando-Alderson phantom, designed to use for in vivo dose measurement with TLD dosimeter, is modified to accommodate the OSL dosimeter and EBT3 film. The Rando phantom images were taken in the CT scanner with 3 mm slice thickness and exported to Monaco TPS for delineation of target and critical organs and planning. 13 organs were contoured in the treatment planning system and specified on the phantom. To measure the point dose in field and peripheral doses, 2 dosimeters were used, that is nanodot optically simulated luminescence dosimeter OSLD and galvanometric EBT3 films. The point dose of 24 locations in rando phantom treated with Electa Versa linear accelerator. The dose prescription was 50 gray in 25 fractions. 11 different plans and 4 techniques were chosen, that is 3D CRT, IMRT conventional and tangential, VMAT conventional and tangential, hybrid 70-30 and 80-20. Hybrid plans were generated with 70-30 and 80-20 dose contribution from 3D CRT and VMAT respectively. Measured dose and TPS calculated dose were compared. These are the various plans and corresponding energies chosen. We have used dual energies, that is 6 FF and 6 FFF energies were used. These are the number of location points where the point dose was measured. The main organs such as PTV, left lung, right lung, heart, contralateral breast, 3 locations were used. Rest other organs, only 1 single point dose was chosen. The calibration of OSLD. An element correction factor ECF was determined as the ratio of the response of each OSLD to the average response of 100 OSLDs as a multiplicative factor. Cobalt-60 beam has been chosen for irradiation due to its uniform dose profile without Horn effect. The ECF obtained was applied to raw reading in the subsequent uses of each dosimeter in all the measurement. The response of OSLDs on delivered dose ranging from 25 centigrade to 1000 centigrade normalized to 200 centigrade. The figure represents the dose response behavior of nanodot OSLDs with cobalt-60 and 6 MV photon beams. The OSLD response was linear for dose from 25 to 300 centigrade. The linear model fit for the relationship between OSL response and dose. The supralinearity behavior was observed for dose greater than 3 gray to 10 gray. Calibration of EBT3. During the calibration of EBT3 films, it was irradiated in a solid water equivalent slab phantom. The size of the calibration films was 4 into 4 centimeter square with a field size of 10 into 10 centimeter square was maintained. Films were exposed to the dose of 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 up to 7 gray, and a non-irradiated film was 0 gray. The calibration curve and the response of the films were calculated by using mean pixel value obtained from the centered region of interest, that is 1 into 1 centimeter square. The net optical density was expressed against the control film as logarithmic value of ratio of the mean pixel value unexposed versus exposed film. This is the obtained calibration curve for EBT3 film. The results, the point dose were measured in rando phantom for all 11 plants using OSLD and EBT3 films. The maximum dose difference measured with OSLD and EBT3 films were found to be minus 1.37% and 6.15% difference was observed between the target and the TPS. Similarly, for OAS such as contralateral breast, the difference was minus 1.11% and minus 4.62%. For ipsilateral lung, the difference was minus 1.29% and minus 13.39%. And for the heart, the difference was minus 1.15% and minus 9.12% was measured with OSLD and EBT3 films respectively. The figure represents the measured dose in the in the OAR regions, where this is for the measurement done with the EBT3 films. As you can see, in the thyroid region, bladder, uterine, and rectum, there was no dose measured with EBT3 films, whereas in OSLD, a small amount of dose was measured with OSLDs. It was found that the point dose measured with OSLD had less difference when compared to the EBT3 films, irrespective of location, especially in the peripheral. OSLD shows superior than EBT3 films. This study found that the OSLD is more suitable for peripheral dose measurement. Thank you.
Fantastic. Anupama, we have 4 minutes left. Can we try Janatul again, whether she can connect?
Okay.
Janatul,
can you connect?
No. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Can you try to share your screen?
Please show your work only, not on other things, because the time is very limited.
Okay,
my thesis topic was dosimetric performance evaluation of semiflex 3D and microdiamond ionization chamber, a comparative study. But for the coronavirus, I changed my thesis topic, and that was COVID-19 detection from X-ray image data by using artificial intelligence. Then I collect X-ray image from a hospital, and then I do my thesis I do my thesis software based. That is, I do this. I collect this data, and then using Python, I import the data in the Python, and then I do my result in CNN based model. Using CNN based model, I complete and find the training and valve path from the CNN based model, and at last I find 5668097 parameter from the 196 X-ray image, and train this data, and my result, I got the accuracy almost 98% val accuracy, and I get the accuracy 94%. That is train accuracy, and I import this in the machine, and using this artificial intelligence process, I finished my MSc thesis. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, Eva. So we have. I think we do not have any questions.
We do not have time because it looks like there is already another session starting at 11:30.
Yes.
We had a couple of questions in the chat, and I asked everyone to put their answer immediately as the questions appeared. I think we have had a typical example what might happen in the time of pandemic, when we have maybe technical issues with the online meetings and weak connections to the internet, as we've reported in our survey. Anyway, I would love to thank all the speakers for wonderful presentations, and hopefully next year we can meet face to face and have more time for discussion. Anupama, over to you.
Oh, thank you. All the speakers who had given so many nice presentations, especially Dr. Narayana, Dr. Chai, and all the students, because we would like to promote the young generations to have a balance between senior and juniors and to make the transfer of knowledge. This is very important to us. And thanks to Eva, because you have a nice things that we can show us that the theme and everything is very good. And now we are doing for the women for women. So this is we should work team together. Thank you, everyone. I must say that Jannat is the main one of the organizers. She has done a lot of things that is a bit confused because, we have so many works here. So I'm sorry for that. Okay, thank you. And thank you all, and bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 21st AOCMP Congress of Medical Physics.
Shimanto, we can't hear you. Shimanto, we can't hear you.
Radiotherapy, and we are chair and
You will need to press Alt. I can't hear you. Excuse me.
Ma'am, I guess Shimanto is not here. Some network issue. Kindly bear for 1 minute. I'm calling him.
Okay, no problem.
sorry, I get disconnected due to the internet connection problem. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our chair and co-chair. We have our chair, Professor Dr. Guam Zakaria. He is the founder chairman of South Asia Center for Medical Physics and Cancer Research, AOCMP-2021. Back in 2019, he has been nominated as a board of director at Global Oncology University under Harvard Medical School, Boston, USA. And at 2019, he was the awardee of Global Radiation Oncology Distinguished Leader Award by Global Health Catalyst of the Harvard Medical School. And at 2018, he has nominated as the chairman of Accreditation Committee, International Medical Physics Certification Board, IMPCB. And he is the vice chair of the International Organization of Medical Physics, IOMP Accreditation Board. Since back in 2010, he is the honorary advisor at the National Institute of Cancer Research and Hospital, Dhaka, Bangladesh. At 2000, 9, the Oncology Club and SARC Federation for Oncologists honored with a highly prestigious award, Outstanding Personalities of the Decade 2002-2010 for his unique contribution to establish medical physics in Bangladesh. He is also the honorary member of Bangladesh Cancer Society. He is the professor of clinical engineering at Anhalt University of Applied Sciences, Cologne, Germany. He is chairman of DGMP Task Group, Medical Physics in Developing Country of the German Society of Medical Physics, Germany. He is the founder chairman, patron professor, and coordinator of the International Cooperation of the Department of Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering at Gano Vishwavidyalaya, Savar, Dhaka. He is the former chairman at the Department of Radiation Physics, Klinikum Oberberg Academic Teaching Hospital at the University of Cologne, Germany. On the other hand, we have our co-chair as Dr. Fatima Nasrin. Currently, she is the associate professor and chairman at the Department of Medical Physics and Biomedical Engineering, Gano Vishwavidyalaya. We are glad to have her as a co-chair of the session. She was worked as a physicist at Physical Sciences at Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre, Victoria, Australia, as a medical physics specialist over 10 years of experience in clinical medical physics setting in radiation oncology. He was worked at Department St. Vincent's Public Hospital and Westmead Hospital within Australia, and about 2 years work at the Radiation Oncology Department, Gummersbach Cancer Hospital, Germany. She has the current membership with the Professional Association of Australia, Germany, and Bangladesh, holding a current environment protection. She is holding a current environment protection authority license since 2005. She has extensive theoretical and research work in medical physics and health physics. Her specialist area include with linear oscillator calibration, safety, and quality protocol, cancer treatment planning of HDR prostate patient, total body irradiation planning, and in vivo dose measurement using TLD film and MOSFET dosimeter. Thank you. That's all about introducing our chair and co-chair. Now I would like to request to take the session to our chair and co-chair. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shimanto, introducing us. I am the chair, and my co-chair is Fatima Nasrin, Dr. Fatima Nasrin, and we will have an interesting session here. It is radiotherapy physics, and we have I think 9 topics, and these are very interesting topics. I hope you will enjoy. The speaker are also, some of them I know personally, and they are very good expert in their subject. The first one and invited lectures is given by Dr. Akhtaruzzaman from Bangladesh. His topic, delivery of VMAT technique for whole breast irradiation with 5 fraction, fast forward trial, and initial experience in Bangladesh. Dr. Akhtaruzzaman, please. Is Dr. Akhtaruzzaman?
Sorry, sir. I think Dr. Akhtaruzzaman sir is not present here. We should move to our next speaker.
Is Dr. Akhtaruzzaman is not there?
No, sir.
So we are waiting for him. The next speaker is an oral presentation and given by Bijan Hashemi from Iran. His topic is introducing new indices for assessment of dose painting prostate IMRT plans using diffusion weighted MRI based on weighted dose distribution homogeneity and conformity indices. Dr. Hashemi, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, chairperson of this session, thanks for providing me this opportunity to present my talk at the 21st conference of AFOM. The title of my talk is Introducing New Indices for Assessment of Dose Painting Prostate IMRT Plans using DW-MRI based on weighted dose distribution, homogeneity, and conformity indexes. Required doses more than 80 gray are useful for internal control in distinct and large tumors. Homogeneous doses of about 78 gray are insufficient to completely control tumors. Increasing dose from 70 to 80 gray in high-risk prostate cancer can increase the control of a specific antigen. However, it is accompanied by incidence of adverse complication with such a high doses. Therefore, dose prescription should be revised by dose redistribution and increasing dose to specific tumor areas according to functional images. Increasing dose to tumors based on image characteristics is called dose painting radiotherapy, that is presented by Ling. Introduction of dose painting improved cancer treatment wherein there are tumors with high-risk subvolumes. Dose painting by contours introduced by Ling, it involves determination of functional PTBs irradiated to higher doses than surrounding tissue. However, the main difficulty of this technique is precise determination of functional PTBs from functional volumetric datasets. Dose painting by numbers that was introduced by Benson. In this technique, the intra-functional PTB dose is given according to intensity of functional image signal. The dose painting by number requires a prescription function to relate a voxel signal to a unique dose. Using a combination of imaging modalities, including MRI, CT, and sonography, improved prostate imaging. Facilitating treatment design by combined fused images of CT and MRI modalities are also useful. On the other hand, functional MRI based on multiparametric MRI, T2W, DW, ADC, and DCE can distinguish much better healthy and cancerous prostate tissue. On the other hand, loss of cellular structure reduces the ADC that is extracted from MPMRI imaging to normal prostate tissue. The ADC amount is inversely related to tumor cellulite. Tumor cellulite is a good target for dose painting. Therefore, appropriate doses can be considered via correlating to ADC values. The conformity and homogeneity index indicators are formatted based on uniform dose that is not useful for dose painting. Therefore, alternative index formulas are introduced. Treatment plan based on dose painting pattern that are used is not possible with homogeneity index using as a single value. In previous studies, a function whose output gives us a score is often defined to evaluate dose painting treatment plan based on CTV total that are decomposed into several CTVs, and dosimetric parameters are calculated separately for each target. The function output determines the quality of treatment plans. For obtaining CTV total, we use a function to evaluate the whole treatment plan. For every CTV, we determine the volume weight of its dose to determine the dose share of that volume. In this way, the function output determines better quality of treatment plan. Parquet are introducing new indicator for dose distribution in dose painting. Their proposed index of achievement is formulated via averaging volumetric weight of deviation between prescribed and designed doses, as you see. Based on Park et al. Study, regardless of biological effects, IOA is defined. This problem can be solved by introducing a voxel-specific weight operator on the relative prescribed dose for each voxel. As you see in this formula, we introduce a more accurate weighting system, as you see, by considering the biological importance of voxel. By ranking PTBs based on MRI and ADC number, the dose density per PTV can be determined. Our aim was introducing a new dosimetric index for target tissue in IMRT planning based on dose painting to evaluate the difference between obtained and prescribed dose distribution based on biological parameters extracted from MRI images. Secondly, comparing our proposed new dosimetric index with previous indices in IMRT planning based on dose painting was another aim. Our sample included 20 patients with prostate cancer who had at least one predominant intraprostatic lesion, did not previously have any prostate surgery or radiotherapy. Their hormone therapy was not started or was at early stage, and they were not at high risk and at stages T1 to T3A. And these are their age ranges. Based on ESUR guideline, a CT scan was taken from the patient before their diagnostic biopsy. Less than an hour later, patient underwent diagnostic MRI for multiparametric imaging, and ADC maps were calculated, and DW MRI functional images with these B values were obtained. The maximum B value was about 1,000. The ADC images of patient prostate area imported into MATLAB. Functional regions obtained from certain amount of ADC were defined using a variable in MATLAB. The frequency of ADC number signal in every functional area was stored. The value of variable was divided by the sum of frequency of ADC signal. And finally, the mean of ADC value of all cross-section was taken as total ADC. These ranges was taken as CTV 70. These ranges as CTV 63, 6, and these ranges as CTV 60, and these ranges as the whole prostate. The equivalent value of cellular density of each target volume was determined based on another study. The cellular density value were used for TCP calculation of every target volume, and application of cellular density in treatment plan effectiveness was introduced. IMRT treatment plans were performed on the images of all patients using dose painting. Treatment plans involved non-static radiation fields with these angles, and using IMRT optimization algorithm within TPS software used for optimal dose distribution, as you see in this figure. Evaluation of treatment plan with index of effectiveness was made based on dose distribution, homogeneity, and conformity indexes according to a specificity of diffusion images. As you see in this formula, dose distribution homogeneity for every CTV, and also the weighting factor for cell density, for conformity index, for volume coefficient in every CTV are introduced. In conventional TCP model, tumor chronologic cells is assumed to follow Poisson distribution. The total TCP was calculated using BioSuite, as you see in this slide, based on various parameters. As you see, the total TCP was calculated from several CTVs, as introduced before. Mean of the effectiveness index based on homogeneity index with and without cell density is seen in this slide. As you see, there is a significant difference between the index of effectiveness with cellular density and without cellular density. And the mean of effectiveness index based on conformity index with and without cellular density is seen here. And as you see again, there is a significant difference between index of effectiveness with cellular density and without cellular density. In this study, validation of new index introduced with TCP, the ability of an indicator and PARC study was used to evaluate dose painting by number and contour, and using the cellular density of each target volume was used to calculate the TCP. The importance of conformity and homogeneity index, target volume, and cellular density is the novelty of our new indicator. As you see in this formula that was introduced before, the index of effectiveness was calculated based on these parameters. regression and relationship between TCP and treatment plan efficacy indices of dose distribution, homogeneity, and conformity indexes with and without cellular density are introduced in this table. As you see, there is a strong correlation between the TCP with cellular density, but it has a negative correlation, but there is not such a correlation between TCP and index of effectiveness as conformity index. And it shows a strong correlation without cellular density. In conclusion, a new dosimetric index was introduced in our study by considering the cell density coefficient to evaluate more accurately the quality of treatment plan with dose-painting IMRT on prostate cancer. Testing our hypothesis showed moderate and negative correlation between TCP and treatment plan effectiveness based on the index of effectiveness of homogeneity index with cellular density, and a strong and positive correlation between TCP and treatment plan effectiveness based on index of effectiveness of conformity index without cellular density. Thanks for your attention, and I am ready if there is any question.
So,
thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Hashmi, for introducing this new method for evaluate the dose index for IMRT. We just collect all the questions, and in the question and answer session, we can discuss about also your method. Yes, okay. I go to, but now I see no questions. So I have one question, and I will ask you, just will stay with us. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for my presentation.
The next, I stay online and give my answer if there was any further question. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with us. The next lectures, it is Jobairul Islam from Bangladesh. And his topic is also interesting: design, fabrication, and validation of 3D printed specific in-term applicator for electron radiation therapy. Mr. Zubair, are you present there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please continue.
Have a very good day. Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, distinguished professor, ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to be a part of this Congress. I am MD Jobairul Islam, medical physicist, RCO, Labate Cancer Hospital and Super Specialty Center in Bangladesh. As well, I am Joint Secretary of Bangladesh Medical Physics Society, BMPS. I'd like to present my topics on design, fabrication, and validation of 3D printed specific in-term applicator for electron radiation therapy. Here is my content. Megavoltage electron beams represent an important treatment modality in modern radiotherapy, often providing a unique option in the treatment of the superficial tumors. It offers the capacity to spare normal tissue distal to the target volume due to the rapid fall-off of the depth dose. Modern high-energy linacs typically provided in addition to photon energy several electron beam energy in the range from 4 MeV to 25 MeV. Electron radiotherapy is a labor-intensive treatment option that is completed by the need to the field shaping devices such as electron applicators, shielding, and cutouts, etc. Electron beam applicators are usually used to collimate the beam and are attached to the treatment unit head. The application of the applicator is removing the scatter by the air when electron excited from the head of the linac. Several cones are provided, usually in the square field size ranging from 5 into 5 centimeter square to 25 into 25 centimeter square. However, it is difficult to treat using this type of the field in critical patients positions such as canthus nodes, etc. To treat this small lesion, from applicators are already available in fixed diameter, example 2, 3, and 5 centimeter. However, these are so expensive and are in a fixed diameter and not patient-specific or irregular shape available in this world. In order to solve this problem, the idea of 3D printed interim applicator is introduced. By efficiently using this 3D printed interim applicator, different anatomically small lesion and the patient-specific lesion can be treated. 3D printing is a process of making three-dimensional solid object from the digital file. The creation of 3D printed object is achieved using the additive process or additive manufacturing. The additive process of object created by laying down successive layers of material until the object is created. Here I am using there is two types of materials, but there are different types of materials available such as ABS, which is known as the acrylic butadiene strand copolymer, as well PLA, PS, PP, PVA, and polymethyl methacrylate as a printing material. Has my objective to design and construct 3D interim applicator of defined shape, thickness, and density to minimize the radiation leakage, to verify the defined materials to print this applicator with a 3D printer, and finally to measure the absolute dose using the 3D printed applicator. I have done this work at the Department of Radiotherapy and Radiation Oncology, University Medical Center Mannheim, Heidelberg University, Germany. I used different types of materials. So here, actually, this is the German RepRap 3D printer. This is the 3D printer machine, and this is the existing cone, which is the 3, 4, and 5 centimeter diameter shape, and it's a fixed shape. And this is the type of PLA material with metal, and this is the existing 10 by 10 or 5 by 5 centimeter applicator. Here is the flow chart of overall methodologies of research work. Design applicator using SolidWorks. Then connect to the SolidWorks file to the G-code format using the simplified 3D software. Then quality assurance of the 3D printing. If it is failed, then we stop the printing process. If it is passed, then we will go to the next steps. And here's the printing of the applicator using the 3D printer. And experimental setup in a linear accelerator. And the control console plan imported from the TPS. And finally, the beam on and the measurement the data. Design of interim applicator in SolidWorks software. The 3D printing process is a three-dimensional objective from the computer-aided design CAD model, usually by successively adding material layer by layer, which is why it's also called the additive manufacturing. In this case, a versatile software, SolidWorks, is used for the 3D modeling. To make a 3D model, first a sketch is required, which is defines to shape of the objective. The 2D sketch is then imported, and by using defined feature 3D models are prepared. Here is the 2D sketch of the interim applicator, which is the using my SolidWorks software, which is the as a AutoCAD software. Design of in-frame applicator in SolidWorks software has the different shapes and different diameter. Here is the irregular shapes, where there is the round shapes. A fabrication of 3D printing customized in-frame applicator. After modeling the in-frame applicator in SolidWorks, the models was saved into the data structure called a .stl file format, and for slicing and toolpath setup before the start printing, the bed of the 3D printer need to be properly calibrated for the better printing quality. This is the in progress of the printing process in my electron in-frame applicator. And the setup and procedure of the absolute dose measurement. The 3D printed applicator was fixed in the existing applicator in the gantry, which is the field size was 10 by 10 centimeter square, and along the ionization chamber with the marking. After all connection fixing, the 3D printed in-frame applicator was fixed at the surface dose in the applicator distance of 95 centimeter SSD. Actually, I have printed the 3D in-frame applicator, which is the sizes body size was 10 by 10 centimeters, because I attached the existing electron applicator which size was also 10 by 10 centimeters square, but originally it was the 2 centimeter diameter. Here is the 2 centimeter diameter square. Here is the using the ionization chamber in this way. And setup and procedure of absolute dose measurement. At first, I've completed 100% measurement without any additional slabs, while next steps were carried out the additional slabs from the both materials with the described thickness in the protocol. Ionization chamber is attached PTW unidos, while the control console plan is imported from the TPN and executed. And this is my result. Absolute dose measurement using the ABS filament, and this is this type of plastic filament, and this is the different thickness: 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter, and 4 centimeter, and the different types of energy as like a 6 MeV, 6 MeV, 8 MeV, 10 MeV, 12 MeV, and 15 MeV. If we see this chart, here we shown. Absolute air leakage dose is here 0.01 gray is the is quite little in the 4 centimeter thickness, and is the highest absolute dose is the 1.18 gray in the 15 MeV, and as well as the absolute dose measurement using the PLA filament, which is the actually PLA with metal coated filament. It's the same process, but here is using two types of thickness, 1 centimeter and 2 centimeter. And in 2 centimeter thickness and 6 MeV energy, have got the minimum leakage radiation, which is the 0.097, and is the highest energy. Sorry, and highest is the 1.780 in the 15 MeV in 1 centimeter thickness. Here we, and the next slide. Okay, absolute dose measurement using ABS filament and the PLA filament. Actually, the different types using actually different types of filament and comparison between them. Here is the 2 centimeter, 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter, and the minimum absolute energy is the 0.01. And here is the minimum in 6 MeV and 4 centimeter thickness, but we have got the 0.097 centimeter energy in 6 MeV, only 2 centimeter the thickness, where we get the 0.01 energy in the 4 centimeter using the ABS filament, where is the half of the energy, half of the thickness in the 2 centimeter thickness in got this 0.97. And is the energy dependence PDD curve. Here is seen. In a PDD curve is for 6 MeV is very well follow. But if I see the in 15 MeV, it's not too good. And the discussion, the PDD curves measured agreed very well with the calculated PDDs for the low electron energy, but the amount of the leakage radiation is more for the higher electron energy than the lower electron energies. However, this problem can be overcome if we use the highest density filaments and increase the thickness. Absolute dose was dependent on design thickness, material, and infill densities. The absolute dose was decreased when the model thickness density increased. The 3D printing approach allows the accuracy in manufactured applicator at the low cost and the acceptable fitting to complex geometry. From this study, it has been shown that it is very easy to treat using this type of field in the critical patient positions such as canthus, nodes, etc. And there were some limitation. Actually, filament paradise is costly for my research work, and it's the more time required, 27 to 28 hours for 4 centimeter thickness. And my future work, I would like to complete my future work to compare the different types of filament and techniques, and to compare between the 3D printed applicator and existing vendor provided applicator. If I completed this work, I think we may use this type of electron applicator in the hospital and industry as well. And it will be the first, I think it will be the first implementation. And here is my conclusion. The study developed a new 3D printed electron applicator and demonstrate its validity and superiority to provide accurate treatment for small lesion cancer cases using the irregular and regular shaped electron applicator for the lower energy and surface-based skin cancer. The method offers practical advantage in that neither patients nor staff must be present during the applicator fabrication process. Thanks for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jubairul Islam, for his nice presentation. And the topic is also very modern, because in electron dosimetry and electron application is a little bit complex, because that needs applicator, and we have standard applicators, and your method maybe allowed us to individual applicator for patient. I just collect questions and we can discuss at the end of the session. Thank you once again for your nice presentation. The next one is Anson H.Y. Chuen from Hong Kong, and his topic is also very interesting. Target volume declination based on respiratory gated 4D PET CT for liver SBRT treatment planning. Dr. Chuen, are you present?
Hi, today my
yeah, thank you.
presentation topic is target volume delineation based on the respiratory gated, the 4D PET CT for liver SBRT treatment planning. The background: liver malignancy are one of the leading causes of cancer morbidity and mortality around the world. And surgical removal of the tumor is the standard of care for resectable liver malignancy. However, patients who are a suitable candidate for liver surgery is generally less than 20%. Traditionally, radiotherapy had a limited clinical role in management of liver malignancy because the radiation-induced liver disease may occur after following an irradiation of 28 gray in a conventional fractionation. And the risk of ILD could be up to 50% when liver received a dose more than 36 gray. The target volume delineation for liver is also very challenging, especially based on computer tomography images alone and even on contrast CT images. Technological improvements in radiotherapy have drastically improved the treatment precision and delivery accuracy. The ablative radiotherapy could also be delivered safely without much liver complication. The stereotactic body radiation therapy, the SBRT, is a non-invasive treatment for patients with liver malignancies. Our previous study reported that respiratory-gated 4D PET-CT has been proven to reduce the PET uptake volume in liver cancer patients by 21%. In this study, our previous gated PET-CT images and data were employed to evaluate and compare two different treatment planning approaches. First, the planning CT dataset with gated 4D PET-CT fusion versus the planning CT dataset with routine non-gated PET-CT fusion. Materials and methods. This study was a retrospective study. Ethics approvals have been obtained from 2 institutions, and 16 patients who had received gated and also the routine non-gated PET-CT scan for known malignant liver lesions were consecutively included in this study. Patient selection for SBRT liver treatment was performed by an experienced in-house radiation oncologist. The decision-making process was based on the number of lesions, tumor's location, and also the Child-Pugh scoring for liver function. A total number of 6 out of 16 patients were retrospectively included in this study. All PET-CT scans were carried out on our GE scanner, the PET-CT 710 scanner. The scanner was equipped with time-of-flight function, the LBS detector, with the 64-row CT detector, and also the real-time position management respiratory gated system, which is from Varian. All PET data obtained from the scan was reconstructed using the 3D order subset expectation maximization and the iterative reconstruction algorithm to generate the PET images. Other reconstruction parameters are as follow: the 50 cm FOV, the matrix, the Gaussian, the filter, and also the thickness of the slice, and also the TOF reconstruction algorithm. All image data sets were arranged into 10 phases based on the temporal correlation between data acquisition on the GE Advantage workstations, and patients' breathing displacement motion were considered. The 10 reconstructed respiratory phase images were evenly divided from a full respiratory cycles. And for the elongated 3D PET approach, CT images obtained from the 3D PET-CT image will act as a primary planning CT dataset. PET images from the elongated acquisition were fused with the planning CT images, and then biological target volume, the BTV, were contoured by an experienced radiation oncologist who was specialized in liver SBRT treatments. Then a uniform margin expansion was applied to account for tumor's motion due to the mechanical effect during respiration, and also the uncertainty due to daily treatment setup. As suggested by previous studies, a 5 mm radial and 1 cm cranial caudal margins were added to the BTV, and then creating the planning target volume, the PTV. For the gated 4D PET-CT approach, in each phase, the CT images BTV was semi-automatically contoured based on the SUV threshold and decision of the same radiation oncologist. By adding all phase BTVs, a gated biological target volume BTVG of each patient were created. As suggested by previous studies, a 3 mm uniform margin was applied to each BTVG and create a target volume named as gated planning target volume, the BTVG. And we use the SPSS for data analysis. The non-parametric recursive match pair tests were employed, and we set the p-value as less than 0.05. And here is the patient characteristics and their history. We recruit a total of 6 patients, and 5 of them are males. BMI and primary cancer site were recorded. All patients had 1 lesion except patient number 2, who had 3 lesions to plan for the SBRT treatment. And results for each tumor is presented in this table. The mean volume of BTV was around 19 cc, ranging from 4.06 to 58. And the BTVG, the gated BTV, was around 21 cc, ranging from 4.8 cc to 73 cc. The difference between the BTV and BTVG was not statistically significant. And also the mean volume of the PDV was 56 cc, ranging from 19 cc to 144 cc. And the PDV gated was around 33 cc, ranging from 9.2 to 106. All the BTVGs were smaller than the PDV in all radiotherapy liver contouring. And we find out that the mean volume of all the PDV was reduced by around 47.5%. Here is one of the results from patient number 4. The routine 3D PET-CT approach is on the left-hand side, and the 4D PET approach is on the right-hand side. This lady suffered from rectal cancer and finally developed hepatic metastasis. The liver is contoured in yellow, and the BTV and PDV were contoured on the elongated and also the gated images. And the volume of the BTV and PTV based on the 3D approach were 9 cc, and around the PTV is 32 cc. And when we apply the 4D PET-CT approach, the BTVG and PTVG were reduced to 4.8 cc and 10 cc respectively. The discussion, the implementation of gated PET-CT liver images for liver SBRT treatment volume dilation was successful. Gated PET-CT demonstrate to be reliable and feasible to treatment planning. The radiation oncologists and radiotherapy physicists who are responsible to do contouring and image fusion were satisfied. The utilization of gated PET-CT for target delineation was proved to be able to significantly reduce the PDV volume compared to routine long-gated PET-CT-based image fusion. However, the BTVG was found to be slightly higher than the BTV and statistically insignificant in our study. This could suggest that without information of tumor's motion, oncologists may underestimate the magnitude of motion due to the influence of elongated PET image blurring and also the inaccuracy of SUV values. In conclusion, we have successfully demonstrated that respiratory gated PET-CT scan for liver SBRT target volume dilation is feasible and be able to compensate the FDG uptake smearing around the moving tumor. Comparing to elongated PET image-based planning, gated PET may be able to provide better prediction of tumor trajectory and also the target volume estimation of the ITV and the PTV. Subsequently, normal liver irradiation could be reduced, and therefore a saver or dose escalating SBRT treatments may become possible. The limitation of our study: first, the patient size that our center recruit were relatively small. A larger sample size to evaluate the feasibility and clinical benefits of using gated PET-CT for tumor volume delineation is highly recommended. Second, although all target volumes were delineated by an experienced radiation oncologist, further evaluation of physician-to-physician variation is highly recommended. Third, the CT images acquired from long-gated PET-CT images were used as the planning CT dataset. The CT scans were obtained during the long respiratory gated acquisition. There was no application of immobilization device and patient coaching for SBRT treatments. Here is my reference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuen, for this very interesting lectures. Yes, liver treatment is actually a great problem, and SBRT opens the door to treat the patient. And of course, you have showed very clearly that a gated declination is very important. 4D PET-CT. Yes, this is very nice, and I hope these lectures give us impetus for treatment of liver cancer in radiotherapy. I just collect questions and we discuss at the end of this session. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
this is I just supervise another one, and I then give to my co-chair, Dr. Fatima Nasreen. So this is the next one is Subhash Haldar from India. His topic is a comparative treatment planning study on the feasibility of hybrid IMRT treatment planning for left-sided chest wall irradiation. Mr. Subhash Haldar, are you present? Yes, okay. Thank you. Please unmute. Yeah, thank you. Please unmute.
Hello, everyone. I am Subhash Haldar, PhD scholar, GLA University, Mathura, India. Today, I will be presenting my paper on the feasibility of hybrid IMRT treatment planning for left-sided chest wall irradiation, a comparative treatment planning study. This is my outline of my study. The breast cancer is one of the most common cancer and cause of death in women all across the global, including India. Multimodal treatment modalities such as surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy are used to treat the breast cancer. The report shows that the radiotherapy after breast surgery reduced the recurrence. In early 90s, the carcinoma breast patient were only treated with 2D rather than 3D radiotherapy technique. In 3D, there are always insufficient target coverage, low conformity, and homogeneity index under coverage at chest wall and supraclavicular node. Hotspot outside the treatment planning volume. Pulmonary toxicity and heart in case of left-sided CA breast are at risk of more radiation dose. Advancement in treatment delivery technique like IMRT and VMAT helps to achieve the better dose coverage and homogeneity and lesser dose to the heart and ipsilateral lung. There are plenty of literature on comparing the 3D CRT and IMRT, the dose distribution, and dose to the organ at risk. All the studies suggest that IMRT provides a potential clinical benefit in terms of better target coverage and lesser radiation dose to wear. However, advanced treatment radiotherapy techniques provide a lesser damage to the healthy tissue. They also have some outcoming expose more healthy tissue with significantly high volume of the low dose, greater workload in the radiotherapy department. Mayo et al. Have proposed the concept of hybrid IMRT that combines the conventional open field with IMRT field calculated by the inverse treatment planning system. The method and material of my paper, we have randomly selected 10 female patients with a left-sided CA breast from the departmental patient database. All the patients were planned 50.5 gray for 15 fraction for each 2.6 gray per fraction. The contour generated were the clinical target volume, planning target volume, ipsilateral lung, contralateral lungs, contralateral breast, heart, and body. We are perform this treatment in unique performance 6 MB photon linac. The planning technique of my 3 different treatment modalities. First one is the fill-in-fill, second one IMRT, and third one is hybrid IMRT. The hybrid IMRT plan consists of the combination of the 3D CRT and the 2 IMRT beams. The hybrid plans consist of 60 by 40 ratio of 3D CRT and IMRT. This table shows the dose constraint of my planning target volume and organoids used in my treatment. Another the result, the summary of the patient characteristic. This table shows the summary of the PTB dose distribution, where dose distribution summaries. This table shows the summary of the monitor unit and beam on time. Discussion. Similar literature is available concluding that the IMRT and VMAT are better in the PTB coverage and wear sparing than 3D-CRT. Similar results are also observed in our study too. There was a significant improvement in D95% of PTB in IMRT and hybrid IMRT compared to the 3D-CRT. This is the pictorial diagram of my 3 modalities of treatment planning technique. Heart, dose to the heart. The mean dose of the heart was lowest in the hybrid IMRT and is raised to 11.31% in IMRT and 35% in fill-in-field. V20 and V10 of the heart are good predictor of the heart risks and are very low in hybrid IMRT compared to the fill-in-field IMRT. Dose to the lung. The V20 gray for ipsilateral lung was highest for fill-in-field plan and comparatively lowered by 12.43% and 15.14% in IMRT and hybrid IMRT plan respectively. V10 gray and V5 gray was found to be more in the IMRT plans when compared with other techniques. More MUs and prolonged therapy lead to higher out of field leakage doses and scattered radiation to normal tissue, and which is the essence are expected to increase the outcome of radiation induced malignancy. In our study, IMRT plans had the more MUs, which successively cut down to 57% in fill-in-field and 32.7% in hybrid IMRT plans. Conclusion, the several kinds of literature have concluded that the IMRT treatment plan are superior of fill-in-field in terms of PTB coverage and ORS sparing. In our study, we also found that the IMRT plans have more target conformity and homogeneity than fill-in-field and hybrid IMRT. But IMRT treatment plans have limitation regarding the higher low dose to the wearers, high MU and more BOT. We recommended that hybrid IMRT treatment plans be adopted for the CA breast, as these treatment modalities have superior and comparable PTB dose coverage and better wear sparing than in other 2 modalities. This is the reference of my paper. I use this reference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subhash Haldar, for your practical presentation. And naturally, breast treatment is a complex things, and many experience is needed to find an optimal treatment plan, especially for the left breast, where the heart is a concern. So you have shown very clearly that the hybrid treatment planning plays an important role to save the heart as well as better PTB coverage. Thank you. please stay with us, and maybe we have questions and we discuss after the session. Now I hand over to my co-chair, Dr. Fatima Nasreen, for the next lectures. Please, Dr. Fatima Nasreen.
Thank you, Dr. Jakaria. The title of our next paper is Advantage of Thermoplastic Sheet Bolus in Post-Mastectomy Radiation Therapy. Would be delivered by Mr. Sakai from Japan. Please continue.
I am Yusuke Sakai, PhD student of Kinda University. I'm happy to have the opportunity to share our recent research with you. Today, I'll talk about some plastic seed borers, named shell borers. Shell borers is advantageous in several ways compared to conventional borers. First of all, let me give you an introduction on my research. Post-mastectomy radiation therapy, PMRT, is performed to reduce the risk for local recurrence and improve the survival rate. A bolus is an effective tool for superficial target to increase surface dose. But, like this image, the bolus often creates air gap between the bolus and the body surface due to insufficient malleability of the bolus and the uneveness of the body. Some studies reported that large air gap could affect dose distribution. In this research, we applied some plastic shell used as immobilization device to cause build-up effect instead of conventional gel borers. The some plastic shell can be molded into any shape when heated and can fit the body surface. So, the use of some plastic shell as a borers material may reduce air gap. The aim of this research is to clarify the advantages of immobilizing some plastic shell as borers for PMRT. We named this method shell borers. Let me explain what shell borers is. Some plastic shell is used as immobilization device. Shell borers is thicken the target side of some plastic shell. We pile up the half-size some plastic seeds to target side of general some plastic shell. Here, 2 seeds were piled up to the left side, and its total thickness is about 7 to 8 millimeters. We revealed the characteristics of shell borers compared to gel borers. First, we investigated the dosimetric characteristics of gel borers and some plastic seed. We performed our experiments using tomotherapy radioisotopy. Gel borers or some plastic seed was placed on solid water fountain. We set the source to chamber distance of 85 centimeters and field size of 45 square centimeters at 5 centimeters depth. 6 megavolts of X-ray flattening filter-free beam was irradiated to the fountain. We measured the surface dose by radiochromic film and deduced at 5 centimeters depth or pharma-type ionization chamber. The gel borers thicknesses were 5, 10, and 15 millimeters. Some plastic seed thicknesses were 3.2, 6.4, 9.6, and 12.8 millimeters. Next, To assess a dosimetric effect in a clinical setting, tangential irradiation was applied to a solid water phantom. 5 or 10 mg boris or about 7 mm shell boris was placed on the solid water phantom. Based on ICRU reference points, we selected the evaluation points at 0.3 cm below phantom surface. We measured the dose at 3 cm depth for Balmer-type ionization chamber and the dose in the sagittal plane by radiochromic film. The measurement values were compared to calculated values in treatment planning system. We measured the air gap between each boris and the body surface to evaluate adhesion to the value. Planning CT images were used, as well as a nipple level were selected for measurement. 7 patients were treated with 5 mm gel boris, and 30 patients were treated with shell boris. Have a look at the left image. In beam passing area, light blue shows air area between the boris and the body surface. And in light image, red line shows belly contour. Air gap was calculated by dividing air area by belly contour length. This is to construct patient body size. Okay, let's move on to the results. The figure shows the observed dose at 5 cm depth, standardized to that without boris against boris thickness. The dose difference between 10 mg boris and 9.6 mm some plastic sheet were 0.4%. Some plastic sheets had almost the equivalent absorption as gel boris. The figure shows surface dose standardized to that without boris against boris thickness. The surface dose for some plastic sheet is higher than that for same thickness gel boris across all thickness. So, some plastic has sufficient build-up effect compared to gel boris. Have a look at the table. The center column shows the differences between the measured and calculated doses at the evaluation points for each boris. And the right column shows the gamma pathways between the measured and calculated doses at sagittal plane. For both of them, the values calculated in the TPS showed good agreement with measurements obtained in the clinical setting. Here are the results of air gap measurement. The average air gap for gel boris was 4.3 mm, and the shell boris was 2.8 mm. As you can see in the images, shell boris can follow the body surface. By Mann-Whitney U test, air gap of the shell boris was significantly small. So shell boris was higher adhesion to the body than gel boris. Let me summarize advantages of shell boris. The shell boris had sufficient build-up effect and high adhesion to the body. In addition, as originally used, the shell can immobilize patients. In this research, We applied immobilizing some plastic shell at borers, named shell borers. In conclusion, shell borers is an effective borers which provides a sufficient build-up effect and higher adhesion compared to conventional gel borers for PMRT. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shakai, for your insightful and your nice presentation. Can you hear me?
Dr. Fatima Nasrin, please continue. We can hear.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to give thanks, Mr. Shakai, for your lightful, insightful, and your nice presentation. Our next paper is the next performance is on unification of measurement, calculation, and prediction-based QA methods for BMAT, performing by Mr. Tomohiro Ono from Japan. Please continue. Tomohiro, please
I'd like to talk about unification of QA criteria concerning the systematic errors or measurement, calculation, and prediction-based QA methods for VMAT. VMAT is widely used in the world, but this technique is complex utilization. So, to ensure the quality of the plan, patient-specific QA (PSQA) is necessary in the clinical. This way, there are many patient-specific QA methods. So, the methods can be categorized as three methods. First is the measurement-based method. This is a very basic and common technique. For example, film and APID on diode detectors are measurement-based QA. And recently, the calculation-based QA is recommended by the AOCMP-2021. And this calculation-based QA includes the second TPS and independent Monte Carlo calculation. And more recently, prediction-based QA is reported by many studies. This study is, for example, prediction-based QA can predict QA using the prediction model. This slide shows comparison between measurement and calculation-based QA. So here it should be noted that different PSQA methods yield different capacity rates. For example, calculation-based QA results were higher than that of measurement-based QA. So unification of QA criteria is required. So the purpose of study in this study is to derive the systematic errors of measurement, calculation, and prediction-based PSQA methods for VMAT to evaluate the unified gamma passing rate collected within the systematic errors by conducting a feasibility study. Characteristics. Patient characteristics is shown here. So in this study, 50 lung cancer patients who underwent VMAT SPLT between 2 years are included. The treatment machine is Bell-4DRT with 6 MV and TPS was RayStation version 10A. Those calculation rates was crops to current convolution CCC. And in our facilities for the PSQA or clinical volumetric plan are performed using AOCMP with measurement-based PSQA. This slide shows overview of PSQA for each method. First, VMAT SPIT for lung cancer plan was created using race station, and after that, the created plan was recalculated using homogeneity phantom like this. After that, the three PSQA methods were evaluated. So in the measurement-based QA, the actual realization was measured using AOCMP. And the calculation-based QA, the same plan was recalculated using Accurus in Eclipse. And finally, prediction-based QA, the gun passing rate was predicted using the prediction model, which was reported in our hospital. And finally, the 15 patients were evaluated. So this shows analysis. So in this study, first identify random and systematic errors. For example, random errors included biological variation and measurement uncertainty. And systematic errors include fixed and bias and proportional biases. In the random errors, plot is randomly, and systematic errors data is plotted as systematic position, and the systematic errors fixed bias and proportional bias. The fixed bias means the error has some value, and the proportional bias means the error tends to the proportional. To analyze systematic errors, we use Brand-Altman method. In the Brand-Altman method, data plotting used in analyzing the agreement between two different assays. So this figure shows the example of the Brand-Altman plot figure. Lateral direction means the average of two gun passing rates, and the vertical line means the difference between two gun passing rates. And the limits of agreement means how much random validation may be influencing the rating. And the collection of data plots considering with fixed bias like this and proportional bias in this study. Evaluation. Gun passing rates among PSQA methods are evaluated. Gun passing rates are evaluated at 5% 1 mm and 3% 2 mm. In this study, unified gun passing rate is defined as the averaged gun passing rate of the three methods. So the difference mean value between gun passing rates were evaluated in the condition of uncorrected and corrected with systematic errors, and the upper and lower 95% LOA was evaluated. This is the result of the gun passing rate 5% and 1 mm uncorrected data, measurement-based and calculation-based, prediction-based. So in this figure, the calculation-based methods, the difference was higher than other methods, measurement-based and prediction-based. In the calculation-based, the difference mean value was 5%, and the measurement-based and prediction-based was minus value. This is the correction with systematic errors result, and for all QA methods, the difference mean value were 0%, and the LOA range LOA was 6% or 7%. This is the result of gun passing rate, some plus 3% per 2 mm. Uncorrected result. So, similar with the gun passing rate per percent 1 mm, the correction-based method. In the correction-based method, difference mean value was higher than other PSQA methods. This is the result of corrected with systematic errors, and the difference mean value was 0% and the LOL range of error was 6 or 7%. This is a summary of compassing rate, so 5% at 1 millimeter and 3% 3 millimeter. So it should be noted that the difference of compassing rates and range of LOA were reduced with corrected systematic error like this. Discussion. AOCMP reported that compassing rates of calculation-based PSQA, right one, were higher than that of measurement-based QA, right one. So I think this difference will be improved using our systematic error correction methods. But we understand that we have a limitation in this study. It is desirable to increase the number of cases and evaluate the versatility of this method in the future. Conclusion. GPRs were corrected with systematic errors among measurement, calculation, and prediction-based PSQA methods for VMAT. This feasibility study found that correction of systematic error will be useful to determine unified QA criteria. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Oino, for your nice presentation. Thanks. Our last paper on dosimetric verification between 6 MV FF and 6 MV FFF beam for SBRT lung and SBRT spine treatment plan, presenting by Sadia Afrin Sara from Bangladesh. Please start, Sara.
Have a good day. Honorable Chair, Co-Chair of the scientific session, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be a part of this Congress. I'm Sadia Afrin Sara. I would like to thank to the organizing committee to give this opportunity to talk about my topics, dosimetric comparison between FF and FFF beam for SBRT lung and spine treatment plan. Here is my contents. Stereotactic body radiation therapy delivers extremely precise, very intensive dose of radiation to cancer cells while minimizing damage to healthy tissue. It achieves sharp dose fall-off. This study has been performed to compare the FFF energy with the traditional FF beam for SBRT lung and spine treatment plan. SBRT treatment can be delivered by linear accelerator-based intensity modulated radiation therapy, volumetric modulated arc therapy, helical tomotherapy, or optimized robotic cybernet. Dosimetric advantage of flattening filter-free beam. FFF beam has increased dose rate 1400 mu per minute for 6 MV, 2400 mu per minute for 10 MV. FFF beam has less variation of off-axis beam hardening. FFF beam has less leakage outside of beam collimation. Patient beam on time can be reduced for IMRT. The objective of my study is to determine the changes in the dose coverage within the GTB volume for both lung and spine cases, to compare lung volume dose for lung SBRT delivered with FFF energy compared to traditional flatted beam, to compare spine volume dose for spine cases, to compare the changes in dosimetric behavior of FFF versus FF VMAT plans for both lung and spine cases. The material, I have used this material for my studies, and the protocol of my study used 0631 for spine cases and 0813 and 0915 for lung cases. Patient selection and target definition. For spine, the patient selection and target definition was verified by RTOZ protocol 0631. The primary goal of SBRT spine is pain control. The patient must have localized spine metastasis from C1 to L5 levels. 9 patients have been selected for SBRT spine who is present with spine oligometastasis. For lung cases, I have used 0915 protocol and 0813 protocol. Diameter of tumors larger than 4 cm was not accepted for lung SBRT. VMAT SBRT plan was chosen to achieve sharp dose fall-off. Planning geometry selection for lung cases. In the study, 2 or more partial arc with 340-degree arc length, 30-degree increment in gantry rotation is used. For SBRT lung, highly conformal coplanar VMAT plan is executed. For spine cases, coplanar VMAT plan was executed. 2 full arc with 360-degree arc length, 30 increment in gantry rotation is used. Simulation method for lung patients. Backlog variety size of headrest base plates, including with the added option of active breathing coordinator, was used in immobilization device. The whole procedure was followed according to RTOG protocols. Patients have been positioned in a stable supine position with their arm up. Motion management. Deep inspiration breath hold or deep expiration breath hold was used for motion management, followed by rules of AOCMP task group 76. The threshold value of stridal volume was dependent on the patient's lung capacity at the particular time frame. CT imaging was taken with less than equal to 3 mm slice thickness. For spine patient, backlog with surrounded the patient on 3 sides and large rigid pillows with reference to the treatment delivery coordinate system. Patient have been positioned in supine, marking reference point on the patient's skin with fiducial marker, CT imaging with 0.75 to 1 mm slice thickness. Plan quality comparison. For compare the beam quality for both spine and lung, the standard clinical FFF plan was re-optimized in Monaco TPS with same arcs dosimetries, same collimator rotations, and same jaw tracking. The original clinical FFF and re-optimized FFF plans were compared in terms of RTOZ protocols, compliance criteria, target conformity, gradient index, and dose to OR. Monitor unit was also evaluated. Plan quality comparison, we have used conformity index, gradient index, homogeneity index, and heterogeneity index. Here is the calculate data for SBRT lung patients, FFF and FFF data. Here is the monitor unit comparison. Little bit changes can be shown in the data. In this data, no noticeable changes are shown. Total lung volume comparison. Here also no noticeable changes can be shown. And 90% dose coverage and 50% dose coverage for lung patient. Here also we can't find any changes, any big changes. Here is the spine patient's data. Monitored unit comparison, little different between triple F and double F data, and dosimetric comparison between CI, GI, and heterogeneity index, gradient index. No significant changes. And total spine comparison. There is also no significant changes can be shown. Here is 95% of dose coverage and 50% of dose coverage for SBRT spine patient. Here from this image we can see no significant change. Discussion, there is little changes can be observed, but changes are not significant between 6 MB double F and triple F beam. Though dose rate of flattening filter free beam is very high, so it is most compatible for treatment. There were minimal difference in CI, GI, ICRU, HI value between the two techniques. There was no significant difference between triple F and double F groups in dose to OAR and target. Future exploration and limitation. Due to the high performance of SBRT, there are a number of possibilities of further developing this study in order to broaden its long-term implications. The limitation of this study is that the number of patient data was so small because of the observation period was too short. In future, this study can be explored with a large number of patient data, and some biological parameters can be also would be compared. The conclusion. 6 MB triple F and 6 MB double F beam both are suitable for SBRT lung and spine treatment. There are no significant dosimetrical difference can be found. Only a little difference can be found in monitor unit. Because of the high dose rate of triple F beam, by using this energy, the treatment time can be reduced. It can be also improve comfort of the patient on the treatment table, immobility, minimize internal organ movement, and intrafraction error can be minimized also. Thank you.
Thanks, Sadia, for your brilliant work and your nice presentation. So I think we greatly appreciate everyone for taking part and supporting the conference. So I think this is the break time of an hour. Pardon? Yeah, and 20 minutes. Or before this one, I would ask the audience if there is any question for our presenter. Take time and ask us.
Yes, I have just checked the chat box. I find no question at all. Maybe everything is so clear and good. Just I have one or two questions. Maybe we have short time. The first presenter is also present, the Dr. Hashemi. I have one question. Do you apply the evolution method in your hospital? And how do you know your method is better than the standard method? Have you some comparison?
Mr. Hashemi.
Mr. Hashemi?
Yeah, unmute. Okay. Thank you. Can you repeat your question, please?
Do you apply the evolution method in the practice? And how do you know that your method is better than the standard method? Have you some? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I got it. Actually, we did this method on the planning of the patient, not implementing it in practice, because it needs the clinical trial approval. However, by applying this technique, the outcome seems much better, but for going into clinical trial, it has got to get the approval of ethics committee. And in addition to this lecture and this presentation, I had another presentation that we use dose painting procedure, not with this formula for achieving the result, based on the DILs. As you see, dose painting is something like SIB method, in which we determine several hypoxic areas known as ITV, and we prescribed higher level of doses to those areas. Unfortunately, that was a clinical trial approved by our national body, and the outcome was outstanding. From the total 20 patients treated with dose painting, regardless of this technique that we use for evaluating the result, the outcome after the follow-up was quite amazing, because there were no recurrence. As dose painting, I propose strongly to be worked more. It is promising, even though it needs more labor work, but we have done a clinical work, and it has been published in Radiation Oncology BMC journal. And I could provide you the reference in later on if you would like to have a look.
Thank you. Thank you. We have short time. We go to the next presenter here, Jobairul Islam. Have you planned the individual applicator by 3D printer? And if so, how much time you need to create one applicator? How much time?
So it depends on the filament and the thickness. If we use the metal coated filament with PLA material, for 2 centimeter thickness, it's 4 to 5 hours. It's enough time. But if we use the metal coated filament, ABS or anything, for 4 centimeter or more than 4 centimeter, it need to time more than 24 hours. And it's also depends on the printer capacity. If it's the high resolution printer, then it's need to decrease the time.
You have done your work in Heidelberg, Mannheim, yes. And this print, maybe the printer is very expensive. Can you do the same work in a less expensive printer in your country, maybe?
Yes, sir. It's more time in our country. It's need to more time, and all filaments are not available in our country. There's the 1 or 2 types of filaments, only plastic filaments available in our country, and the printer quality or printer resolution is not too good for the industrial purpose or hospital purpose. It's maybe it's the dry run or technical purpose they're using.
Thank you. The third one is actually gated 4D PET-CT method. Yeah, the SBRT actually is one of the most, I think it is it's important, is increasing day by day, especially countries like India or China or Bangladesh, who the population and patient number is very high. So when we treat the patient with the less fraction, then it is actually the gain of time. But SBRT is also a very precise method. Yeah, you need maybe more efforts for the medical physicist. And getting 4D PET-CT is not sometimes possible for some other countries. Can you suggest the simple method to do practice in SBRT?
Hi.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for your questions, and it is a very good question. To be honest, if the 4D PET facilities is not available to use, I would suggest maybe we can acquire two set of CT. The first CT is a deep inspirated CT, and the other
Yes.
one is the breath out CT. I would suggest. But nowadays, I think the GE system, they have launched a new version of the respiratory gated, which is the name is called the Q Clear. And I think they start to use the data-driven reconstruction methods to retrospectively analyze the data, and then which can improve the SUV the SUV values, such as the SUV maximum and the minimum, and also reduce the PET volume size. And yes, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I think SBRT is also very favorite to me because your less fraction and the
Yes.
outcome may be the same. I think so, but you need very good quality control. Yes, this is important.
Yes,
Yes.
the precision and accuracy.
Precision, yeah, precision, accuracy. Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much for your suggestion. I
Thank
have
you.
I have a question. So Subhash Haldar, the challenge of left breast is a challenge. One, the coverage of PTV and the shape of dose in the heart. The
Yes,
question is breath hold techniques and simple 3D CRT is not enough.
Yes, sir. Basal technique is enough, but we in our institute we have not facilitated to the Bethel over here because we have not facilitated in the 4D city. Yes, but 3D CRT is good enough. But in our study, and I already searched some paper, then they are doing the enough in the hybrid IMRT, means they are using. Yes, we are using the 3D CRT also, but still we are facing that the less coverage in the PTB. And also we are getting the more dose to the lung, contralateral lung and ipsilateral lung also. So in our study, I faced that the less lung is we can spare the more in lungs and also spare the heart in my technique. And yes, in my technique, I have just using the 3D CRT also, but I use the both like 60% I use in the for I'm 3D CRT, and another 50%, another 60% in 3D CRT and 40% in IMRT, and delivered the same in the same patient. So how in that patient actually what I get my study, and we are using the field in field also in the most of the radiotherapy using the 3D CRT, but using the field in field. But I use that field in field in with help of inverse technique. I'm use that field in field with help of the inverse planning system. So the planning system can make the good field in field for my study in the hybrid IMRT. That's why I selected that one, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I give the co-chair. Maybe you have some comments, Dr. Fatima Nasreen, for the next 3 lectures.
Everyone delivered nice presentation, their brilliant work. So we could conclude the session. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for taking part and supporting the conference. I think there is a breaking time of 1 hour and 20 minutes. So
yes. Yes, the time.
Conclude. So NGO break, and this is that's I have seen 1 hour and 20 minutes breaking time. So
yes.
Enjoy your break, and this concludes our session. Then thank you. Thanks everyone. Thanks.
So thank you everyone, and good luck in this pandemic situation. Stay safe and see you again. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. So, Dr. Fatima Nasrin, your book is here. Preceding book. We have printed a preceding book. If possible, please collect this book for you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for helping me. আপনি আসবেন কবে গণতে?
Excuse me, I had a question, if it is possible.
Yeah.
I am Mr. Hashimi from Iran. I wanted to know, how can we get access to the processing book? Is there any information about it?
Actually, we are planning a PDF, the whole book in PDF. It takes a little bit time. And we sent to every participant this PDF book. But we have enough printing book also here. I do not know. I do not know.
PDF copy.
Yes, PDF copy will get, yes. But printing copy also here. I do not know whether we can send by post.
No, it is not required.
Yeah, okay. But the printing PDF data you will receive very soon. Yeah, I can promise.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to apologize because I had to leave the session in the middle to participate in another parallel session. And I would like to apologize, and I try to rejoin at the end of the session. Thank you.
No problem. In the pandemic situation, we have done our best, and we are also thankful to the participant that instead of many problems, they actually take part in this great conference of AOCMP. Therefore, I thankful to you, everybody. Thank you.
Actually, it was a very great job. I appreciate you on my behalf. You did a great job at this situation, and it is marvelous. Thank you very much.
Yes. Without good participation, we cannot do our job. So I also thanks the participant. This is important. And of course, the chairs and co-chairs and my good organizer here, everybody is very young and enthusiastic, and they are working very hard. I think for science, we can do a little bit more than anything else. Thank you, Dr. Hashimi. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Fatima Nasrin. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good time.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 21st Congress of Mental Physics. And now the center presentation session is started, and we have our honorable chair, Professor Zakaria, as a chair as well, as like our previous session. And we are regret to say that our co-chair, Mr. Safar Jaman, is unable to attend the session. So we would like to request Professor Zakaria to conduct the session. Professor Zakaria is currently the founder chairman of South Asia Center for Medical Physics and Cancer Research. Jeffrey sir, please, I would like to request you to conduct the session.
আপনি বলে দিয়েছেন সবকিছু? So good morning everyone. This session is the sponsored presentation. I am the chair and my co-chair is Mr. Safai Jaman from Bangladesh. I hope Mr. Safai Jaman is also present here. And we have 3 presentation here. Every presentation has 20 minutes time. Please hold the time. The first presentation for intrabeam system physics, and this lecture is given by Steve Brown from Carl Zeiss. Please, Mr. Steve Brown. Mr. Steve Brown, are you present here? Hello. Hello.
Sir, I guess Mr. Steve is not here. We can move on to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ritu. The next presentation from LAP laser. It is given by Carlos Bohorquez, and the title is Radical Simple Precise 3D Dose Verification. Yes.
First of all, thank you for coming to my talk and listening to what I have to say. My name is Carlos Borges. I am the product manager of RadCalc, part of the LAP group. And today I'm going to talk about RadCalc and some of the things that we have coming out. First, who are we? So RadCalc was founded in 1999 by a physicist from Chicago, trained at the University of Chicago. And during that time, RadCalc has been able to add support for a lot of modalities, and a lot of this has come from customer input. So first, I'd like to ask for a favor. If there's anybody listening that would really like to give me an input on how to move forward towards the future, I am looking for research collaborators, especially within the APAC region. I know that I spent a little bit of time working in the APAC region, and with culture differences and workflow differences, I really want to make sure that we create a product that is useful for everybody around the world. So as we talk about the new features that are coming, if there's anything here that interests you, definitely shoot me an email. I'll give you my email at the end of the presentation, and we can talk a little bit about what we can do for each other. As you can see in the slide, we are in over 2,300 clinics worldwide, and we are dedicated to supporting multiple modalities. Again, a lot of this has come from customer input. This includes MR-Linacs, so we support both MR-Linacs that are currently in the market, as well as tomotherapy, Cobalt-60 machines, CyberKnife, tomotherapy that's not on here, brachytherapy, as well as EPID dosimetry that we'll be talking about here in a little bit. So we also, RadCalc was acquired by LAP in 2019, and during this time, there's been a lot of investment to grow the team and really to push the boundaries of the technology that we have. A little bit about what we've created in the past. So as I said, we started out in 1999. In 2000, we started support for IMRT. CyberKnife came a little bit after that. As you can see, in 2014, we created the 3D brachytherapy module. So we were actually able to calculate a 3D secondary dose check for brachytherapy. In 2016, we added automation with RadCalc Air, as well as rules that I'll talk about in a little bit. In 2019, we added 3D support for standard Linacs, including Monte Carlo and collapsed cone. And here in the future, we'll be actually releasing EPID dosimetry. By the time you guys listen to this talk, actually EPID dosimetry will be released. We're also going to be working on Electron Monte Carlo, and additional automation enhancements that we have planned. And this is really where I really need some customer input, especially from the APAC region, to really make sure that this is a product that works for everybody. Intelligent automation. So with RadCalc Air, which was released in 2016, RadCalc Air stands for Automated Import and Reporting. With a simple export from your treatment planning system, RadCalc Air ushers your plan through its calculation, creates a report, and gives you a PDF printout that you're easily able to import into your record and verify system. With the 3D algorithms, RadCalc Air helps by ushering it through a queuing app that gives the plan priority within the dose calculation engines. Then this allows it to progress through and quickly give you an analysis report as well. The system is got internal scalability, which allows it to quickly and cost-effectively configure multiple dose calc engines. So if your clinic needs multiple calculation engines due to the workflow, then you're quickly and like I said, cost-effectively able to purchase new hardware that you would purchase locally, and we're able to just install the dose calculation engines in the hardware that you're able to purchase locally. This is at no additional cost. Those calculation engines can be installed on a system that you acquire, any system that you acquire that meets our minimum requirements, and from there, the queuing app will farm out calculations as it sees fit. With that said, here is the queuing app, and again, as you can see, one of the calculations is working, and the other plans are waiting to be calculated. So in a scenario where your clinic has a lot of workload, you're able to utilize multiple calculation engines, and it's able to farm out the calculations as needed. This gives you the flexibility to really customize your clinical workflow, and it gives you the control of being able to really utilize all your resources without breaking the automation. With this, you can see here the rules for automation. The rules are allow you to specify how your calculation is going to progress through the system. Fractionation, dose, machine. There's multiple different ways that you're able to filter where the plan is going, what gamma analysis criteria you're going to use. This is a really great way to fit the automation to your clinical workflow. And with this said, the accuracy and the precision of our algorithms, both with 3D, collapsed cone, and Monte Carlo, really give you the tools to analyze everything within your plan. There's no need to create a point anymore within your treatment planning system. You're able to modify everything here in RadCalc. You can add line profiles as well as points that will give you a comparison from both the treatment planning system and the doses calculated in RadCalc. The tools that we give you are the gamma analysis tools, DVH protocols, and there's other tools as well that really give you the ability to evaluate differences within your plan. A little bit about our Gamma Knife. Our Gamma Knife was developed recently, and it really is the best Gamma Knife module out in the market today. So if you have a Gamma Knife, definitely reach out and ask for a demo. We'd love to show you what makes our Gamma Knife module one of the best in the market, or the best in the market. As well as our brachytherapy. If you're looking for a brachytherapy module, we do calculate a 3D dose for each and every brachytherapy plan. If you have your structures, we do give you a dose volume analysis on that. And if you have your CT, we also show you the dose differences within the CT anatomy as well, which I'll talk about again here actually. So here's a little teaser about our 3D epidosimetry. This is available for pre-treatment QA as well as in vivo exit transit dosimetry. This allows us to grab the individual frames of the images that you take for your patient, again, whether with the patient on the table or just pre-treatment in-air measurements. We're able to use those frames to reconstruct the dose in a true composite within your 3D data set. This gives you differences and gives you the dose actually on the patient's real anatomy instead of just on a phantom. So this is definitely something that I'm very excited about, and you should be too. And if you have any questions on this, reach out. I would love to show you how this works, and we would love to give you a demo. And also, if you are interested in doing a research collaboration on this, talk to us, reach out to me or one of our sales representatives, and we can go over really what we can do together to bring this into the clinic. The dose that's calculated, like I said, it is calculated in the patient CT. So you can see here on the top is your treatment planning system dose, and on the bottom is or was your in-air measurements. Now we're looking at the gamma comparison, and again, this really gives you the differences that you're going to be able to see in your patient anatomy. And again, whether it's pre-treatment QA or the actual dose that was delivered in the patient, really sensitive to the patient habitus change as well as patient anatomy changes. And again, this is a great tool that I think everybody would love to have. And again, thank you for your attention. I know this was kind of quick. I didn't have a lot of time to really cover everything that we have to offer. I'm really excited about our new EPID module, and I'm really looking forward to meeting some of you and hopefully being able to establish a little bit of research in between your site and ours. So here's my email, carlosborges@lifelinesoftware.com. And if you have any questions, just reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borkwich, for your presentation, and you have given your products list. I have not seen any question in the chat. I have one question, your ready calculation. It is just a verification, yeah, a second TPS, yeah, second TPS where we can verify the dose which is already calculated in the TPS. Is it so? Hello? Okay, no problem. So now I have now presenters here for intra-beam system physics. This is the topic, and I do not know, Steve Brown, are you present here?
Yes, I'm presenting.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So just give me a minute. So you're seeing my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So thank you for the introduction and the possibility to present the basics physics in IoT at AOCMP. So my name is Steve Brown, medical physicist and covering clinical application in Europe, in Russia, and Asia. So basically, the rationale of IoT is about local precision, deploying high doses and avoiding the risk of geographical miss through direct tumor bed sterilization. Time matters in the immediacy of the given radiation to the tumor bed without a delay, and eliminate the time gap between the surgery and radiotherapy. So proven performance of evidence-based clinical trials given as a single definite dose or as a boost, providing a high single dose to the radiotherapy strategy, also with shorter hospitalization. And on the upper right side, you see a schematic representation of the breast, which by the red circle present breast cavity after surgical resection, and the blue dropped circle indicates the risk area of remaining tumor cells. So intrabeam is basic, is general characterized by high doses deposit in the tumor cavity. So the risk area of which is irradiated by low energy X-rays in the range of about 2 and 2.5 centimeter. Due to the single intrabeam system in India, I want to illustrate the intrabeam product overview consists of 3 main components. So at the first, it's the workplace itself, the floor stand you will see in the background, and the XRS with additional applicators. So the core of the intrabeam system is the miniaturized linear accelerator emitting 50 keV low energy X-ray. So through photons in isotropic dose distribution, so the behavior it's like a point source. So this requires a minimum of shielding and has a step dose rate curve of about 1 through R to the power of 3. So in addition, it's mobile with a weight of 1.6 kilogram. So also you are able to move from one OR to another. Yeah, this slide gives you an overview of the different types and sizes of the applicators. So starting with a spherical on the upper left, flat surface, and the needle applicator. So with these different types, you're able to modify the dose distribution for your target tumor volume. So for further explanation here, the needle and the spherical applicators are almost isotropic and are used for brain, breast, colorectal, and also specifically the needle applicator for spine metastasis. The surface and flat applicators modify the dose distribution like a flashlight, absorbing the X-rays on the side and release just a beam to the exit window. And the flat applicators just got a flattening filter integrated in addition compared to the surface applicator in the middle, resulting in a flatter dose distribution into depth, and is used more for the application like skin or colorectal application. Focusing the depth dose rate curve, and you will see on the left side the dose distribution of the bare probe itself with a high dose rate near to the bare probe and a sharply falling dose rate gradient with increasing distance to the tip. So let's have a closer look to the practical example on the right side. So you have, for example, a 40 millimeter spherical applicator on the right side. Then when you are prescribing at about 20 gray at the surface, you will just have 2.6 gray, or so nearly 10% left in the distance of about 20 millimeter. So optional also, this is a major difference from conventional radiotherapy in the description of the deposed dose in form of the direct dose at a certain depth instead of using monitor units. So for example, in breast, we are prescribing 20 gray at the surface, and application like brain metastasis, we are prescribing about 30 gray at the surface. So with the quality assurance consisting of an annual calibration, verification check before every patient, a real-time dosimetry while irradiation, and last but not least, a small sized water phantom provided intrabeam users receive a total quality assurance you will see here in the 4 steps. continue with radiation protection. So with an approval of a fluoroscopy unit in the UR, you won't need any extra radiation protection, because in the most settings, you're irradiating when the stuff is outside of the UR itself. So from a physics point of view, the main absorption medium is the patient body itself, of course, because you have in direct contact to the tumor cavity. And you have a short travel distance of 50 kV in tissue, as presented before. And on the right bottom side, you see also the dead dose curves in water of the different sizes of the applicator. And also, while irradiation, you are able to pause the treatment in case of interaction or some checks in the patient itself. So with the intrabeam system, also a treatment planning system is provided to calculate via Monte Carlo simulation the dose distribution of simulating different scenarios and also spare organs at risk. So as you see here in the example, you will see the Kaifer IOT treatment simulating the dose distribution of a spine metastasis with a needle applicator. And also at the end, I want to give you an overview of the clinical application you can use the system itself. So as you see here, brain, breast, spine, gastrointestinal, and skin. So last but not least, a summary of the important studies and also an example I'm going to show you. So this is an example of using IoT in brain metastasis. So this will take just 1 minute. So in the operation of a resection of the brain metastasis, you're going to try looking for the right size of the applicator, and then using the machine, just putting the applicator really into the tumor bed and try to sterilize the tumor cavity. And after irradiation, so for about half an hour, you're going to skip it. And that special example for the brain metastasis, you can use it as a one-shot treatment. So here's, in the end, to give you an overview of the clinical application of intrabeam. You will see on the left side for breast, our target A study, in brain, intramet and also intrago. So they're in phase 3 trial, and for spine, the so-called Kaifer IoT. So thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to answer some question from the audience regarding physics in IoT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steve Brown, for your presentation. Yes, the intrabeam system of brachytherapy is, I think, many centers in Europe, and it is also coming maybe in developing countries. I have also experience with this system, and it is very good for the in the standpoint of radiation protection. We do not need almost no radiation protection. The machine can be placed in an operation room, but the application is limited in compared to the standard brachytherapy. Is it not so?
Depends on the application you're using it, of course. Yeah. Yep. So because you need, of course, an operation and also something like prostate, of course, it's more into deep in the patient. So that's not usable. Yeah. So it's limited. It's limited in the depth you're going into the patient.
I did not also find any heavy tax for medical physicists except management of tube and connection with the vendors. Is there any more tax for medical physicists there, or some technician and medical doctors can do everything?
There just recently in 2020, so in the end of last year, also the AAPM released something of the calibration and dosimetry standard of intrabeam, in the end of last year. So it's published by Scheik et al. And you just have to Google intrabeam and AAPM, and you will get, I think, everything medical physicists want to know about calibration and dosimetry.
Yes, I find one thing is also very interesting, especially in the breast treatment, because the boost dose, maybe sometimes in 20 or 16 gray, and we can apply in one sitting, and the patient are not used to come every 8 times or 10 times. This is another important feature, I think.
Yes, indeed. So when you're searching for the study of target A, you have the possibility in low-risk patients, when you're doing that kind of selection, to just do one-time shot. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Mr. Steve Brown, thank you for your presentation. If any questions at the end of the session in the chat box, I will read this and stay with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My next presenters is Sean Graydon from the Varian, and his topic is clinical decision support using intelligent cancer care. Mr. Sean Graydon, are you present?
Hi, Gulam. I am here, but it is pre-recorded, and I'm ready for questions afterwards. Thank you. Hi, everyone. It is my pleasure to present to you on clinical decision support using intelligent cancer care. My name is Sean Graydon, and I'm part of the APJI product marketing team for Varian. Throughout the planning process, we are constantly making decisions. These could be as simple as selecting a gantry angle, or as important as deciding how hard to push an organ at risk. The plans we create have evolved into highly personalized targeted treatments. Every year, we treat more and more patients, and the time between simulation and treatment is getting shorter and shorter. As the number of patients we treat increases, we need to offload some of the more mundane tasks to free up time for those trickier cases. To do this, our time must be optimized and our workflows standardized. Standardization to some might be using an objective or structure template, but we at Varian would like to take it a step further to create truly personalized treatments. In this presentation, I would like to show you tools Varian provides that can be used to assist us to make intelligent decisions for optimal cancer care. Nothing I've said so far has been unique to the India region, and similarly, like everywhere, the cancer burden is increasing. Currently, in the India region, there is 0.53 machines per million people and an unmet need of 0.47 machines per million people. There is also a positive gain of 15 machines per year, but this is not enough. This, of course, means that everyone that would benefit from radiation therapy will not see that benefit. There are also implications for staffing, and more qualified and skilled workers are needed to meet the challenge. It is safe to say the medical physics profession is not going anywhere, and you are all going to be very busy into the future. Additionally, this means that a lot of the tasks that physicists face currently are repetitive. I'm sure for many of you, the thought of planning a prostate puts your brain on autopilot. Combine these repetitive tasks with time stress and the risk of a radiation incident increases. In the paper from Walker, from 189 reported RT incidences, 37% related to the treatment planning process. And of course, doing mundane repetitive tasks, while important, leaves less time for other equally important tasks like patient and machine quality assurance. And finally, this can lead to feeling overwhelmed, have low motivation, and the process or technology that is needed to assist us in our job are delayed. So we end up stuck in a loop where nothing changes and the workload is only ever increasing. And we in Varian want to provide the tools to achieve further cancer victories through the Eclipse integrated workflows that enable efficiency and automation throughout the planning process. Since 2014, RapidPlan has been leveraging machine learning that provides high-quality plans that can be quickly optimized using knowledge-based models. For real-time personalization, MCO or multi-criteria optimization allows trade-offs to be explored across organs at risk and target doses. For this to be achieved, we need fast calculations. GPU reduces dose computation time. Faster calculations, of course, means more time for plan development. The ultimate speed up is automation, and this can be achieved through the Eclipse scripting API, which enables easy access to patient data to automate processes and drive clinical, operational, and financial decisions. And finally, velocity. By using the offline adaptive workflow, we can evaluate and act on patient changes. But it takes more than a machine to create optimal treatment plans. It takes the combination of patient data, machine learning, and human intelligence, with MCO in what we call machine intelligence. With RapidPlan and MCO, your ability to fine-tune plans with more speed and control has the potential to lead to increased efficiencies and higher quality plans. Because when it comes to cancer care, we believe that uniting machine intelligence and human impact can help power more cancer-fighting victories. Let's take a deeper look at what makes up Varian's machine intelligence. Locked away inside our databases is a wealth of clinical knowledge. Can we harness that knowledge to help us in our future planning needs? This is the basis for RapidPlan knowledge-based planning. From this wealth of patient data, we are able to group patients with similar disease sites, and from this historical collection of plans, we are able to utilize the plans that represent our best planning practices. Dosimetric and geometric data that is extracted from these best plans is then fed into our machine learning algorithm. These algorithms can then be used to help us generate an optimal plan for a new treatment patient, complete dose predictions and optimization objectives. The process for creating a RapidPlan model is quite simple. The first task is to find the patients that represent the scope of the model you would like to create. They should be good quality plans, and to train a model, you need at least 20 plans, but this 20 number depends on the complexity of the model, and you will likely need more than this number. Once the patients are found, each patient needs to be added to the model, and in doing this, it includes the structure set, plan geometry, and also the dose distribution. Once we have all of the plans added, the model is then trained using machine learning. Using various statistical metrics, the model for each organ at risk can be evaluated. The decision is then made if a particular structure fits the model, or potentially we need to find more structures like it to add to the model. Once the model is finished, in the optimizer, it is used to predict the dose to organs at risk and also generate optimization objectives to achieve that prediction. Rapid Plan is not a template, but rather takes into account the knowledge from the patients in the model and applies that knowledge to the patient's anatomy and geometric setup. So where does this get us? It reduces variability by benchmarking against prior clinical practice. It streamlines the planning process by reducing the repetitive nature of manual treatment planning. And finally, we can evaluate the plan against a clinical standard to promote best planning practice implementation. And so to recap, Rapid Plan takes the knowledge already in our database and applies this knowledge to new cases. However, as we know, no two patients are the same, and there could exist scenarios that are not contained within the scope of the applied Rapid Plan model. For example, this could relate to overlap with previous treatment, or the doctor would like to compromise PTV coverage due to the location of an adjacent organ at risk. The question then becomes, how do we address this unmet clinical goal? Traditionally, there has been few options for the planner. Make the single best plan they can, and then wait for input from the RO. And then, or create multiple plans displaying varying degrees of target coverage versus organ sparing. Both of these options are inefficient and may not offer enough information to create the most optimal plan. Clinicians need support so that intelligent decisions can be made. MCO allows clinicians the ability to investigate dynamically in real time what happens when different clinical criteria are varied in the treatment plan. This is where trade-off exploration with multi-criteria optimization comes into play. The workspace itself looks very similar to the Photon Optimizer and fits into your already established planning workflow. Up in the top left-hand corner, we have the trade-off sliders. In the center, we have the dose volume histogram. And then on the right-hand side, we have the dose distribution. Down the bottom, we have the clinical goals that we are trying to achieve. As I play the video, so this is the point in time where the dosimetrist or physicist has created what they think is the most optimal plan for that patient. And so the user is dragging the brainstem to achieve the desired dose and then locking that dose with the locking bar. As you can see, we're not achieving our optic structures dose. And so by dragging to the left, which is improving that dose, which is in green, and as you can see, the trade-off is the structures that turn red, and so they're getting worse as the optic structures are getting better. One thing to make sure is that while the sliders may look great and also the dose distribution, but very importantly, you have to also check the dose distribution as well. It may be hard to see on your screens also is that in the background here, we have a dotted line. And so that's our original plan. And then the thick line is the plan after trade-off exploration. The graph we see here represents the Pareto surface for the possible solutions that exist during treatment planning. For those not familiar with the Pareto surface, it is where one objective cannot be improved without making something else worse. Not all of the points along this graph represent clinically acceptable plan possibilities in adherence to our clinical goals. We will simply use this graph to understand how MCO is implemented within Eclipse to make our planning workflow more efficient. Within Eclipse, we use an implementation strategy that we term local MCO. We start with an initial candidate plan, and this plan has already been optimized by the user in an effort to drive the plan as close to the clinical goals as possible. When we use the MCO algorithm to automatically generate a plan collection in the background for trade-off exploration around this original clinical plan. What this means is that the user is feeding input about the plan into the MCO algorithm so that our plans generated in the background are closer to our clinical goals and therefore will be more useful during trade-off exploration. When a user is manipulating the sliders, the dose distribution we see is not a particular plan, but rather an interpolation between the plans contained within the plan library. Once the desired distribution is found, the final plan is then generated. To summarize MCO, it is a tool that enables real-time trade-off exploration to further personalize treatment planning. I can remember back when a dose calculation could take anywhere up to 30 minutes to calculate. It was a good time to work on other plans, take a break, watch the cricket, or browse the internet. Doing what we can do now with MCO would not have been possible, or at least very, very time consuming. In the reference paper, they found over a range of cases, calculating using Accuros XB was on average 4.4 times faster than calculating the CPU. GPU is also utilized for IMRT and also VMAT optimization in the latest releases. Faster calculations means more time for better planning. Together, RapidPlan and MCO are a powerful combination. They can provide additional organ-at-risk dose sparing, increased time saving, and ultimately potentially improve outcomes for your patients. The next piece of the puzzle is Eclipse scripting. Using a program language such as C#, users can access under-the-hood functionality and automate workflows. Scripting increases efficiency. A reduction of 130 minutes in planning time was observed when using automated treatment planning for breast planning combined with tangential fields and VMAT. A survey conducted after the implementation of scripting in combination with RapidPlan showed that 57% of users thought that scripting improved the quality and consistency of plans, and 86% believed that it reduced the total amount of planning time. With scripting, you can integrate different platforms. Platform direct readout of database items like appointments, questionnaires, enhance quality controls in the department, perform plan checks. An institution showed that by implementing scripting in the clinic, 92% of their plans were compliant with the clinical protocols and could even invigilate that 97% of failures came within the treatment planning process. In summary, scripting can increase the efficiency, consistency, and integration in the clinic, giving staff time back to those cases which need more attention. No matter how good our treatment plan is, It is that snapshot in time when a patient is treated when it matters most. Velocity generates advanced insights for our current patients with an offline adaptive workflow. The offline adaptive workflow generates a synthetic CT, which is the anatomy of the cone beam CT with the Hounsfield units from the planning CT. The original plan is then recalculated on the updated anatomy in Eclipse, and then are finally compared back in Velocity. The video that just played is from the end of the dosimetry navigator, which is displaying the compared minus the delivered dose. Notice the hot spots in red, the cold spots in blue, and the streaking is from setup inconsistencies. Technology such as RapidPlan, MCO, scripting, and Velocity gives us tools to help deliver personalized and standardized care in a time-efficient manner. We can all agree that physicists are going to be very busy and challenged into the future. Repetitive tasks are generally mundane, prone to errors, and eat up valuable time, leaving less time for process and personal development. A challenge
হ্যালো, কি হলো ম্যাডামকে ডাকেন তো, এটা কি হলো ম্যাডাম? হ্যালো, এটা কি হলো? এভাবে বেসিক হঠাৎ করে চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেল যে। হ্যালো হ্যালো, yes, hello.
Hi, Golam. I can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Shaun Grey Down. It is a nice presentation. Yes, we need now and future knowledge-based treatment planning, and you have explained very clearly why we need this. And what is important here, in my standpoint, ML plus human intelligence. Yeah, this is a very nice word. The machine learning plus human intelligence, the best combined. And I do not see any questions here. Only one question here: how do we understand, measure about homogeneity index? This is Raju Srivastava, Belgium. It is a question to you or somebody else? I do not know.
I think that's for Steve there, Golam.
Yes. This is a chat box. How do we understand or measure about homogeneity index? Maybe in another lectures, yeah? I do not know.
Yeah, I think that one was for Steve there, Golam.
Yeah. I do not see any question more. Actually, the medical physicist has also the possibility to store your system, his own optimized plan also, yes? This is actually the server, the knowledge-based plan, but I have a very good plan. I can also put in the server.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So any of your very high quality plans that represent exactly how you want that type of plan generated, you add that into this model configuration workspace. And then when you have a collection of those good quality plans together, that's when it uses machine learning to model your future plans.
Yes, I can intervene in this whole workflow somewhere and give my own idea there also. It's possible, yeah?
Yeah, so it's just like running a normal optimization. So you generate your model and then it creates your optimization objectives, but you're free to add more objectives, as many as you like, throughout the planning process. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I once again give my best thanks to these three sponsors. Thank you very much. You have support us in this pandemic time, and I hope we have successfully complete our conference, and we have the last meeting here with awardee presentation. I think it will be also very nice. Thank you once again for your support, and see you in future conferences. Thank you.
Thanks for having us, and we'd love to support you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Cancer all in one way or another. That's why we're dedicated to connecting all care to realize a world without fear of cancer. We're achieving that through intelligent cancer care. Through building shorter paths from research to remission, bridging the distance between Manhattan and Mozambique, driving a direct link from high tech to high impact, and resolutely facing today's unique challenges by connecting the world through more personalized treatment, more data-driven decision-making, more direct access to care, and a new, more unifying, smarter standard of oncology. We're all connected through intelligent cancer care.
We're not waiting for the future. We're creating it. Imagine radiation treatment that's easier, more efficient, and delivers therapies in record time without compromising on quality. Because quality of care is so important, there's innovative beam shaping technology, combined with 100% image guidance and patient positioning. This is a new way of thinking, a transformation designed to help more patients enhance their well-being and comfort in less time. Together with our customers, we've led radiotherapy innovation for years. Now we're creating its future.
Launching a new era. PTW BeamScan, the new water phantom. Automated, wireless, fast. PTW beams you up to a new era in 3D water scanning.
I still remember that morning, the day I first set foot on the campus as a student. I couldn't imagine that the campus of a private university is so large. Yes, I'm talking about United International University. Built on 25 bighas of land, 30% is built-up area and 70% is open space. There was a large corridor in front with a lot of students. I went ahead with a surprised look. As soon as I entered the class, all the new faces stared at me. They were my university classmates. Sir entered the classroom. Lesson started. The way of teaching was different. He explained everything in a simple way. Beyond class, there were associated laboratory classes on different subjects. A large number of computer labs for meeting the needs of CSE students. Circuit lab, machine lab, digital lab, microprocessor lab, communication lab. All are equipped with modern setup for producing competent EEE graduates. Civil engineer labs to prepare civil engineer students to design and build modern infrastructure. The robotics lab is the place for innovation and discovery in this era of fourth industrial revolution. In Advanced Intelligent Multidisciplinary Systems Lab, researchers are exploring the application of IT in multifaceted domains including health sector. Center for Energy Research, CER, is dedicated to the research in producing clean energy. It is thus helping the country to combat against effects of climate change. It has modern servers and data centers of international standard to keep the campus live online without interruption for a second. Proverb goes that the more you read, the more you learn. There is a spacious library stuffed with so many books and a pleasant, calm environment for serious reading. Spending time with friends in a lovely green environment was really very exciting. Large playground over the horizon cannot be forgotten. Suddenly, I was in trouble. It would be too late to get money from home. A friend advised me to go to the DSA office. I went and got an interest-free education loan. What a relief it was for me. There is no end to the benefits. There's a game room, gymnasium, nice canteen, large auditorium, plenty of benefits. Is it possible to pass without good results? So, study, study, and study. I got scholarships several times along with many of my classmates. The wheel of success of this organization is moving forward under the leadership of our Honorable VC Sir, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Mafizur Rahman. And that's why United International University has been accredited by ACBSP, IEB, CIMA, and has been ranked in Asia by QS. The main secret behind this is the quality of education and all the modern facilities. Time passes by. A special day comes. I got the certificate of graduation from the Chancellor. Today, during my busy schedules at work, even though I'm far away, I still remember the key contributor of my success, the United International University. Today, graduates of United International University are working successfully in home and abroad, bearing the flag of this noble institution. United International University. Quest for excellence.
good afternoon from Bangladesh. Now, we are really glad to cover all the session and presentations till now. And now we are going to the last steps of our program and the awardee presentation session. The Asia-Oceania Congress of Asia-Oceania Federation of Medical Physics (AFOM) has delivered several awards in the year 2021 for Best Paper, Best PhD, Young Achiever Award, and Best Student Publication Award. In this session, our Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, Professor Dr. Eva Bezak and Professor Dr. Hasinul Ansari is going to conduct the session. And now, without further any delay, I would like to hand over the session to them to conduct the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And it is my pleasure to chair this last session of this wonderful AOCMP 2021. And I'm chairing this session also as the chair of Awards and Honors Committee of the AFOM. So actually all of these winners, their nomination went through my hands and of my committee, and I'm very pleased now to share their hard work with you. Our first presentation will be the best paper presentation, which was awarded to Yoshiro Ieko from Japan for his paper, The Impact of 4D CT Ventilation Imaging Guided Proton Therapy on Stereotactic Body Radiotherapy for Lung Cancer. Yoshiro is currently doing a doctorate in medical physics, and he also worked at the Department of Heavy Particle Medical Science at Yagamata University Graduate School of Medicine. And since 2020, he is working at the Department of Radiation Oncology, Iwate Medical University School of Medicine. His research interests include radiation pneumonitis, deformable registration, 4D CT ventilation, and many others. He has received 73rd Annual Meeting of the Japanese Society of Radiological Technology Best Student Award in 2017, Best Paper Award by the RPT Journal, and this is now topped by the AFOM Based Paper Award. So can we please see the winner's presentation?
My name is Yoshiro Ieko. I am very honored to receive this wonderful award. Today, I will introduce the prize-winning paper. Radiation pneumonitis is a side effect of radiation therapy for lung cancer. Recently, the impact of functional lung avoidance with the aim of reducing RP has been reported. One can see that compared to a clinical plan that does not consider lung function. The function plan reduces the dose to lung function regions while maintaining PTB coverage, resulting in lower values of MTCP for RP. Therefore, functional lung avoidance is promising for reducing RP. Several studies have evaluated the impact of 4D CT ventilation guided radiotherapy in functional lung avoidance. The left figure shows examples using 3CRT and BMAT. In both cases, compared to the clinical plan, the functional plan reduces the dose to the functional regions described in the 4D CT ventilation images. Additionally, 4D CT ventilation guided radiotherapy has already been applied clinically, as shown in the right figure. However, there are few data on the functional plan using proton beams. Proton therapy has the potential to spare functional lung regions by leveraging black peaks. This figure shows two dot distribution with photon and proton beams. Compared to photon beams, proton beams can better avoid functional regions by leveraging black peaks. The purpose was to clarify the impact of 4D CT penetration imaging guided functional treatment planning with proton therapy for SBRT by comparing 3D CRT and VMAT. 13 lung cancer patients who received 3D CRT SBRT were studied. The clinical stage, tumor location, and mean PTV volume are as shown. The treatment planning system was registration for 3D CRT and VMAT, and XIRM for PT. In 4D CT penetration imaging, we first acquired 4D CT data. We then performed the formal image distribution between peak inhale and peak exhale images. Finally, we calculate the punctuation values using the density change-based algorithm defined in the equation. In a previous study, we reported the relationship between functional lesions in 4D CT penetration images and lesion pneumonitis in patients with SBRT. The results revealed that the 20s to 30s percentile had good prediction for the development of lesion pneumonitis. Based on the result of this study, we defined the 20th percentile as the functional lesion. In this study, to evaluate the dose to functional lung lesions, we used two dose function metrics reported in previous studies. One is the ROI-based dose function matrix, which calculates the dose volume histogram within the ROI. Therefore, RBX was defined as a percentage of functional receiving X or more grade within the ROI. The other is the functional map-based dose function metric, which calculates a dose function histogram for penetration image. Therefore, FBX was defined as a percentage of penetration within the volume receiving X or more grade. For functional treatment planning, the prescribed dose was 60 gray per 3 fraction, and the dose constraint for PTB and OR are as shown. These constraints are based on RTLG 0618. For each function plan, RB5, RB10, and RB20 were reduced with the same priority as possible to spare functional lung lesions while meeting those constraints. For each patient, 3 functional plans were generated using 3D CRT, VMAT, and PT. The planning methods for each functional plan are as shown. There are examples of 3 dose distributions with 3D CRT, VMAT, and PT. The left figure shows 3D CRT, the middle figure shows VMAT, and the right figure shows PT. 4D CT penetration images and ISO line are overlaid on the CT images. Compared to 3D CRT and VMAT, PT led to a reduction in the dose to functional lung lesion, particularly the lesions around the contralateral lung. This is a summary of dose function metrics. The top table shows the ROI-based dose function metrics, and the bottom table shows function mark-based dose function metrics. In the ROI-based dose function metrics, in terms of RMLD, the values was 5.9, 5.4, and 4.1 gray for 3D CRT, VMAT, and PT, respectively. For RB5, the values was 28.3, 24.5, and 12.3 respectively. And for RB10, the values was 16.6, 13.3, and 10.4% respectively. Overall, PT reduced the dose to functional lung lesions compared to 330 and VMAT with statistical significance. There are no significant differences in RB20. Additionally, in terms of the functional mark-based dose function metrics, PT exhibited the lowest values for FMLD, FV5, FV10. For FV20, there was no statistical significance similar to RB20. Therefore, for both those functional metrics, PT led to significant reductions in MLD and low or moderate doses compared to those in 330 and VMAT. This table shows a comparison of the dosimetric parameters for the PTV and OARs. Regarding the dose to the OARs, compared to 330 and VMAT, PT exhibited low dose in all OARs except for 320 in the all-run. Therefore, the function plan using PT yields reductions in the dose to the functional lesions without increasing the dose to the OAR. In conclusion, we compared 3 4D-CT penetration imaging guide function plans for SBRT using 2 dose function metrics. Our results demonstrate that PT spared more functional lesions with low or moderate dose in comparison to 330 and VMAT by leveraging the physical characteristics of black peaks. In closing, I would like to thank AOCMP, FOMP, JSMP, JSRT, and the co-authors.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Is the system used clinically?
Leko, are you here?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Just the Professor Eva is asking, is the system used clinically?
Clinically, to our knowledge, some institutions use the functional planning using 4D-CT penetration, using photon beams. To our knowledge, proton therapy is not yet. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Dear Anupama, would you like to introduce the next speaker, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Eva. And I'm just always congratulate all the awardees and also the hard working of the Professor Eva. He has done a tremendous work for selecting the nominations, everything led by the Professor Eva Bizek. So you are also grateful to them because she is here now. So I'm especially thankful to her. So now our next one is Woon Chung Cheon. He has received the A.N. Parameshwar Memorial AFUM Best PhD Award. So I'm just telling him something about him. Just a minute, it is slow. Okay. Woon Chung Cheon, PhD. He is the medical physicist, Proton Therapy Center, National Cancer Center in the Republic of Korea. He is working at the National Center Korea as a medical physics residency. He is, as well as besides the medical physics, he is also AI researcher. He received the 2 bachelor degrees in 2014, computer engineering BE radiological science, his honors, and also he received his PhD in health science and technology medical physics from Sung Kin Kwan University in the Republic of Korea. His research area is based on computer engineering, three-dimensional QA for dosimetric and mechanical QA, auto planning for proton therapy, outcome cognition predictors, and super resolution for gamma camera. He published 9 SLC papers and issued 8 Korea USA patents from 2015 till now. So thank you, Woon Chung Tyun. Floor is yours. So please invited you to record this video.
I'm honored to receive this award. Today, I will talk about my PhD works and 3 beliefs during my relatively short research life. I have 2 bachelor degrees. The first is radiological science. The second is computer engineering. And I have PhD in engineering. The major is the health science and technology. Specifically, this is medical physics. My graduate school year were from 2015 to 2020, and my advisor is Professor Yang Yi Han. Once again, I would like to thank my forever supervisor, Professor Yang Yi Han. I tried to gain the various experiences in various labs, such as CT reconstruction algorithm lab, biomedical engineering lab, and medical physics lab. Now I'm working at the Proton Therapy Center of National Cancer Center Korea as physics residency. This slide shows the accomplishment from 2015 to now, a change in the perspective to numbers. I published 9 SSCI, SSCI-E papers, and 1 non-SSCI paper as a first author. I presented my research at 8 and 11 international and domestic conferences, respectively. Through the research results, 8 USA Korea patents were issued from 2015 to now. My research topic covered the high precision 3D QA, auto planning, and evaluation with the super resolution technique for the gamma camera and noise reduction technique for the NDT. The paper list was described in my CV. I would appreciate if you could check the details of each research through each paper. The topic what I really wanted to talk about is my 3 beliefs during the relatively short research life. The first of my belief is 끈기, the tenacity. The similar word as persistency and pertinacity. This is part of my portfolio. The paper located at the website was published at 2018. The paper located at the right side was published at 2021. The paper on the left side is my first paper. The research period is about 4 years, and the paper was rejected by 4 journals. The research period of the right side paper is about 5 years, and the paper rejected by the 3 journals. I think the tenacity, the 끈기, is the first of my belief, which could allow me to endure that hellish time. The second belief is camaraderie. The similar words are companionship and friendship. I think the camaraderie could make our dreams come true. For the publish a research paper, the effort of many authors is essential. Thus, we need to create synergy. I'm grateful to the authors who have always been with me in my research, in our research. we are a team.
It is.
The third belief is self-confidence. I think the self-confidence could make me has will not to give up. As mentioned earlier, the first research paper published in 4 years, so the day were like hell. At that time, the supervisor Yang Yi-han always told me the two sentences. The first sentence is to build today on the top of the past. The second sentence is be ambitious. The third encouragement of my supervisor, I was able to move forward without giving up. Now I have the published SCI paper. The total impact factor is about 26. I'm still training and running to become like the senior medical physicist researchers with my colleagues. With more humble attitude, I will further devote myself to the development of medical physics in ASEA 오세아니아. 더욱 겸손한 태도로 아세아 오세아니아 의학물리학 발전을 위해서 더욱 정진하도록 하겠습니다. Thank you for your attention. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and wishing you all the very best in your future scientific endeavors. I'm sure that we will see your work presented at numerous conferences in the AFOM region. I would like to now introduce our next winner. The AFOM Awards Ying Song with P.N. Krishnamurthy Memorial AFOM Young Achiever Award for 2021. This Memorial AFOM Young Achiever Award supports the commitment of AFOM to support and encouraging promising young medical physicists from an AFOM region at an early stage of their career. And we generated this award in the memory of a famous Indian physicist in medical physics and radiation physics, P.N. Krishnamurthy. And we thank you, his family, for their consent and support for this award. The winner, Ying Song, is a physicist from Division of Medical Physics in West China Hospital in Sichuan, China. She has completed here her PhD degrees in Sichuan University, and she received the Advanced Physicist certification from the National Joint Education Program with Department of Medical Physics, Wisconsin University in 2017. She has been dedicated to new technology research, development, and promotion in medical physics domain with interdisciplinary educational background and working experience. She has co-authored over 20 referred scientific publications, and her research has been funded by National Natural Science Funding of China. Congratulations, and can we have the presentation, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ying Song. I'm the physicist from West China Hospital, Sichuan University, China. Today, I want to introduce the Integrated Education Program, Medical Physics of West China School of Medicine. It will have 4 parts. Overview of our integrated education program. 2 main characteristics of our program. One is the clinical practice-based training. The other one is the high-level research-based training. And last, I want to talk about our future. Let's start with the overview. We have multiple training programs in the medical physics domain, including the undergraduate, graduate, doctoral, and residency program. It is the first undergraduate program for medical physics in China. Different programs have different education objectives. Our undergraduate, graduate, doctoral, and residency program are delivering different kinds of talents for companies, hospitals, institutes, and universities. Most of them do the work in the domain of radiotherapy application, radiotherapy dosimetry, radiotherapy technology, quality assurance, and research in this field. They are parts of the members of our faculty. There is abundant teaching experience, special teaching method, valuable research, and clinical experience. They have their own research subfields. Now, there are more than 100 staff in our center. We make full use of the comprehensive educational resources of Sichuan University and combine the outstanding teachers of West China School of Medicine and the School of Physics. Then, we have such a professional curriculum system of medical physics with solid math and physics basics, and comprehensive professional courses. We provide solid foundation for students to choose the professional directions as they prefer. Clinical practice and solid basic training is our highlights. We have world-leading software and hardware systems to comprehensively support the training of radiotherapy quality assurance and multiple radiotherapy techniques and clinical applications. In addition, we also support new techniques development and applications and international frontier researches. In radiotherapy application, we have multi-modality simulators, automatic contouring softwares, MRI Linux, and other conventional Linux. For radiotherapy dosimetry, we have treatment planning systems from 4 brands, many kinds of dosimetry detectors and reconstructors. We conducted WMAT, SBRT, DBIH, and IGRT radiotherapy technology in clinical applications. We are going to further promote radiotherapy technologies based on those advanced equipments. We set different clinical training schedules according to individual training objectives for different level programs. They will have full training in our center. Quality assurance training is our core course and program highlights. Students can learn daily, monthly, and annually machine QA and patient-specific QA in these courses. They are trained with the work principles, measuring, data analysis, and so on. We do high-level research with students in a close cooperative group. That is our high-level research-based training. We focus on the research about IMRT, WMAT, SBRT, image-guided radiotherapy. We have multiple image-guided radiotherapy equipments, including cone beam CT, electrical portable imaging device, and optical surface imaging system. Motion management has been our clinical routine. We have 4-dimensional CT and 4-dimensional cone beam CT, active breath control, and real-time position management system in clinical applications. This is a typical example of 4-dimensional CT to show the real-time tumor position of the patient. That's why we pay special attention to motion management. For small target volumes, we also provide active breath control for stereotactic body radiotherapy. This is an example of the cone beam CT of an active breast patient to show the accurate setup and delivery. We also provide students opportunities to participate in advanced radiotherapy technology development, such as stereotactic cardiac radioablation. We apply multimodal image registration and fusion technique to accurately locate the target, and then use the gating together with image-guided technique to assure the accurate delivery. Now, we have over 60 undergraduates and 40 graduates. They make achievements in clinical and research areas. In the future, we hope more talents will join us, and we are looking forward to keep close contact with the global clinical and educational community of medical physics. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind presentation. And this brings me to the last award being awarded in this category, which is the Professor Sung-Sil Chu AFOM Best Students Publication Award for a medical physicist from a low to mid-income country in the AFOM region. To honor contribution of the Professor Sung-Sil Chu, who was the founder of the Korean Society of Medical Physics. Korean Medical Physics Society has kindly sponsored this award. And it is my pleasure to announce that this year the award goes to Dr. Hemalata, Assistant Professor of Radiological Physics Department in Rajasthan. She has just completed her PhD in medical physics in Bhattiyar University and has successfully completed Radiation Safety Officer course in Mumbai. She has also completed senior residency at Sardar Patel Medical College in Rajasthan in 2014, where she has been working as an assistant professor to date. The center has a history of treating cancer patients for more than 50 years. It has all the radiotherapy equipment and is treating around 3,000 patients each year. She was doing her PhD under the guidance of Professor Cho Gule, and she has written 4 research papers in peer-reviewed publication and presented them at numerous national and international conferences. It is our pleasure to award the Professor Sung Sil Chu's AFON Best Student Publication Award to Dr. Hemalata. Can we please run the presentation? Do we have a presentation? Excellent. Hemalata, have you recorded or are you presenting live?
Madam, she will
I'm presenting that.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes. Are you presenting live or do you have a presentation?
I am presenting, ma'am.
Okay, please start. Thank you.
Can you see my PPT, ma'am?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please continue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to give my presentation.
We are losing your audio. We can't hear you.
Just a minute. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you please proceed? You have strictly 10 minutes.
So I'm going to give my presentation about estimation of radiation-induced second cancer risk following radiotherapy of cervical cancer, and this is the phantom study. So in introduction about my study, so in the worldwide, the cervical cancer is the fourth most common cancer in women and estimated to account for 6.6%. And this is the data about 2018. And according to National Cancer Registry India 2020, the projected 5 most common cancer for female in India is breast, cervix, uteri, ovary, corpus uteri, and lung, and it constitutes 53% for all the cancers. And this is the statistics given by the National Cancer Registry Program in India. And as we know, the radical hysterectomy or radiotherapy alone has been accepted as a standard treatment for early stage invasive cervical cancer. And locally advanced cancer can be treated by intracavity radiotherapy and external beam radiotherapy. And continue to be, there is an increasing concern regarding the second cancer following radiotherapy treatment due to early screening of patient at young age and increasing survival rate. And a review study has also confirmed that small but significant risk of second cancer observed among Asian women with cervical cancer. And this study aims to measure the leakage and scatter radiation received by the out-of-field organs such as liver, stomach, colon, thyroid, lung, and breast while delivering 3D CRT plus brachytherapy and IMRT with brachytherapy in the humanoid phantom, and we compared the risk associated with this treatment. And these are the material method we have used. The planning CT of humanoid phantom for external beam radiotherapy was performed in the Wipro GE CT simulator. And following that, the 3D CRT plan, which is box field, and IMRT plan, which is having 7 field, were performed in the Eclipse treatment planning system. And the brachytherapy is given.
Can you click on your slides? You are still on slide 2. We don't see your slides.
Can you see now, ma'am?
We see slide 2, introduction.
Okay.
If you're already talking about phantoms, so you must be further down your talk.
Yeah, I'm showing.
So click on your left to the slide you're talking about. Okay, thank you. Just don't forget on your left to click on the next slide. Please continue.
Yes, can you able to see, ma'am?
Yes, you are not in a slideshow mode. You are in the editing
now I'm
mode.
in slide. Now I'm in slideshow.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. So these are the material and methods we have used. The planning city of humanoid phantom for brachytherapy EBRT was performed in the Wipro GE CT simulator, and 3D CRT plan, which is having a box field, and IMRT with 7 field were performed in the Eclipse treatment planning system. And the plan delivery was done in the 6 MV photon beam in the Varian medical Varian Linac, and the brachytherapy is given in the cobalt 60 gamma rays in the BBIC machine. And the outer field dosimeter we have used is lithium fluoride 100, which is having 4.5
Can you
mm.
click on the next slide? You are not scrolling through. You have to click on number 5. If you change, you are not in the presentation mode, what we see.
Can you able to see?
You are not
just
there.
You will see
Yes.
there is a slide mode, presentation slide mode, or you can go to the view and go to the slide mode.
We must be seeing maybe your wrong screen.
In view mode, not this one. You go to the slide mode. You see in the right side.
Yeah, I'm doing this only.
Do you have 2 screens? You might be sharing the wrong screen with us or wrong file.
Or in the lower border, you see 3 box. You click the 3 icons. So right icon, on the right icon, you just click one.
That icon only I have clicked, ma'am. I have clicked. I opened the slide view, ma'am.
Okay, just continue with 5 and then click on every slide in your editing window because we're running out of time.
AOCMP 2021. Acha suno, 21. Then I will.
Can you please go back to your slide 5 and continue?
Okay, we have calculated the excess absolute risk and excess relative risk using the biological effects of ionizing radiation formula. And following that, the lifetime attributable risk is calculated. And these are the results.
Anupama, you have to mute. Okay, please continue.
These are the results. These are the TLD calibration results for cobalt 60 beam and 6 MV X-ray beam. And this is a dose distribution in external beam radiotherapy in the humanoid phantom. And this is the brachytherapy dose distribution. And these are the final result. The equivalent dose with the brachytherapy result in a higher dose to nearby organs than 3D CRT and IMRT treatment. And IMRT treatment results in a higher out-of-field dose for the out-of-field organ due to greater leakage radiation associated with it. The organ colon received the highest dose with the external beam radiotherapy, and the kidney received the highest dose with brachytherapy. So these are the out-of-field dose measured using lithium fluoride detector. And following that, the lifetime attributable risk is calculated. The risk decreases with increase in age at exposure as given in the biological effects of ionizing radiation report. With the teletherapy, the IMRT plus brachytherapy treatment results in a greater risk than 3D CRT plus brachytherapy treatment. And continue to be, as shown in the figure, the lifetime attributable risk associated with breast and lung results in a greater than 1% with IMRT treatment. The under 3D CRT results in less than 1% of lifetime attributable risk. Other out-of-field organs such as colon, liver, and stomach results less than 1% of lifetime attributable risk with both the treatment methods. And the thyroid results in less than 0.5% of lifetime attributable risk for both the treatment methods.
The discussion part, the increasing trend of young cancer cervix patients lead to study about the dose received by out-of-field organs and associated cancer risk. But the dose received by organs in the out-of-field volume is not calculated accurately by most of the commercial treatment planning system, since it is not commissioned for out-of-field dose calculation. Similarly, the TPS used for this study calculated 0.2 gray for all the out-of-field organs, irrespective of the distance from the treatment field. In comparison to 3D CRT, the greater number of monitor unit associated with the IMRT treatment, that is total MU for 3D CRT is 286 and IMRT is 1305, which is result in significant out-of-field dose. In the measurement, the highest dose recorded was for colon with the external beam radiotherapy and kidney with the brachytherapy. The present study results are similar to that of the study performed by Lee et al. And about the phantom study on second cancer risk estimation for EBRT and brachytherapy in cervical cancer.
Thank you very much for your time. Yes.
Conclusion, the patients suffering from cervical cancer are exposed to live long enough to develop second cancer. Therefore, the study was performed to estimate the radiation-induced second cancer risk following radiotherapy. However, all the evaluated out-of-field organs in this study showed some level of risk. The risk was most pronounced for the colon, stomach, and breast. And according to the finding of the study, it can be concluded that there is a need for follow-up studies to establish a solid database on the second cancer risk related to radiotherapy. And this is the paper published in the Iranian journal. And I wish to acknowledge Dr. Arun Chogle, sir. He's my guide and senior professor, Department of Radiological Physics. And also I wish to acknowledge Dr. Mary Jo ma'am for supporting for this study. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Can you please stop sharing the screen? Okay, wonderful. This brings this session to a close, and I would like to congratulate the awardees and thank you for their kind presentation. At this stage, I would like to hand over to the Congress chairperson, Professor Hasin Anupama Ajari, to commence the valedictory and closing presentation. I want all the awardees to stay with us for an official presentation of their award certificates. Thank you. Anupama, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Eva, and all of the awardees to have a nice presentations. Now today is the third day of the AOCMP 2021, and we're at the end of our conference. And we would like to thanks to everyone because, you know, for the COVID pandemic, we have done is a hybrid first day only and the other 2 days fully online. So we have till now 22 invited presentations and 5 mini symposium with 25 speakers and oral 75 speakers and poster 41. And we have received the speakers from 28 countries. Over 400 participants usually visit this one, and in our lobby, they locked about 3,000 visitors. We have many vendors. All the vendors have joined, and we have shown their videos and advertisement in our AOCMP 2021. I will just show a glimpse of our presentations. I will ask Neetu, just please show the things. So this is our AOCMP 2021. This is our venue, United International University, and this is our lobby. And you see all the vendors, things are given, and here all the flags. This is our university, and when you click enter, these are the keynote speakers, and then please, these are the invited speakers. These are the mini symposium, education and training. Please go to the next slide.
Yes, ma'am, one sec.
Please go to the next slide. I think something hanged. This is our third mini symposium for the IMPCB certification board. This is the, not just today, we have the mini symposium for the women for women. And this is the medical physics contributes during COVID-19. So you see how we have done these things, all the speakers, you can see our lobby and these things. And besides, we have shown our some cultural things and poster presentations. I hope all you have enjoyed. And this is that's the live one. We have inaugural ceremony. We have speakers from the Health Ministry, Ministry of Science and Technology, Atomic Energy Chairman, and other distinguished guests from ever. And we have 200 participants on site. And we have congratulate to Professor Orun and Professor Eva Bizek to give the welcome message to the participants. So in this way, we have done the hybrid sessions. I hope everybody enjoyed and have knowledge, you gather knowledge and everything. So now I am going to request Professor Eva Bizek, who is the chair of the award and honors committee. He has done a lot, everything. So I will ask Neetu we are giving the certificates to the awardees, and Eva Bizek will tell everything about the award presentations. Please, Neetu, please follow.
Okay, wonderful. Firstly, I would like to thank the Awards and Honors Committee. It's really not just my work, but I had wonderful colleagues from Nepal, Malaysia, Japan, Korea, working with me on evaluation of nominations. I would like to thank all NMOs who have worked hard to submit wonderful nominations for all of the awards, because it does take time to identify a suitable candidate and prepare the nomination. So I hope we will have excellent number of nominees receiving next year for another round of the awards. I would like to now start with the presentation of the Best Paper Award. Can I see the certificate? To Dr. Yoshiro Ieko for the best paper publication in the AFOM official journals in 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I believe the certificate will be sent to you by post if it hasn't already been sent.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. Our next award for the best PhD is awarded to Dr. Won Jung Cheon, a medical therapist. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The next award is the Young Achiever Award. Thank you, Dr. Cheon. Can I have the next slide? Okay, so we have a certificate for the Best Student Publication Award in 2021 for a student in from developing low to mid-level income country, and it's proudly presented to Dr. Hemalata Hiaman from Rajasthan. Hemalata, can we see you? Maybe not. Okay, can I please have the next award? Okay, and last but not least, the P.N. Krishnamurthy Memorial AFOM Young Achiever Award from West China Hospital in Sichuan, China. Warmest congratulations again.
Thank you, Eva, for a we have greetings all the AOCMP 2021 and also all the awardees. Now you know that in each AOCMP 2021, we evaluate the oral, the speakers and all big presentation as well as poster presentation. So we have categorized in 3 categories, that is radiotherapy, diagnostic and radiology, and then nuclear medicine. So for each category, we have awarded first 3 one, best first, best second, and best third. So I'd like to request Neetu to show this the poster and we'll award these things. We are now announcing the awardee's name. For the best poster award goes to Kullan. The oral, this is okay. The best oral presenters is Muhammad Amin Mosleh Shirazi from Iran for the influence of post-synthesis and post-irradiation times on dosimetric properties of a vibrate type gel dosimeter. So congratulations to Muhammad Amin Mosleh Shirazi. The second best oral poster award goes to Abdul Sattar Khalid from Qatar. His topic is a retrospective study on the dosimetric effect of not applying a shift in variant ring applicators for HDL cervix brachytherapy treatments. The third best oral presenters goes to Miriam Ekel from Germany for his oral presentation, dosimetric benefits of daily treatment plan adaptation for prostate cancer stereotactic body radiotherapy based on synthetic cone beam CT. So we are now going to the radiology and imaging category. The best oral poster award to the Shishmita Afroz from Bangladesh for the cluster size analysis of Alpide CMOS pixel sensor for computer tomography. The second awardee is Kuratani Yusuki from Japan. Translation from non-contrast to contrast images by cycle GAN in head neck vascular CT imaging. The third best oral poster awardee is Katsumi Sujioka for image quality evaluation on center of center field of view of CT, spatial resolution and motion artifacts. So congratulations all the awardees for the best oral presentations. Now I'm showing the, please, can you please share the poster awards table so I can read it. The first poster awardee is, Neetu, can you please share?
Yes, ma'am, just one sec.
The certificate. The Kullan Mondal from India, plan quality score to evaluate the impact of DTTC on IPSA optimized treatment plans of MUPID-based interstitial brachytherapy in cervical cancer. The second poster awardee in radiotherapy category from Hong Kong, Cheong Ho In Youngson, dosimetric evaluation of helical tomography versus volumetric arc therapy in patient with liver radiotherapy treatment. Then third poster oral awardee is Satya Raj, validation of non-coplanar dosimetry of SRS SRT using Octavius 4D dosimetry system. Now the category is radiology and imaging. The first one is Urshila Hisham from Sri Lanka. The topic is optimizing image noise as a means to improve computed tomography ATCM in Sri Lanka. The next best awardee, second best awardee in radiology imaging from Iran, Dr. Bijan Hashimi, assessment of abdomen pelvis CT protocols based on doses for various patient sizes using anthropomorphic phantoms and Monte Carlo simulation. The third best poster awardee is from Ghana, Akia Larbi Kofi Okiare, for the benchmarking of a new automatic CT radiation dose calculator. Now we are going for the nuclear medicine category for the best poster award from Dr. Chai Hong Yong, Malaysia. The topic is medical imaging capabilities of neutron activated samarium-153 polystyrene microphares as a therastonics agent after direct intratumoral injection on Sprague Dawley rats. The second best poster award in the nuclear medicine from Hong Kong, Chong Ho Yen Anson, for the topics respiratory gated FDG PET CT scan for liver malignancies, feasibility in liver cancer patient and tumor quantitative analysis. The third one from Japan, Shinji Kawamura, on topics is study on the evaluation method of 125 iodine source strength inserted in a sterilized cartridge. So thanks to all the poster and oral awardees. Now, I will request our President, Professor Dr. Arun Chagle, to say something and also to declare the AOCMP 2022. Thank you, Arun. Over to you.
Thank you, Anupama. I hope you are able to listen to me.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can't hear, Arun.
Yeah. So
thanks
to the AOCMP 2021 organizers who have taken a lot of pain to make this conference a successful. And we have seen in last 3 days, the plenary talk, the invited talks, and the symposium, oral papers, and poster presentations in large number. Thanks also to the trade people who have supported this conference. Thanks to United International University for providing the venue and all the technical support. Thanks to all the delegates who have taken part in this conference very, very actively. And just now we have seen the oral and poster presentation awards are declared, and congratulations to all the winners of the oral and poster presentation. Many good presentations were there, but we have a limitations of selecting only the top 3. That doesn't mean that other presentations were not good. So everybody is congratulated. Now, next year, we have AOCMP 2022 in Taiwan, and I welcome you all. Already the organizers will be there of the AOCMP 2022 to invite you all to the Taiwan. So once again, I say that we will have the improved situation and we'll be able to travel to Taiwan for the conference. Same dates, 10 to 12 December 2022, we'd like to meet in Taiwan. Unfortunately, because of this COVID, even I couldn't make it. Even I reached up to the Bangladesh border, but I couldn't enter into the Bangladesh and be there as in person I wanted to. I'm traveling, but still then I could get a good connection, and I thought to say a few words to you. Once again, I thank the organizers, Professor Anupama, and entire team. I will not be able to take all the names, but each one of you have taken a huge amount of pain to make this conference very, very successful, and providing this virtually the opportunity to join all. And I'm seeing Eva has spent a lot of time being here because I couldn't make it because of the travel and not very good interconnectivity. Only first day could make it, second day could listen to something. So once again, thanking each one of you and welcoming you to 2022 AOCMP at Taiwan. And again, I want to remind you all that AFOM has started many activities. That is AFOM webinar, AFOM school, many awards. And next year, we wish that many of you will apply for the various award categories wherever you are eligible. Thanks again to each one of you for making this conference successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Arun. So we will show a video for the next AOCMP 2022 in Taiwan. Nitu, would you please share it?
很荣幸宣布，亚太医学物理年会 AOCMP 将于2022年12月10日至12日，甲台湾台北福华国际文教会馆举行。本次会议主题为 Adapt to Change, Export Together。透过此次的会议，我们希望能够借由学术交流，以分享台湾医学物理师的发展，并透过国际会议交流，发挥国际学术实质影响力，与提升台湾医学物理师在国际间的能见度。因此，会员们都很期待此次会议可以与各国医学物理等相关专业伙伴讨论、分享经验。中华民国医学物理学会成立于1996年，本会成立的宗旨为推广放射物理科学及其相关技术在医学上的应用，进而提高全民健康之福祉及学术研究之水准。本会目前拥有350名以上的会员与准会员。随着新科技的发展，带动的设备更精细与多元化。台湾医学物理师随时吸取新的知识与注意临床新发展的动态，让台湾的医疗品质能维持在世界的水准，提供更优良的治疗方针，照顾病患。要充分了解台湾这个美丽的岛屿，我诚恳推荐一定要品尝台湾的小吃，特别是夜市卖的各种在地特色点心。另外，享誉全球的珍珠奶茶也源于台湾。台湾的城市充满魅力，四处可见传统庙宇、美丽的博物馆和新颖的建筑，同时也有叹为观止的自然景观。而这些地方的距离并不如你想象中的遥远，因为台湾的交通便利网，让你可以在短时间内享受各种不同的旅游体验。台湾最美的风景是人，热心有人情味的台湾人总是非常友善对待各国游客，希望大家可以在台湾亲身体会。最后，欢迎全世界医学物理与医学领域相关伙伴参与于台湾举行的 AOCMP-2022。希望我们精心安排了议程与场地，能够给每位远道而来的与会者满满的收获。我李生豪理事长仅代表中华民国医学物理学会欢迎大家的到来，感谢，敬祝一切顺心。
So everybody is invited in the Taiwan 10 to 12 December in 2022. Next year, we will like to see in Taiwan. Hopefully, we'll meet in person. We can cover over the pandemic. Now, I'm just, before concluding remarks from the Professor Eva, I will just thanks to all our organizing committees or advisory committees, our university authorities, and especially our committee, the Masum Shimanto, Akhtar, Anwar, Safayat, Olin, Shoma, Jannat, and everyone, all the vendors, and all the peoples in the media. It is also published in the TV and all the medias, as well as AFOM EXCOM. Of course, they have done a lot of works for executing this conference virtually, and many works before what we cannot see actually, but we have done many works behind this conference successful. I think we have tried our best, and you are the people, you can understand that's what's going on in the world. So we have tried our best. So I'm requesting Eva to have a concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just observe, I must thank the Design Accent, the Neetu and her team has done a great job. I think everybody has seen our platform and our everything, the how we have done. And this is a lot of tireless efforts. Her team done tireless efforts all the day nights with our team, and it's a huge works. And without interruption, it's a very good online works. I'm thankful to Neetu and her team. So please, over to you, Eva.
I have to say that I have enjoyed the platform very much. It definitely looked like you are in the lobby entering a conference meeting. So anyway, what is there to say? So thank you, Anupama and your team, for working tirelessly and so hard under so much pressure in this ever-changing environment where rules change from day to day, and you had to move the meeting from face-to-face to hybrid to online version, and then trying to accommodate all the speakers' requests, recording, to run this meeting so successfully with large number of participants and visitors. Thank you for all your hard work and bringing the meeting to South Asian region of AFOMP. I would like to, of course, thank all the plenary keynote invited speakers, speakers in the preferred sessions and posters presenters, as well as all the participants in the meeting, hoping that you have learned new things, you have made new friends, you have established new networks with your professional colleagues. I would like to congratulate all the award winners and also thank our sponsors and exhibitors, without whose support we would not be able to have these regular annual meetings. Lastly, I was very pleased to see the presentation of Taiwan. I was lucky to visit Taiwan in 2019, shortly before the borders closed. And it's a wonderful, beautiful country with excellent medical physics and clinical facilities, very safe, and hopefully we would be able to finally meet each other face to face. But of course, let's not forget that AFOMP will also host another major meeting in 2022. And this is the World Congress of Biomedical Engineering and Medical Physics that will be held in June in 2022. And I'm hoping that before we even meet for the AOCMP in Taiwan, perhaps we can also meet in Singapore. Once again, Anupama, fantastic job in the hardest possible circumstances. I hope you can take rest for the rest of the day. Thank you, everyone. And with this, I would like to declare the AOCMP 2021 Congress to be closed. Thank you.
আটশো মানুষ জয়েন করছিল। তো ভালোই হলো।